You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul Economy and Waldorf Education. It is Collected Works Volume Number 303 and translated by Roland Everett. This is Lecture 11. Given in Dornach on the 2nd of January 1922. At the end of yesterday's lecture, I tried to speak to you about the development of memory during the early school years. If we now look at the attitude regarding this question, as shown by most contemporary educational theorists, we cannot but notice a total lack of awareness of how certain impulses in the early years of pupils continue to play into their later lives, and how these then reappear in a transformed condition. This, at any rate, is what a true knowledge of man reveals to us. What so often happens nowadays is that the adult, when he tries to understand the ways of his own physical organism and of his psyche, reaches certain conclusions. Although he may not be conscious of it, he then assumes that these conclusions also apply to the varying ages and stages of childhood. Such an attitude, however, is very misleading, for, as I pointed out already, the forces working throughout the child's development need to be recognized and supported if our education is to be sound. We must meet the inner needs of the child, as the example of the importance of authority in the life of a young child was meant to convey. Let us take a hypothetical example of someone who in his 40th year undergoes certain vague soul experiences. Outer circumstances may suddenly shed light upon what has thus arisen in his soul. He may recognize that what was in his mind was something which, at the age of 8 or 9, he had accepted simply on the authority of a beloved teacher. At such a tender age, he could only entrust it to his memory, for the maturity of a 40-year-old person may have been necessary for its full comprehension. I say this although not many people will believe my interpretation. However, children cannot always wait until they are 40 before they understand what they may have been told at the age of 8. And this is the very reason why they have an inner longing for authority. And when at the age of 40 a new light suddenly flashes upon what had been accepted merely on the basis of authority at the age of 8, this happening brings an experience of new inner life forces which have a refreshing effect upon the entire person. New inner strength, badly needed in later life, is developed through such a process. And if one has accepted on authority plenty of content which, through outer circumstances, will reappear, as if by magic, out of one's organism, one is blessed with a revitalizing source of strength for the remaining years of one's life. Nowadays, many people age prematurely, both in body and in soul, because they are denied access to this vivifying force. Too many years have gone by since memory, during the early school years, was systematically strengthened through right and reasonable methods, and since it was based upon faith and belief in the authority of an adult. Memory training apart, there are always plenty of other opportunities for cultivating the children's faculties of comprehension, as I mentioned yesterday. But between the change of teeth and puberty, it is absolutely essential for teachers to work out well thought out and sensible methods for developing the pupil's memory, because without this aid they will be deprived of too much in their later lives. If my intention were to please my listeners, I should have to speak quite differently about many things. But I wish to convey only what a true knowledge of man has revealed after decades of anthroposophical research. Consequently, many things I have to say will sound paradoxical when compared with currently accepted opinions. Some of my findings will create an impression of being old-fashioned, while others may appear, in quotes, avant-garde. But all this is quite unimportant. The only thing that matters is whether what I have to say will stand the test of a real knowledge of man. If one examines the general picture of man, as seen by so many people today, one can't help feeling that it has been arrived at by observing the human being from the outside only. It is as if one were trying to understand how a clock works merely by looking at it from the outside. In this way, one can read the time. One can recognize whether a watch is made of gold or silver. But one will never learn to become a clockmaker. What today goes under the name of biology, physiology, or anatomy shows us only what man is like when viewed externally. Human nature will become transparent to our understanding only if we learn to penetrate man's body, soul, and spirit. Only by including these three members in our investigations are we in a position to treat the human being in accordance with his real nature. And if, with insight into the whole human being, we now look at a certain question lately much discussed in educational circles, it is the question of fatigue in the child's organism, we have to say the following. Experiments are being made today to establish the causes of fatigue or tiredness in children. The results of these investigations are then made use of in new teaching techniques, which aim at reducing strain in pupils. This sort of thing is done all over the world, and yet the whole question is based upon the wrong premise. A real knowledge of man would never lead to such a question at all. You only need to consider something which has been pointed out here during our last few meetings in order to find it so. You will remember that a strong plea was made repeatedly that all teaching during the younger years should appeal to the rhythmical and musical element in children, which first and foremost works upon their breathing and blood circulation. And now I ask you, can the source of fatigue ever lie in the children's breathing and blood circulation? Can it ever lie in the middle region of the human being, in the very region to which we always give our special attention and treatment during the child's school age? Never. For don't we all breathe continuously, both during sleep and waking life, from the moment we are born until we die, without ever feeling tired of breathing? Does not our blood circulate tirelessly from birth to death? Never is its flow interrupted through fatigue, for if this were to happen, the consequences would be serious indeed. Does this not show that teachers, working out of a real art of education, are constantly appealing to the very organs which are never subject to fatigue? This whole question has to be considered from quite a different angle. We must formulate it differently and ask, where do the real sources of tiredness lie in the human being? We find them in the head region and in the limb system. It is to these two systems we have to turn our attention if we wish to understand the nature of tiredness in children, which, according to whether it emanates from the head or from the limbs and metabolism, bears a completely different character. The forces working from the head downward into the remaining human organism deposit a very fine metabolic residue which wants to permeate the whole human body with fine salt-like deposits. This process, which affects also the breathing and blood circulation, is the cause of fatigue because of the head's direct contact with the external world, and because of its arrhythmical and non-musical relationship with the outer world. The rhythms of breathing and blood circulation, on the other hand, are so strongly bound to the human organism that they retain a state of equilibrium, obeying their own laws. And what in the middle system acts like a self-contained unit is not subject to fatigue, at least not to any marked degree. It is, of course, possible to damage the inner rhythms of both children and adults by a wrong kind of treatment. But there is one thing we may be sure of, and that is that the rhythmic system, which is of such primary importance in any true art of education, never suffers from tiredness or fatigue. The limbs and metabolism, like the head, do get tired. You can observe this by watching a snake after it has eaten. The limb and metabolic system tires, or at least it can become a source of tiredness, affecting the whole human being. Yet this form of tiredness is of a totally different kind from that of the head. The head system causes tiredness through depositing salts, through a precipitation of mineral substances in the human organism. The limb and metabolic system, on the other hand, always has the tendency to dissolve physical substances through its creation of warmth. Here, too, despite its polar opposite effect from that of the head, the cause of tiredness is to be found in the comparative independence of this system from the inner rhythms of the human organization. This tiredness stems from the limbs' activities in the external world and from the metabolisms responding to the intake of food. Eating and drinking usually happen at irregular intervals, for there are only very few people who adhere to a strict and fixed rhythm of eating and drinking. Therefore, though both head and metabolism share the same cause of tiredness, their effects are of a polar opposite nature. What follows from all this? The whole question of fatigue in pupils needs to be put differently. If the child tires easily, we ought to ask, what is it we have done wrongly? Where do our mistakes lie? For we have no right to assume that our teaching methods are always correct. As long as we proceed by testing the child's liability to make so and so many errors per line after half an hour of writing than before, as long as we check its lack of awareness of meaningless words inserted in the text after a certain time of reading, we shall never reach human nature. This we shall do only by asking the right question, which in the case of fatigue in children should be, have I overburdened either the child's head or its limb system? We must find ways of not placing too much strain upon either of these two systems. However, it would be erroneous to believe that this could be achieved simply by adjusting the sequence of lessons in the timetable, for neither will gym lessons in themselves balance out too much head work, nor conversely would arithmetic lessons directly work into the metabolism, though they do so indirectly. It is not possible to achieve the right balance merely by readjusting the timetable, but only by an artistic presentation of all lesson content, at least during the early school years. This in turn means that we have to appeal, in the way I have indicated, above all to the rhythmic system, the one system of the human being that never tires. When doing so, we also involve the other two systems, that of the head and the metabolic and limb system, in the activity of learning. Naturally, this needs to be done in the right way. I hope that by now you may have realized that certain doubts with regard to new ideas and methods of education, so frequently expressed by people who are prejudiced, do not apply to Waldorf education at all, because in every respect it is founded upon a true knowledge of man, and as it also endeavors to shed light upon man's soul and spiritual nature, it is able to lay the foundations of educational methods which will work upon the entire human being. And so, to give an example, it is important to recognize that the head system of man is the bearer of forces which, most strongly during childhood and to a lessening degree during successive ages, penetrate the entire human organism, shaping it, forming it, and giving it strength. What is working as a thought-directing capacity in the head is something which the human being, with all his predispositions, brings with him into this world at birth or conception. Eventually, these forces take on the task of forming the entire human being. If the head were not in direct touch with the external world, and if in consequence the inner rhythms of the human being were not disturbed all the time, then, if I may express it in this way, what has incarnated at birth in the head would be fully satisfied with the physical organization of man. The human being would flow into his physical organization, which would claim his entire being. He would be completely absorbed by it. He would not be able to make any contact with the supersensible world. As man would thus become separated from the spiritual world, his inner life would become more and more artificial and false. And, conversely, if through his limb and metabolic system man would not be in constant touch with the external world, he would not be able to permeate with glowing warmth what is streaming down from the head. He would be unable to counteract these forces which would be working toward a more and more artificial state of perfection. Here we have two marked polarities. The head always wants to cut us off from the spiritual world by shaping our body in a way which would prevent us from gaining a right relationship to the spiritual world. For the head, with all that belongs to it, has completed its development a long time ago, during man's pre-earthly existence. And the process of materialization, issuing from the head, always has to be counteracted by the activities of man's metabolism and limbs, which stream upward from below. In this way, a balance is achieved in our corporeality. And between these two poles, as our middle system, like an organism complete in itself, there lies our respiration and blood circulation, our rhythmic system. This rhythmic system is like a separate world in itself, like a real microcosm. However, despite its comparative independence, it must be protected from extreme influences coming from the head, as can happen under certain circumstances, when the lungs become invaded by all kinds of foreign organic processes. This we can observe in the hardening of lungs, in new growth in the lungs of people suffering from lung diseases. Man needs this polarity between the head on the one side and the metabolism and limb systems on the other. The latter is always trying to dissolve the hardening processes issuing from the head, and this situation can be utilized also medically. For if one recognizes the interplay between what descends from the head and what ascends from the metabolism, one is able to cure, for example, pathological symptoms in the larynx, the trachea, or also in the lungs, by treating the metabolic system, even if the source of illness lies in the head. Especially in the case of children's diseases, quite spectacular results have been achieved by treating a patient's metabolism for the symptoms of illness which appeared in the head organization. The human being is one organic entity and has to be treated accordingly. This rule applies to all aspects of man, not only to a well-founded therapy, but especially to the field of education. If you look at the great progress in general knowledge made during the last centuries, it becomes very noticeable how little has been achieved with regard to knowledge of man. This is mainly due to the fact that the methods applied took into consideration only the physical, the external aspect of man. It really is of utmost importance for anyone engaged in the art of education to be able to recognize quite realistically what is happening in the body, soul, and spirit of the growing child, especially during the time which falls between the great turning point at 9+ and the coming of puberty. It is essential for the educator to be able to see how the physical, soul, and spiritual forces work upon and affect each other in the child he is dealing with. If with real insight we observe a child aged 9 to 10, we shall find that everything that enters its soul is absorbed and transmuted in such a way that the muscular system, permeated by forces of growth, becomes actively involved. At that time of life, the muscular system always responds to and cooperates with the soul nature of the child, especially where the most intimate forces of growth are at work. The interior swelling or stretching of the muscles mainly depends upon the development of the child's soul forces. And the characteristic feature of the age between 10 to 12 consists in the muscles having a specially intimate relationship with respiration and blood circulation. They are attuned to the middle system of breathing and blood circulation. And as Waldorf education appeals so strongly to this very part of the child's being, we indirectly promote the growth and development of the child's muscles. Toward the 12th year, a new situation arises. The muscles no longer remain so intimately connected with the child's respiration and blood circulation. They now incline more toward the bony system, adapting themselves to the dynamics of the skeleton. Their forces of growth are fully engaged in the movement of limbs, in walking, jumping, and grasping, in fact, in all limb activities in their relation to the skeleton. The muscles, previously closely allied to the rhythmic system, now become entirely oriented toward the bony system. In this way, the child adapts itself more strongly to the external world than was the case before the 12th year. Formerly, the muscular system was more directly connected with the child's inner being, and the rhythmic system, because of its relative independence, played a dominant part in the growth of the muscles. The child moved in harmony with the muscular system, and the skeleton, embedded in the muscles, was simply carried along. Now, toward the 12th year, the situation changes rapidly. The muscular system begins to serve the mechanics and the dynamics of the bony system. Everyone who is able to observe and understand what is happening within the child, now before the 12th year, Everyone who is able to observe and understand what is happening within the child, how, before the 12th year, the child uses its muscles, which simply carry the bones along, and how afterward it begins to relate itself directly to the skeleton, and in doing so also to the external world, has really gained a deep insight into the development of human nature. Such insights free us from abstract and intellectual modes of investigation so prevalent today, which so easily creep into the field of education. These insights also help the educator toward a truly human approach to the child. If one allowed such things to work upon one's soul, one would never impose the kind of treatment on a child such as Marsyas had to endure. It is, of course, possible that some people are frightened off when they witness how transparent the human being becomes in the light of this kind of knowledge of man. They may well feel that the human soul is being dissected, but this is not the case, for the anthroposophical approach is both artistic and at the same time a deed of knowledge. The whole way of looking upon man is an artistic one, and it is this quality which is necessary if one wants to grasp the significance of the child's stage up to puberty, or, as we can now describe it, the transition from the intimate affinity of the muscles to the breathing and blood circulation up to the 12th year, and the subsequent kinship of the muscles to the bones from the 12th year to the coming of puberty. Can you see now how the incarnating human being gradually adapts himself to the world? In the very young child, the formative forces are centered in the brain. They ray out from the head. Then the center of activities shifts to the muscular system, and after the age of 12, the human being pours himself into the skeleton, as it were. Only then is he ready to enter the world fully. The incarnating human being first must penetrate the body before he can establish a relationship with the external world. First, the forces of the head are at work. Later on, these forces are poured into the muscles, then into the bony system, and after sexual maturity is reached, the adolescent is able to enter the world. Only then can he stand properly in the world. This gradual process of incarnation needs to be taken into consideration if one wants to find the right choice and presentation of subject matter, especially for this age. But unfortunately, nowadays, educators are hardly blessed with a sound knowledge of man. And now I must ask you to forgive me if I confront you with something which may appear to you completely absurd. Often I feel compelled to do such a thing, because I have to stand up for anthroposophical truths. Contemporary physiologists, biologists, and anatomists will look upon what I am going to say as pure heresy, but nevertheless it represents the truth. When people speak or think about the human being today, they first of all turn their attention to the head. Although the head, in itself, always has the tendency to push us into what is material, although it would want to kill us every day if it were given free rein, it has nevertheless become the focus of attention among the general public of today. And this is what is so unhealthy in our present evaluation of the human being. It is the natural consequence of our modern scientific outlook. The general idea is that in the head there is the brain, which is a kind of absolute ruler over everything we think or do. I wonder how such a theory could have been explained before the time of the telegraph, for this invention offered such a plausible analogy to what is happening in our brain. However, this need not concern us here. The theory of the human nervous system was postulated only after the use of telecommunications had made such an analogy possible. And so the brain was compared to a telecommunication center stationed, let us say, in London, bracket or parenthesis, here Rudolf Steiner made a drawing on the blackboard, close parenthesis. If this is the center in London, then there could be Oxford and Dover over there. If London is the center, then we could say, here is a line running from Oxford to London. And here in London, messages coming from Oxford are switched over to Dover. Under given circumstances, we could well imagine it to be like this. And now one imagines that the human brain functions in a similar way. The nerves go from the brain to the sense organs, where sense perception takes place, and this perception is conducted back to the brain. Here in the brain there is the central station, the human London. Then, so one imagines, there are the motor nerves which go from the brain to the organs of movement, where they bring about the will impulses of movement in accordance with the thoughts of the brain, which somehow are also part of such a will activity. Once such a theory has been thought out, one can present the relevant facts in such a way that they seem to substantiate it. Take any book on physiology, and in it you will find descriptions of how experiments are made in cutting nerves and of how various physical reactions in the human body lead to definite logical conclusions. Unless you have strong reservations from the outset, for all these things look so very plausible, everything seems to fit together beautifully. The only snag is that it does not stand up to what a penetrating knowledge of man has to say about it. There it is not acceptable. I will disregard the fact that anatomically the sensory nerves and the motor nerves are practically indistinguishable from one another. At most, the one kind is a little thicker than the other, but with regard to their structure, there is not really any significant difference between them. According to anthroposophical research, and this I can only indicate, as otherwise I should have to give whole lectures on anthroposophical physiology, both types of nerves are uniform organs. It is quite absurd to talk about two different kinds of nerves, about sensory and motor nerves. As both the element of sensation and that of will are omnipresent in the human soul, I leave everybody free to call these nerves sensory or motor nerves. But they must be recognized as being but one unified entity, for there is no essential difference between them. The difference lies entirely in the direction in which they function. The optic nerve, a sensory nerve, is open to the light impressions upon the eye, and what is happening at the periphery again affects another nerve, which present-day physiology calls a motor nerve. If now this other nerve goes from the brain to the remaining organism, its function is to perceive what is happening during physical movement. A correct treatment of tabes dorsalis would confirm this statement. Readers aside, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right. Spell it tabes, T-A-B-E-S, dorsalis, D-O-R-S-A-L-I-S. End of readers aside. It is the function of the so-called motor nerve to perceive the motor impulses, to perceive what is happening when physical movement takes place, but not to initiate them. Nerves, wherever they may be, are organs for transmitting impressions. The sensory nerves transmit external impressions, and the motor nerves internal impressions. There is but one kind of nerve. Only a scientific materialism could have invented the analogy of the nerves with the telegraphic system. Only a materialistic science could believe that apart from the nerves which transmit sense impressions during the process of perception, there must also be other nerves whose special function it is to initiate will impulses. This, however, is not the case. Will impulses have their origin in man's soul and spiritual domain. Here they begin and they work directly into the limb and metabolic system, but not via any other kind of nerves. Nerves which enter the metabolism and limbs only transmit the impressions of what a person is doing in response to soul and spiritual impulses. Through them, we perceive the consequences of soul, spiritual, will processes in the blood circulation, in the remaining metabolism, and also in the movement of the limbs. These we perceive. The so-called motor nerves do not initiate physical movement. They only allow us to perceive the consequences of our will impulses. Unless we are clear about these relationships, we will not come to a proper understanding of man. On the other hand, if you can see the truth of what I am saying, you will also appreciate why I have to insist on making such apparently paradoxical statements, for they are instrumental in showing how the soul and spiritual part of man always works upon the entire human being. Approximately up to the 12th year, the effects of what has just been described are found in muscular activity, which is so intensely bound up with the child's breathing and blood circulation. From the age of 12 until puberty, they are linked more to the forces working in the skeleton. This means that before the 12th year, the child perceives with its so-called motor nerves more what is living in the activity of its muscles, whereas after the 12th year its perceptivity tends more toward the processes taking place between muscles and bones. If you now consider that in every process of thinking, something of a will nature is also involved, for when linking together or synthesizing certain mental images, or when separating or analyzing them from each other, one is also using will forces, you have to look for this will element in the appropriate region of the organism into which it works from out of the domain of the human soul and spirit. And the will forces involved in the process of thinking are connected with the organism in the way just described. Therefore, when entering the 12th year, the child develops the kind of thinking which in its will nature is taking place within the bones, within the dynamics of the skeleton. At this point of time, the important transition is taking place from the soft muscular system to the hard bony system, which, as I should like to put it, places itself into the world like an objective system of levers. And herein lies the heresy, the paradox, which I have to put before you. When a person thinks about something belonging to the external, inorganic nature, he does so primarily with his skeleton. Naturally, anyone used to the accepted ideas of present-day physiology is liable to laugh at such a statement, coming from someone living in Dornach, who maintains that when a man thinks abstractly, he does so with his bones. But this is how it is. It would be more comfortable for me not to proclaim it, but it must be said, because a correct knowledge of man is so necessary today. The thoughts in our brain are only the pictures of what is really going on during the process of thinking. The brain is only the instrument which produces the passive mental pictures of the real processes which are going on in the activity of thinking. In order to become conscious of our thinking, we need these mental pictures. But these images, which the brain reflects for us, lack the inner force inherent in pure thinking. They lack the element of will. The real nature of thinking has no more to do with the mental images produced by the brain than a picture of a certain Mr. X, which you may see hanging on a wall, has to do with the actual Mr. X himself. We must learn to distinguish the picture of a Mr. X from the real Mr. X. In the same way, the real process taking place during the activity of thinking must be distinguished from the mental images derived therefrom. When thinking is directed toward outer physical nature, the entire human organism is involved to a certain extent, but particularly so the bony system, the skeleton. And in the 12th year, the child's thinking enters the sphere of the skeleton. This is the signal for us to lead over from the teaching of subjects characterized yesterday, from the plant in its relation to the earth, and from the animal kingdom in relation to man, to a new range of subjects. Our awareness of what is happening in the soul and spiritual domain of the child must lead to the appropriate choice and planning of lesson content. The way in which the soft muscular system, with its kinship to respiration and blood circulation, plays its part, is an indication that the child from the 10th to the 12th year should be introduced to plants and animals in the way indicated. For these subjects are more directly related to the inner nature of man than the more distant subjects, such as mineralogy, dynamics, physics, and so on. Therefore, at the approach of the 12th year, the teaching content, which previously had mainly a pictorial character, and which included the living plant and the sentient animal, should now appeal more to the intellectual grasp of inorganic nature. Only now the point is reached, when the young adolescent can place himself as an earthly being into the world of dynamics, of mechanics, and when he can experience their forces. Only now the possibility offers itself of introducing him to the first principles of physics and chemistry, which are subject to definite natural laws, and to a knowledge of what belongs to the realm of the mineral world. If these subjects are taught at an earlier age, one interferes with evolving human nature, unconsciously damaging the pupil's healthy development. The ability to grasp historical connections, to gain an overall view of historical developments with their underlying impulses and social implications, represents the other side of the stage at which the pupils are able to comprehend the physical and mineral aspects of life. Only toward the 12th year do they become mature enough for both of these aspects. For historical ideas and impulses which find outer expression in definite historical periods, and which directly affect social life and social forms, are like the skeleton of history. Although when seen in a purely historical context, they can also be something quite different. The flesh, or the muscles, as it were, are represented by the historical personalities themselves, by their biographies. and also by concrete historical events. Therefore, if we have to introduce history already between the 10th and the 12th year, we must bring it in the form of pictures which engender warmth of feeling, and which inwardly uplift the pupils' souls. This is possible through telling the children of biographical events, and through characterizing certain concrete happenings which form a self-contained whole. But we must refrain from introducing abstract ideas and impulses underlying certain historical epochs. These the pupils should meet in their 12th year, which is the time when they begin to take their stand in the external world. Here again you can see how an inner development gradually extends in an outward direction. Only now is the pupil ready to grasp how historical impulses, manifesting in outer events, affect the lives of people. It is important to realize this, as otherwise there is always the danger of our approaching the child from an adult point of view. When dealing with the education of the young, it is all too easy to draw a parallel to an adult study of the sciences, where one begins with simpler content in physics and chemistry in order to move on gradually to more difficult parts. In a similar way, so one may think, should the subjects taught at school also be graded, but this is not in accordance with the child's nature. What to an adult appears to be the simplest content, such as we find it in the mineral kingdom and in the inorganic physical world, the child is able to grasp only when it has penetrated the sphere of its bony system, when it moves about in the external world according to the dynamics of the skeleton, as if it were obeying the laws of the lever. Many people today have become accustomed to looking at practically every aspect of life as if it ought to belong to the domain of natural laws. We find historians who try to interpret social phenomena accompanying historical impulses as if they too should be subservient to the laws of nature. This attitude is encouraged already in childhood if physical and chemical laws are taught before the 12th year, that is, before the other subjects, more closely allied to human life, are studied in lessons. If school subjects are introduced in their wrong order, pupils will project their own experiences and their understanding of purely physical laws also into the social sphere and into their understanding of history. And since such a way of looking at the world has already deeply penetrated educational practice, the general public is only too willing to look for natural laws operating in practically every sphere, so that one may no longer speak of historical impulses as having their origin directly in the spiritual world. And this in turn is again reflected in our present principles of education. The child is encouraged to develop such a firm belief in what it has been taught in physics and chemistry that later on, as an adult, he or she will carry this limited outlook into the entire world outlook. What I have written on the blackboard comes from America, quote, "Nature's proceedings in social phenomena," close quote. This phrase has become almost a slogan for an educational principle which postulates that the child should be educated in such a way that it will look upon processes in social life as if they were the results of natural laws. The child is to regard occurrences in the life of the community as mere processes of nature. People have come to me again and again to tell me that this phrase should read differently in English, that it should read, quote, "progress of nature," close quote, or something similar. However justified their criticism may be from the point of view of use of language, what matters is that the quotation in question has actually become a catchword for a definite principle in educational science. Whatever the correct wording may be, we must realize that its message needs to be corrected, and this is what I wish to do from a worldwide point of view. Merely correcting the wording is not good enough, for the meaning implies that one can find only natural laws working through social impulses, And this is the kind of attitude which we inculcate in our children. We must begin to experience natural laws working in the processes of nature and higher spiritual laws working within the social sphere. And this is not happening. We ruin our pupils' future world outlook if we introduce them prematurely to what belongs to chemistry, mineralogy, physics, dynamics, and so on. As I have pointed out so many times already, one has to keep an eye on the entire milieu of our culture in order to know where to promote the impulses of the art of education. Forgive me if once again I have raised an objection against what has become common practice, but in my opinion it is a justified objection. If one approaches present-day science with the knowledge and insight which can be gained by following the paths outlined in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds and Its Attainment, one is under the impression that the world as described by natural science, which explains everything in terms of mineral and physical laws only, is not a world in which we as human beings of flesh and blood can live. Theirs is a different world altogether. If one looks with eyes opened by imaginative knowledge at the kind of world described by exponents of modern natural science, and if one sees how their picture of the world is meant to affect the people of today, one cannot find any human beings of flesh and blood there at all. One sees only walking skeletons, only little bone men and bone women. Theirs is a strange world indeed. I once made an interesting experiment. The younger ones among you won't remember a certain Swiss philosopher called Vogt, known as Fat Vogt, a typical thinker of recent times, who in the 50s of the last century somehow managed to knock together a rough and ready materialistic world philosophy which, spectre-like, still haunts all kinds of world views of today. Well, I tried to imagine what would happen if a real human being of flesh and blood were to find his way into this world of walking skeletons. Any healthy person of flesh and blood could not possibly bear to live in such a world. But what would happen, so I asked myself, if someone with at least a modicum of flesh and blood were to stray into this world of walking skeletons? The effects of living in a world as described by a purely materialistic outlook, and the intentional influences upon people emanating from it, would make such a person suffer from both neurasthenia and hysteria of the worst kind. He would never be able to free himself from all the influences surrounding him. Fundamentally speaking, natural science of today describes a world in which we all could become neurasthenic and hysterical. Mercifully, the world of the natural scientist is not the real world in which we live. Quite other forces, undreamt of by them, are at work in the real world. Nevertheless, it is necessary for us to extricate ourselves from this falsely uniform world of illusion, from which we take almost everything that contributes to the general civilization of today. We must reach a true and real knowledge of man, for only then will we be able to educate in the right way. The end of Lecture 11. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul Economy and Waldorf Education, Collected Works, Volume 303, translated by Roland Everett. This is Lecture 12, given in Dornach on the 3rd of January, 1922. From what you have heard so far, you may have gained the impression that the art of education, based on anthroposophical knowledge of man, seeks to nurture, above all, a healthy and harmonious development of the child's physical body. You may have noticed that the following questions could be looked upon as guidelines for our educational aims. How can we assist the free unfolding of the formative forces issuing from the head and working upon and shaping the young organism? How do we work in harmony with the child's developing breathing and blood circulation during the middle years? What must we do in order to cultivate in the widest sense possible the forces working throughout the child's muscular system? How can we rightly support the processes of the muscles growing onto the bones, through the tendons, so that the young adolescent can place himself properly into the external world? All these questions imply that whatever we do to enhance the development of the child's soul and spirit is directed, first of all, toward the best possible healthy and normal development of its physical body. And this indeed is the case. We do aim in full consciousness to aid and foster the healthy development of the child's physical body. For in this way the child's soul and spiritual nature is given the best means of unfolding freely and out of its own resources. By damaging as little as possible the spiritual forces working through the child, we give it the best possibility of developing healthily. Not that we have our preconceived ideas of what a growing human being should be like. Whatever we do in our teaching is an attempt to create the most favorable conditions for the children's physical health. And because we have to pay attention also to the soul and spiritual element, because the physical must ultimately become its outer expression, its manifestation, we have to come to terms also with the soul and spiritual aspect in the way best suited for the healthy development of the child. You may ask, from which educational ideal does such an attitude spring? It is the outcome of a total dedication toward human freedom. It springs from the ideal to place the human being into the world in such a way that he can unfold his individual freedom, or at least that no physical hindrances should prevent him from doing so. What we are specially striving for in our education, with its emphasis on the promotion of the physical development of the child, is that our pupils should learn to make full use of their physical powers and skills in their later lives. Waldorf education rests upon the knowledge and the confidence that life in general will have the best chance of developing if it is allowed to develop freely and healthily. Naturally, all this has to be taken in a relative sense, which I hope will be understood. A child which, through educational malpractice during the school years, has been prevented from breathing rightly and from using its bony system with its tendons properly, will grow into an unfree person. Likewise, a pupil into whose head fixed ideas and conceptions were crammed because they were deemed important for later life will also become inwardly unfree. Only he whose childhood needs imposed by his physical development, read that again, only he whose childhood needs imposed by his physical development were both understood and catered for by the use of appropriate educational principles and methods, will grow into a free human being. Naturally, the soul and spiritual needs of the child must also be recognized and met by the right educational means. Far from leading to any kind of false or lofty idealism, Anthroposophy wishes to prove itself by enabling its followers to deal with the practical problems of life between birth and death, that is, during the span of time in which they should have developed their physical bodies in accord with their souls and spirits. So you see that even we, the educators, wanted it. Read it again. So you see that even if we, the educators, wanted it, we have no influence over the development of what belongs to the realm of soul and spirit. The soul and spiritual part of man exists in its true being only from the moment of his falling asleep until the time of wakening. This means that if one wanted to educate a person's soul and spirit, one would have to do so during his sleep. In fact, it is not possible for us to do so. The belief that one has to educate a person's soul and spirit, the belief in indoctrinating certain conceptions, is something we meet so strongly in a time like ours. All one can do is to help toward a free use of physical capabilities by means of the soul and spirit. As I have often said before, it is not possible to deal with educational matters without taking into full account the entire life situation of our times, without considering the general milieu into which education is placed. I will certainly refrain from introducing any extraneous matter into our considerations here, but what I wish to say now definitely belongs to our theme. News has come to us that in Eastern Europe a new pedagogy is being worked out for the benefit of those people who are still recognized there, namely for the people who belong to the Radical Socialist Party. Because anything that was acceptable prior to the revolution is no longer regarded as right, a new pedagogy is being worked out there now. And this is done by purely outward means. How? We are told that one of the leading personalities in present-day Russia has been commissioned to write the history of the Communist Party. The new government has given him 1 month in which to complete his task. During this month he is also to do some practical work at the Moscow Center. As a result of these activities, a book is to be published, which is to become the officially accepted model for the re-education of all those who are being recognized as proper Russians. A second party member has been commissioned to write a history of the Western workers' movement and a history of international communism. While compiling his authoritative account, this person too has been given some other work to do, and after 6 weeks he is to have completed his set task. Again, every genuine Soviet Russian is to occupy himself with this book. Forgive me, I believe that the second writer was actually given 2 months' time. A third person was commissioned to publish the theory of Marxism, and it was he who had been given 6 weeks to deliver the book, with the aid of which every true Russian is to familiarize himself with the new conditions in the East. According to these same methods, several other personalities have been given the task of creating the new Russian literature. Every one of them has been allotted a fixed time schedule in which to complete his order. Every one of them has been told what other work he has to perform during the time of writing. The party member selected to write the book about Marxism has also been made co-editor of Pravda. Why should I bring this up in today's lecture? Because fundamentally, what is happening in Soviet Russia today is the ultimate consequence of what lives in all of us, in as far as we are representatives of our present-day civilization. People will not admit that what is happening in Russia is but the final consequence of our own situation, taken to extremes in Eastern Europe. The absurdity of communist ideology lies in the fact that it is decided and laid down officially what a citizen has to know, instead of the question being asked, quote, how must a human being behave in order to be a true human being? That is, one who is rightly integrated into the entire world fabric, close quote. The teacher is called upon to carry into his lessons the utmost respect for soul and spirit. Without it, he will succeed as little as if he were lacking an even fundamental artistic and scientific background. Therefore, the first prerequisite of a Waldorf teacher is to have reverence for the soul and spiritual potential which each child brings with it into the world. When confronted with the child, the teacher must be imbued with the awareness that he is dealing with an innately free human being. With this attitude, he will be able to work out educational principles and methods which will safeguard the child's inborn freedom, so that in later life, when a pupil looks back upon his school days, he will not find any infringement upon his personal freedom, not even in the after effects of his education. In order to make clearer what these statements imply, we might ask ourselves the following question: what will become of a person if his physical peculiarities are not dealt with properly during childhood? Childish idiosyncrasies continue their existence into later life. And if you wonder what kind of effect they will have on an adult, I have to make what may appear as rather a surprising and a somewhat paradoxical statement. Peculiar physical habits in early childhood, if left untreated, will degenerate and become causes of illnesses in later life. One has to know in all seriousness that characteristic physical tendencies in childhood, if allowed to continue unchanged, become causes of illness. This knowledge will give one the right impulse for a proper hygiene, which in no way conflicts with the deepest respect for human freedom. By way of comparison, let us imagine somebody who, right down to the deepest fibers of his being, is filled with enthusiasm for the inner freedom of man. Let us imagine that such a person falls ill and that he has to call the doctor. The doctor cures him with the aid of all the best modern means available to the art of healing. Would such a person ever feel that his personal freedom had thereby been interfered with? Never. What comes toward such a person in this way would never impinge upon his inner freedom. A similar feeling must also be present in those who are engaged in the art of education. They ought to be willing and able to look at their calling in the light of the relationship between doctor and patient. Education obviously exists in its own right. It certainly is no mere therapy in the true sense of the word. But there is a certain kinship, a certain similarity between the work of a doctor and that of a teacher, which justifies a comparison with the therapeutic situation. When the pupil leaves school at the age of 14 plus, footnote, in 1922 the school leaving age was 14, end of footnote, it is time for us to examine once more whether, during his school years, from the change of teeth to the coming of puberty, we have done our utmost to help and equip him for later life. During the coming days, when dealing with the aesthetic and moral aspects of education, we shall look more closely at the stage of puberty. Just now we will consider the more general human aspects. We must realize that during his past school years, we have been dealing mainly with his etheric body, with his body of formative forces, and that the soul life, of which more will be said a little later, was only beginning to manifest itself toward the approach of his school-leaving age. We must consider the next stage, which begins with the 14th to 15th year, and which continues right up to the beginning of the 20s. A time in which the young man or woman has to face the task of fitting himself or herself more and more into external life. We have already seen how gradually the child takes hold of its body, finally incarnating right into its skeleton, and how by doing so it grows together more and more with the external world, how it learns to adapt to outer circumstances. Fundamentally, this process continues up to the early 20s, after which there follows a most important period of life. Although as teachers we now no longer have any direct influence over the young person, we have in fact already done a great deal in this direction during the previous years, and this will become apparent from the early to the late 20s. After leaving school, the young person has to undergo a training for a particular vocation. Now, he or she no longer receives what has mainly come out of human nature itself, but rather what has become part and parcel of the civilization we live in, at least with regard to a chosen trade or profession. Now, the young person has to be adaptable to certain forms of specialization. In our Waldorf school, we try to prepare this stepping out into life by introducing practical crafts, such as spinning and weaving, to our 14 and 15-year-olds. To gain practical experience in such crafts is not only important for a future spinner or weaver, but for every person who wishes to be able to turn his hand to anything that a given situation may demand. However, it is important to introduce the right activities at the right time. Now, what has been cultivated in a child's etheric body, or body of formative forces, during the early school years, re-emerges in the soul sphere of a young person during his or her 20s, that is, at the time when he or she has to enter a profession. The way in which he was treated at school will be largely instrumental in his responding to outer conditions, either clumsily, reluctantly, full of inhibitions, or skillfully, and with an inner strength to overcome obstacles. During his 20s, the young person will certainly become aware of how the experiences of his school years first went underground, as it were, while he was training for a trade or profession, only to surface again in form of capacities, such as being able to handle certain situations or to fit oneself into life in the right way. A teacher who is aware of these facts will pay due attention to the critical moments in the life of the pupil between the change of teeth and puberty. During the 9th to 10th year, there occurs the important turning point of life of which I have repeatedly spoken. Toward the 12th year, another important change takes place, which I have already mentioned. The 6 to 7-year-old child, on entering school, is what I have previously called one great sense organ. At that stage, a great deal has already been absorbed by imitation. The child has also been engaged in the inner process of molding and sculpting its organs, the result of which it brings to school. And now, everything the teacher does with the young pupil until the turning point at 9+ should have a formative effect, but in such a way that the child feels stimulated to participate freely and actively in this inner shaping or forming. I have already indicated this by my strong appeal for an artistic approach during the introduction to reading, writing, and arithmetic. The artistic element is of particular importance at this age. Everyone who knows that all teaching during the early school years has to proceed from the child's will sphere, and that only gradually should it lead over toward the intellect, will pay special attention to the education of the child's will. He will know that the child must learn to drive out its will forces from its own organism, but in the right way. In order to bring this about, the child's will activities need to be tinged with an element of feeling. It is not enough for the teacher to do different things with his children. He must also develop sympathy and antipathy in accordance with what they are doing. And the musical element, quite apart from music in its own right, offers the best means for achieving it. Therefore, as soon as the child is brought to us, we ought to immerse it in the element of music, not only through singing, but also by letting it experience music making with simple instruments. In this way, the young pupil will not only nurture an aesthetic sense, but above all, though in a roundabout way, he or she will learn how to use and to control will forces in an harmonious manner. Child brings many inborn gifts to school. Inwardly, it is a natural sculptor, and we can draw on these sculptural gifts as well as on its inner hidden talents. As well as on its other hidden talents. For instance, we can let children do all kinds of things with liquid paints on paper, even if this can be inconvenient for the teacher. And in this way we can introduce them to the secrets of color. It is really fascinating to observe how a child will relate itself to color when left to cover a white surface with various patches of color. What it produces in an apparently haphazard manner is not at all meaningless. For in all the blotches and smears one can detect a certain color harmony resulting from an inborn kinship to the world of color. Only one must be careful not to let children use the kind of solid blocks of color which are sold in children's paint boxes, where they are supposed to paint directly from the blocks onto the paper. This always has a damaging effect, even in the case of painting as an art. One ought to paint with liquid colors, with colors already dissolved in water or any other suitable liquid. It is important to develop an intimate relationship with color, especially in the case of children. If one uses thick paints from a palette, one does not have the same intimate relationship to color as one does if one is using liquid colors out of paint jars. In a painting lesson, you could say to the child, quote, "What you have painted here is really beautiful. You have put red in the middle, and all the other colors around it go well with the red. Everything you have painted fits well together with the red in the middle. Now try to do it the other way round. Where you have red, paint blue, and then paint around it all the other colors, so that they also go well with the blue in the middle." Close quote. Not only will the child be tremendously stimulated by an exercise of this kind, but by working out such a transposition of colors, possibly with a certain amount of help from the teacher, it will gain a great deal in establishing an inner relationship to the world in general. However inconvenient it may be for the teacher, he or she should always encourage the young pupils to form shapes of all kinds out of any suitable material he can lay his hands on. True, one should avoid letting children get unduly dirty and messy, for this can be a real nuisance. But what children gain in these creative activities is worth far more than that they should remain clean and tidy. In short, especially during the early years, it is of great value for them to gain experience of the artistic element. Anything that has to come from the child first has to be induced in a way appropriate to its nature. And if artistic activities are introduced in the way indicated, the learning of other subjects will also become easier. Foreign languages, for example, will be learned with far greater ease if pupils have done artistic work beforehand. I have already mentioned that learning of foreign languages should begin at a very early age, if possible as soon as a child enters school. Nowadays, one often encounters rather fanatical attitudes, so that something which in itself is quite right and justifiable tends to become exaggerated to the point of a fanatical one-sidedness. And the teaching of foreign languages is no exception. The child learns its mother tongue naturally, that is, without any grammatical consciousness, and this is how it should be. And when it enters school, it should learn foreign languages in a similar way, namely without any grammatical awareness, although this time the process of learning a language will naturally be a more mature and conscious one. However, during the 10th year, at the turning point of life, mentioned already several times, the new situation calls for the introduction to the first fundamentals of grammar. These should be taught without any pedantry whatever. It is necessary to take this new step for the benefit of the child's healthy development, for at this age it has to make the transition from a predominantly feeling approach to life to one in which it has to unfold its ego consciousness. Whatever the young person is doing has now to be done more consciously than hitherto. Consequently, we must introduce a more conscious and intellectual element into the language, which meanwhile the pupil has learned to speak, write, and read. But when doing so, we must avoid pedantic grammar exercises. Instead, we should give the children stimulating practice in recognizing and applying fundamental rules. At this stage, the child really needs the logical support which a knowledge of grammar can give, so that it does not have to puzzle time and again over how to express itself correctly. We must realize that language contains two main elements which always play into each other, namely an emotional or feeling element and an intellectual thinking element. I should like to give you an illustration of this with a quotation from Goethe's Faust. Quote, "Gray dear friend, is every theory, and green the golden tree of life." Close quote. I am not expecting from you, our guests who have mainly come from the West, that you should study all the commentaries on Goethe's Faust, for there are enough of them to fill a whole library. Footnote, these repeat lectures were given to foreign visitors, most of whom had come from Western countries. End of footnote. However, if you did so, you would make a strange discovery. When coming to this sentence in Faust, most likely you would find a remark at the bottom of the page, duly equipped with yet a new number, at least a 4-figure number, because of all the many previous explanations already given. You would find there a comment about the lack of logic inherent in this sentence, despite the poetic license granted to any reputable author. So the commentator might point out, the colors of the tree in this stanza do not make sense. A golden tree does not mean an orange tree. Does this not mean an orange tree? But then it would not be green. If it were an ordinary tree, it would not be golden. Perhaps Goethe had in mind an artificial tree. At any rate, so a typical commentary would continue, a tree cannot be golden and green at the same time. Then there is this other problem of a gray theory. How can a theory be gray if it is something invisible? In this way, many commentaries point out the lack of logic in this sentence. There are, of course, also other, more artistically inclined commentators who take delight in the apparent lack of logic in this passage. But what is really at the bottom of it all? It is the fact that in this sentence, on the one side, the emotional, the feeling element in language predominates, whereas on the other, the more thoughtful, image-like aspect is stressed. When Goethe speaks of a golden tree, he implies that one would love the tree as one loves gold. The word gold here does not bear an image-like quality, but it reveals the warmth of feeling engendered by the glow of gold. Here only the feelings are portrayed. The adjective green, on the other hand, refers to an ordinary tree, such as we see it in nature. This is the logic of it. With regard to the word theory, a theory is of course invisible, yet rightly or wrongly the mere word may conjure up certain feelings in some people, which are reminiscent of those in a London fog. It is quite possible to transfer such a feeling to the concept of theory. The purely feeling element of language is again expressed in the adjective gray. The feeling and thinking quality in language intermingles everywhere. In contemporary languages, much has already been lamed, but during their earlier stages there lived everywhere an active and creative element through which the feeling and thinking qualities came into existence. As mentioned already, before the age of 9, the child has an entirely feeling relationship to language. Yet unless we also introduce the thinking element inherent in language, the child's self-consciousness cannot develop properly. And this is the reason why it is so important for us to bring to the child the intellectual aspect of language. This can be done by a judicious teaching of grammatical rules, first of all in the mother tongue, and subsequently also in foreign languages, whereby the rules should be introduced only after the child has already begun to speak the language. And so, in accordance with the indications given, the teacher should arouse the feeling in the pupil aged 9 to 10 that he or she is now beginning to penetrate the language more consciously. This is how a proper grammatical sense could be cultivated in the child. By the time the pupil reaches the age of 12, he should have developed a feeling for the beauty of language, that is, an aesthetic sense of the language. This should stimulate him to aim at what one might call beauty in speaking, without, however, his ever falling into any mannerisms. From then on, until the time of puberty, the pupil should learn to appreciate the dialectical aspect of language. He should develop the faculty of convincing another person through his command of language. This third element of language should be introduced only when the pupil is approaching school-leaving age. Footnote, in 1922, the official school-leaving age was 14. End of footnote. Briefly summarizing the aims of language teaching, one could say first the child should develop step by step a feeling for the correct use of language, then a sense of beauty of language, and finally he should learn to experience the power inherent in linguistic command. It is far more important for the teacher to find his way into such an approach to language teaching than for him merely to follow a fixed curriculum. In this way he will soon find out how to introduce and deal with what is needed for the various ages. After a predominantly artistic approach, in which the pupil up to 9+ is involved very actively, the teacher should begin to dwell more on the descriptive element in language, without, however, neglecting the creative aspect. This is certainly possible if one chooses the kind of syllabus which I have tried to characterize during these past 2 days, where the introduction of nature study leads to geography, and where the animals are seen within the context of man. The most effective way of including the descriptive element would be if the teacher appealed mainly to the child's soul sphere, rather than claiming its entire being. This should be done by his clothing the lesson content in a story form, told in a vivid and imaginative style. In like manner, at this stage of life, the teacher should present historical content by giving lively accounts of human events, which in themselves form a whole, as already indicated. Having gone through the stage of spontaneous activity, which was followed by an appreciation of the descriptive element, the pupil, approaching the 12th year, is ready for what could be called the explanatory approach. Now, cause and effect enter general considerations, and content can be given, which will stretch the powers of reasoning. Throughout these stages, the mathematical aspects in all their manifold forms need to be presented, naturally in a way appropriate to the pupil's age. The mathematical element, such as it is taught in arithmetic and geometry, is liable to cause quite special difficulties to a teacher. Before the 9th year, this work is introduced in its simpler forms, to be subsequently expanded. For the child is well able to take in a great deal if one knows how to proceed in the right way. Now, it is a fact that all mathematical content which is taught throughout the entire time spent at school must also be presented in a thoroughly artistic and imaginative way. By all kinds of means, the teacher must contrive to introduce the arithmetical and geometrical content artistically, and here too, between the 9th and 10th year, he has to go over to a descriptive method. The pupil has to be taught how to observe angles, triangles, quadrilaterals, and so on, through a descriptive method. Proofs should not enter the work before the 12th year. A boring math teacher will achieve extremely little, if anything at all, whereas a teacher inspired by this subject will succeed in making it into a stimulating and exhilarating experience for his pupils. For after all, it is by grace of mathematics that fundamentally we are able to experience the harmonies of ideal space. If a teacher can wax enthusiastic over the theorem of Pythagoras, or over the inner harmonies between planes and solid bodies, he will bring something into these lessons which is of immense importance for the child, also with regard to its soul development. Through his contributions he will counteract the element of confusion with which life presents us everywhere. You see, language could not exist without the constant intermingling of the element of thought and feeling. Once again, I have made a very radical statement. But if you were to examine the various languages, you would discover everywhere how feeling and thinking are constantly interwoven. This in itself, as well as many other factors, could easily introduce a certain chaos into our lives, were it not for the inner firmness which mathematics especially can bestow upon us. Anyone able to look more deeply into life will know that many people have been saved from falling victim to neurasthenia, hysteria, and even worse afflictions, simply because they learned how to observe triangles, quadrilaterals, tetrahedra, and other geometrical realities in the right way. Perhaps I may be allowed here a more personal note, because it may help to clarify the point I am making. I have a special love for mechanics, not only because of its objective value, but very much for personal reasons. And I owe this love of mechanics to the enthusiasm for this subject displayed by one of my teachers in the Vienna High School, for such things live on into later life. This teacher glowed with excitement when searching for the resultants from given components. It was so interesting to witness the joy with which he was looking for the resultants, and with which he would take them apart again in order to fit them back into their components. While doing this, he almost jumped and danced from one end of the blackboard to the other, until, full of glee, he would finally call out the formula he had found, such as c squared equals a squared plus b squared. Captivated by his findings, which he had written on the board, he would look around at his audience with a benign smile, which in itself was enough to kindle enthusiasm for analytical mechanics, a subject which usually hardly evokes such feelings in people. It is really important that mathematics, which is taught in its various forms and aspects right through the school, should pour out, as it were, its own special substance over all the pupils. And so we can speak of the two poles in human development, the rhythmic artistic pole and the mathematical conceptual one. And if, in the way indicated, the young soul is worked upon from within in an outward direction, the pupil will gradually grow into the world in the right way. At the approach of the school-leaving age, the teacher will feel an inner need once more to survey the most significant moments in the development of his or her pupils during the last 2 years, this time in retrospect. The pupils entered school in Class 1 at the age of 6 or 7. A few years later they were sent out into the world again, and as I indicated at the beginning of today's lecture, it is the teacher's aim to enable them to adapt themselves to the life of the world. When we receive the young pupil in Class 1, he is like one great sense organ. Within he bears a kind of copy or a stamp of his parents, of other people in his surroundings, and of his entire social background. It is our task to transmute these adopted and specialized features into more general human features. This we can do by appealing, above all, to the child's middle system of breathing and blood circulation, which is not so much bound up with the more personal sides of the human being. Yet, apart from these adopted features, which the child unconsciously has copied from its environment, it also bears its very own individual characteristics when it enters school. These are less pronounced than similar characteristics found also in adults, features which we associate with the melancholic, sanguine, phlegmatic, or choleric temperaments. Nevertheless, the child's nature, too, is definitely colored by what could be called its temperamental disposition, so that we can speak of children with melancholic, phlegmatic, sanguine, and choleric tendencies. It is essential for teachers to acquire a fine perception for the manifold symptoms and characteristics resulting from the children's temperamental dispositions, and to find the right way of dealing with them. The melancholic child is the one to depend most strongly on the conditions of its physical body. Due to its special constitution, it tends to feel weighed down by its bodily nature. It easily becomes self-centered and generally little interested in what is going on around it. Yet it would be wrong to think of the melancholic child simply as being inattentive, for it is so only with regard to its surroundings and to what comes from the teacher. It is very attentive to its own inner conditions, and this is the reason why a melancholic child tends to be so moody. Please note that what I am saying about the temperaments applies only to children whose symptoms cannot be automatically transferred to grown-ups of the same temperament. The relationship of the phlegmatic child to its environment is one of complete, though entirely subconscious, surrender to the world at large. And as the world is vast and so full of things to which it has surrendered itself, it shows only little interest for what is near at hand. Parenthesis again, my remarks about this temperament refer only to the child. Otherwise, they might be looked upon as being a complement to the phlegmatic adult, and this they certainly are not meant to be. Close parenthesis. Making rather a sweeping statement, one could say, if a child with phlegmatic tendencies did not happen to live on earth, if it were living out there in the heavenly world, in the cosmos, it would be full of the deepest interest in its surroundings. For the phlegmatic child really feels at home in the periphery of the world. It is open for what is immense and for what does not make an immediate impact because of its vastness and remoteness. To a certain extent, the sanguine child displays opposite characteristics to those of the melancholic or phlegmatic child. The young melancholic is immersed in his bodily nature. The phlegmatic child feels drawn outward to the spheres of infinity because it is so strongly linked to its etheric body, or body of formative forces. The etheric body is always inclined to strive outward toward an infinite totality. It disperses itself into the cosmos already a few days after death. The sanguine child lives in what we call the astral body, or the soul body. This member of the human being is different from the physical or etheric bodies, inasmuch as it does not concern itself with what is of a temporal or spatial nature. It exists beyond the realm of time and space. It is due to the astral body that during every moment of our lives we have an awareness of our entire life up to the present moment, even though our memories of earlier experiences are generally weaker than those of more recent ones. The astral body is mainly instrumental in directing our dreams. These, as you know, bear little relationship to the correct sequence of time. We may dream about something that happened only yesterday, yet mixed up in the dream people may appear whom we met already in early childhood. The astral body mixes up all our life experiences. It has no regard for the element of time and space, but in its chaotic ways it has its own dimension, which is totally different from what is temporal and spatial. The sanguine child surrenders itself to its astral body, and this becomes evident in its entire pattern of behavior. It responds to outer impressions as if what lies beyond time and space were directly transmitted to us through the outer world itself. It quickly responds to impressions without digesting them inwardly, because it does not care for the time element. It simply surrenders itself to its astral body. It makes no efforts to retain outer impressions. Or again, it does not like to live in memories of earlier happenings. Because it pays so little heed to the element of time, the sanguine child lives in and for the present moment. It brings to outer expression what in reality is the task of the astral body in the higher worlds, and this gives the sanguine child a certain superficiality. The choleric child is most directly linked to its ego center. Its very build shows a strong will nature, which, permeated by the forces of its ego, is apt to enter life aggressively. It is really important for the teacher to cultivate a fine perception for the characteristic features of the various temperaments in the growing children. In a twofold way, he must try to deal with them. First, by introducing a certain social element in the classroom, which is based on the various temperaments. When he has got an idea of his pupils as a whole, he should place them in groups according to similarity of temperaments. There are, of course, children of mixed temperaments, and this too has to be considered. But in general, it has a salutary effect if children of the same temperament are seated together, for the simple reason that then the temperaments rub up against each other. The melancholic child, for example, will have a neighbor who is also a melancholic. It will become aware of how this neighbor is suffering from all kinds of discomforts arising out of the physical constitution. The melancholic pupil will recognize similar symptoms in himself, and the mere looks of his neighbor will have a healing effect upon his own nature. If phlegmatic children sit next to other phlegmatics, they will become so bored with them that in the end their own phlegma becomes stirred up to the extent that they will try to shake off their own lethargy. The sanguine child, when seated among other sanguines, will see how they flutter from one impression to the next, being momentarily interested now in one thing and then in another, until it feels like brushing them away like flies. Experiencing its own traits in its neighbors, the sanguine child becomes aware of the superficiality of its own sanguine temperament. If the cholerics are seated together, there will be such a constant exchange of blows that the resulting bruises which they give each other will have an extraordinarily healing effect upon their temperament. You must observe these things, and then you will find that by introducing, through your choice of seating, a social element in the classroom, the result will have a wholesome and balancing effect upon each child. In this way, the teacher's relationship to each of the temperaments can also find its rightful expression. The second point to be borne in mind is that it would be not at all helpful to treat a melancholic child, or that of any other temperament for that matter, by going against its inherent disposition. On the contrary, one should develop the habit of treating like with like. If, for instance, one were to force a choleric child to sit still and to be quiet, the result would be an accumulation of suppressed choler which would act like a poison in its system. It simply would not work. On the other hand, if, for example, the teacher shows continued interest and understanding for the doleful moods of a melancholic child, his attitude will finally bring about a beneficial and healing effect. When dealing with a phlegmatic child, outwardly one should appear also rather phlegmatic and somewhat indifferent, despite one's real inner interest in the pupil. The sanguine child should be subjected to many quickly changing sense impressions. In this way, one would increase the tendencies of its own temperament, with the result that the child will try to catch up with the many fleeting impressions. It will develop a stronger intensity. The sheer number of sense impressions will bring about an inner effort of self-intensification in the child. It is by treating like with like that one can really come to grips with the different temperaments. As for the choleric children, if conditions at school would allow it, I should like it best to send them out into the garden during the afternoons and let them run about until they were exhausted. I should let them climb up and down the trees. When one of them had reached a treetop, I should let him shout across to his playmate sitting on top of another tree. I should let them shout at each other until they were tired out. If one allows a choleric child to free itself in a natural way from pent-up choler, one exercises a most healing influence upon its temperament. In getting to know the nature of the different temperaments, one can learn to work effectively as a teacher. However, there is one thing which is essential. It really is no good at all if a teacher enters his classroom with a morose demeanor, which already at a comparatively early age in his life has engraved deep wrinkles on his face. He must know how to act with a great sense of humor in the classroom. He must be able to enter into everything that comes toward him from the class. He must be able to let his own being flow into that of his children. The end of Lecture 12. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul Economy and Waldorf Education, Collected Works Volume 303, and translated by Roland Everett. This is Lecture 13 of 16 lectures, given in Dornach on the 4th of January, 1922. When pupils reach the official school-leaving age of 14, they have already entered puberty. Teachers need to bear this in mind with great intensity, well before it actually manifests itself. We only have to look with open eyes at what is happening in the growing human being, both before and during the time of sexual maturity, in order to appreciate the importance of being prepared to meet this challenge. We have already seen during the course of our studies that up to the change of teeth the child is an imitator, and that while there exists as yet no clear differentiation, between organic functioning and the activities of soul forces, the child is inwardly given over to those soul and spiritual forces which are streaming downward from the head, forces which still work organically, permeating its entire organism. The way in which these soul-spiritual forces work together with the bodily forces is the most characteristic feature of this particular stage. In order to give you a clear description of what is happening in a young child at this time of life, I find it necessary, once again, to make use of insights gained through clairvoyant consciousness. I do so not because I believe it necessary to formulate ideas in some particular way, but simply because this may best help us to reach an understanding on the basis of all that has been presented so far. When a young child sleeps, its soul and spiritual members leave the physical sheaths, just as happens in a grown-up person, and they re-enter the body during the moment of waking. But in the case of the child, there is as yet no great difference between the conscious experiences in the waking state and the unconscious experiences during sleep. Under normal conditions, that is, if no reminiscences of what happened during the day enter the child's world of sleep, and this hardly happens in childhood, the child's life of sleep moves about in spheres lying far beyond the earthly realm. It is from these higher worlds that the active forces are drawn, which during the waking state work from the brain downward into the child's entire organism. During the second dentition, certain soul and spiritual forces in the child are released from working entirely in the organic sphere. They begin to assume an independent soul and spiritual character. Between the change of teeth and puberty, the child develops a freer thinking, feeling, and willing than was the case previously. No longer is it only an imitator, but through its natural feeling for authority, it develops the degree of consciousness necessary for it to make contact with the world. This faith in the authority of a grown-up is essential, for the outer conditions of life are not sufficient in themselves to ensure the child's necessary contact with the world. The way in which one adult confronts another, whether by verbal or by other means of communication, is very different from the way in which a child meets an adult. The child simply needs the additional support which a sense of authority can give. As a consequence, more and more experiences from the child's waking state will enter its soul and spiritual life also during sleep. And to the same extent to which earthly experiences enter its sleeping state, replacing those of the spiritual world, is the possibility given to us teachers to reach the child between the change of teeth and puberty through our educational endeavors. With the onset of puberty, an entirely new situation arises, with the effect that fundamentally the emerging adolescent is a totally different being from what he was before sexual maturity. In order to characterize the situation, it may be useful to refer to what was spoken of at the end of yesterday's lecture. Up to the change of teeth, it is normal for a child to live entirely within the physical body. However, if this state is extended beyond its normal time, and in later life such a situation would no longer represent normal conditions, the consequences will be a markedly melancholic temperament. During childhood, it is natural to have the kind of relationship between the soul-spiritual and physical organization which is characteristic of an adult melancholic. We must always bear in mind that what is right and good for one stage of life becomes abnormal for another. During the second dentition, certain soul and spiritual forces are freed from their previous organic activities, and they flow into what I have called the body of formative forces, or the ether body. This member of the human being is entirely linked to the external world, and it is right for the child to live in it during the time between the change of teeth and puberty. If already before the change of teeth there was an excess of these etheric forces, that is, if the child has lived too much in its etheric sheath before the second dentition, the outcome is a markedly phlegmatic temperament. However, it is quite possible for a child to have a normal and balanced relationship with the etheric body, and this is absolutely essential between the 7th and the 14th year, that is, between the change of teeth and puberty. Again, if this condition is carried over too far into later life, a decidedly phlegmatic temperament will develop in the grown-up. The next member of the human being, which under normal circumstances gains its independent existence in puberty, and which yesterday I called the astral body, the member of the human being which lives beyond space and time, is a real birthplace of the sanguine temperament. And if during the time between the change of teeth and puberty a child draws too much upon what should come into its own only when sexual maturity is reached, the sanguine temperament comes into being. Only with the arrival of puberty does the growing human being become inwardly mature for sanguinity. Thus everything in life has its right or normal period of time. The various abnormalities come about if that which is normal for one particular time of life is pushed into another period of life. If you can survey life from this viewpoint, you learn to understand the human being in depth. And now, what is actually happening during the time of sexual maturity? Our considerations of the last few days have already shed some light on it. We have seen how after the change of teeth, the child is still working inwardly with those forces which to a certain degree have become emancipated soul and spiritual forces. During the subsequent stages, the child incarnates via the system of breathing and blood circulation to where, in the tendons, the muscles grow onto the bones. It incarnates from within outward toward the human periphery. And at the time of sexual maturity, the young adolescent breaks through into the external world. Only then does she or he fully stand in the world. This dramatic development makes it imperative for the teacher to approach the adolescent, who has passed through sexual maturity, quite differently from the way in which he had dealt with him or her prior to this event. For, fundamentally, the previous processes involving the emancipated soul and spiritual forces before puberty had as yet nothing to do with sex in its own realm. True, boys or girls show a definite predisposition toward their sexes, but this cannot be considered as actual sexuality. Sexuality only develops after the breakthrough into the external world, when a new relationship with the outer world has been established. But then, at this particular time, something is happening within the realm of the adolescent's soul and bodily nature, which is not unlike what happened previously during the second dentition. During the change of teeth, forces were liberated to become actively engaged in the child's thinking, feeling, and willing. Forces which were directed more toward the memory. The powers of memory were then released. Now, at puberty, something else becomes available for free activity in the soul realm. These are powers which previously had entered the rhythms of breathing and which subsequently were striving to introduce rhythmical qualities also into the muscular and even into the bony system. This rhythmical element now becomes transmuted into the adolescent's receptiveness for all that belongs to the realm of creative ideas, for all that belongs to fantasy. Fundamentally speaking, genuine powers of fantasy find their birth only during puberty. for they can come into their own only after the astral body has been born. It is this same astral body which exists beyond time and space, and which links together past, present, and future, according to its own principles, as we can experience it in our dreams. What is it that the adolescent brings with him when he breaks through, in quotes, into the external world via his bony system? It is what originally he had brought down with him from pre-earthly existence, and what gradually had become interwoven with his whole inner being. And now, with the onset of sexual maturity, the adolescent is being cast out of the spiritual world, as it were. Without exaggerating, one can really put it that strongly, for it represents the actual truth. With the coming of puberty, the young human being is cast out from the living world of the spirit and thrown into the external world, which he or she can perceive only by means of the physical and etheric body. And though the adolescent is not at all aware of what is going on inside him, subconsciously this plays an all the more intensive part. Subconsciously or semi-consciously, it makes the adolescent compare the world he has now entered with the world which he formerly had within himself. Previously, he had not experienced the spiritual world consciously, but nevertheless he had found it possible to live in harmony with it. His inner being felt attuned to it, and ready to cooperate freely with the soul and spiritual realm. But now, in these changed conditions, the external world no longer offers such possibilities to him. It presents all kinds of hindrances, which in themselves create the wish to overcome them. This in turn gives rise to the tumultuous relationship between the adolescent and the surrounding world, lasting from the 14th or 15th year till the beginning of the 20s. This inner upheaval is bound to come, and it is well for the teacher to be aware of it already during the previous years. There may be people of an unduly sensitive nature who believe that it would be better to save teenagers from such inner turmoil, only to find that they have made themselves their greatest enemy. It would be quite wrong to try to spare them this tempestuous time of life. It is far better to plan ahead in one's educational aims, so that what has been done with the pre-puberty child can now come to the help and support of the adolescent's soul and spiritual struggles. The teacher must be clear that with the arrival of puberty an altogether different being emerges, born out of a new relationship with the world. It is no good appealing to the pupil's previous sense of authority, for now he demands to know reasons for whatever he is expected to do. The teacher must get into the habit of approaching the young man or woman rationally. For example, if the adolescent who has been led by the spiritual world into this earthly world becomes rebellious, because this new world is so different from what he had expected, the adult must try to show him, and this without any pedantry, that everything he meets in the world has had a prehistory. He must get the adolescent to see that present conditions are the consequences of what had gone on before. One must act the part of the expert, who really understands why things have come to be as they are. From now on, one will accomplish nothing by way of authority. Now one has to be able to convince the adolescent through the sheer weight of one's indisputable knowledge and expertise, and by giving him waterproof reasons for everything one does or expects of him. If at this stage the pupil cannot see sound reasons in all the content given to him, if conditions in the world appear to make no sense to him, he will begin to doubt the rightness of his previous life. He will feel himself in opposition with what he had experienced during those years, which apparently only led him into these present unacceptable outer conditions. And if during his inner turmoil he cannot find contact with people who are able to reassure him at least to a certain extent, that there are good reasons for what is happening in the world, then the inner stress may become intolerable to the extent that the adolescent breaks down altogether. For this newly emerged astral body is not of this world. The young person has been cast out of the astral world, and he is willing to place himself into this earthly world only if he feels convinced of its rightful existence. You will completely misunderstand what I have been describing if you think that the adolescent is at all aware of what is thus going on within him. During his ordinary day consciousness, it rises up from the unconscious in dim feelings. It is surging up through blunted will impulses. It lives itself out in the disappointment of apparently unattainable ideals, in frustrated desires, and perhaps also in a certain inner dullness toward what presents itself out there in the unreasonable happenings of the world. If during this stage education is to be effective at all, and this indeed must be the case for any youngster willing to learn, then the teaching content must be transmitted in the appropriate form. It must also be a preparation for the years to come, up to the early 20s or even later in life. Having suffered the wounds inflicted by life and having paid back in his own coinage, the young person of 15 to 21 or 22 eventually will have to find his way back again into the world from which he had been cast out during puberty. The duration of this period varies, especially so during our chaotic times, which tend to prolong it even further into adult life. Close parenthesis. The young person must feel accepted again. He must be able to make a new contact with the spiritual world, for without it, life is not possible. However, should he feel any coercion coming from those in authority, this new link will lose all meaning and value for life. If we are aware of these difficulties already, well before the arrival of puberty, we will make good use of the child's inborn longing for authority, in order to bring it to the stage when there is no longer any need for an authoritarian approach. And this stage should coincide with the coming of sexual maturity. But by then, the educator must always be ready and able to give convincing reasons for everything he wishes his pupil to do. Seen from a wider spiritual perspective, we can thus observe the grandiose metamorphosis which is taking place in the human being during the period of sexual maturity. It is of the greatest importance to realize that the whole question of sex becomes a reality only during puberty, when the adolescent enters the external world in the way I have described it. Naturally, since everything in life is relative, this too has to be taken as a relative truth. Nevertheless, one has to recognize that up to the stage of sexual maturity, the child lives more as a general human being, and that an experience of the world, differentiated according to whether one lives as a man or woman, only begins with the onset of puberty. This realization, which in our generally intellectual and naturalistic civilization cannot be taken for granted, will allow people who, without prejudice, are striving for a knowledge of man, a real insight into the relationship between the sexes. It also helps them to understand the problem regarding the position of women in society, not only during our present times, but also in the future. Only if one can appreciate the tremendous metamorphosis which is taking place in the male organism during voice mutation, to mention just one example, will one be able to understand fully the statement that up to the age of sexual maturity, the child retains a more general human character, as yet undivided into sexes. Other similar processes occur also in the female organism, only in a different area. The human voice, with its ability to moderate and to form sounds and tones, is a manifestation of man's general human nature. It is born out of the soul and spiritual substance which is working upon the child up to puberty. Changes of pitch and register, on the other hand, occurring during mutation, are the result of external influences. They are forced upon the adolescent from outside, as it were. They are the means by which he places himself into the outer world with his innermost being. It is not only a case of the soft parts in the larynx relating themselves more strongly to the bones, but a slight ossification of the larynx itself takes place, which fundamentally amounts to a withdrawal of the larynx from the purely human inner nature into a more earthly existence. This stepping out into the world should really be seen in a much wider context than is usually the case. Usually in people's minds, the capacity to love, which awakens at this time, is directly linked to sexual attraction, but this is by no means the whole story. The power to love, born during sexual maturity, embraces everything within the adolescent's entire compass. Love between the sexes is but one specific and limited aspect of love in the world. Only by seeing human love in this light can one understand it correctly, and then one also understands its task in the world. We may well ask, what is really happening in a human being during the process of sexual maturity? Prior to this stage, as a child, his relationship to the world was one where he first imitated the surroundings, and when, subsequently, he stood under the power of authority. Outer influences were working upon him, for at that time his inner being mainly represented what he had brought down with him from pre-earthly life. Humanity as a whole had to work upon him from without, first through the principle of imitation, and then through authority. But now, at puberty, having found his own way into humanity, and no longer depending on its outer support to the same extent that a pre-puberty child does, there rises up in him a new feeling, and entirely new appraisal of mankind as a whole. It is this new experience of humankind which represents the spiritual counterpart to the physical faculty of reproduction. Physically, he becomes able to procreate. Spiritually, he becomes capable of experiencing mankind as a totality. During this new stage, the polarity between man and woman becomes very marked. Only through a real understanding of the other sex by means of social intercourse, also in the realm of soul and spirit, is it possible for the human potential to come to some kind of realization on earth. Both man and woman fully represent humankind, but each in a differentiated way. The woman sees in humanity a gift of the metaphysical worlds. Fundamentally, she sees humanity as the result of a divine outpouring. Unconsciously and in the depths of her soul, she bears a picture of mankind, which acts as her standard of values, and she evaluates and assesses mankind according to this standard. If these remarks are not generally accepted today, it is due to the fact that our present civilization shows all the signs of a male-dominated society. For a long period of time, the most powerful influences in our civilization have displayed a decidedly masculine character. An example of this, however grotesque it may sound, can be found in Freemasonry. It is symbolic of our times that men, if they wish to keep certain matters to themselves, separate themselves off into lodges of Freemasonry. There are also lodges in which both men and women congregate, but in these Freemasonry has already become blunted. They no longer bear its original stamp. The constitution of Freemasonry is of course a specific example, but it is nevertheless indicative of the male-dominated character of our society. Women, too, have absorbed a great deal of the masculine element in our civilization, and because of this, they are actually preventing the specifically feminine element from coming into its own. This is the reason why one so often gains the impression that with regard to inner substance and outer form, there is hardly any difference between the ideals and programs of the various women's movements and those of men, even to the very tone of speeches in which they are delivered. Obviously, these movements are different from each other, in as far as on the one side demands are made to safeguard women's interests, while on the other they are made on behalf of men. But with regard to inner substance, they are scarcely distinguishable from each other. Man, in his innermost being, experiences humanity as something of an enigma. To him it appears as something unfathomable, which poses endless questions, the solutions of which seem to lie beyond his powers. This typically masculine characteristic expresses itself in all the mysterious ceremonial with its dry and manly atmosphere which belongs to Freemasonry. This same male tendency has permeated our culture to such an extent that on the one hand the women are suffering under it, and on the other they are wanting to emulate it, wishing to make it part of their lives too. If you take a good look at modern medicine, with all its materialistic features, if you see how it fails to comprehend human nature, especially with regard to its physical aspect, so that it depends on experimentation, if you observe modern medicine, you will find there the product of a distinctly masculine attitude, however strange this may sound to you. In fact, one could hardly find a better illustration of male thinking than in what modern medicine so blatantly reveals to us. If one expounds the truth today, people tend to think that one does so merely for the sake of putting paradoxical statements into the world. Yet the reality is often paradoxical. Therefore, if one wishes to speak the truth, one has to put up with appearing paradoxical, however inconvenient this may be. While womankind lives more in the image it creates of humanity, man's experiences of humanity are more of a wishful and enigmatic kind. In order to understand this situation, one needs to become clear about one other symptom of our times, which is of particular significance for the art of teaching. When people speak about love today, they do not generally differentiate between the various kinds of love. Of course, one can generalize the concept of love, just as one can speak about condiments in a general way. But if someone puts abstract speculations about certain matters into the world, and then holds forth about them, it always strikes me as if he were talking about salt, sugar, or pepper, merely in terms of condiments. He only needs to apply such abstractions to practical life by putting salt into his coffee instead of sugar, because after all both are condiments, to realize his foolishness. Anyone who indulges in general speculations, instead of entering the concrete realities of life, commits the same folly. A woman's love is very different from that of a man. Her love originates in the imaginative realm, and it is constantly engaged in making pictures. A woman does not love a man just as he is, standing there before her in ordinary humdrum life. Forgive me for saying this, but after all, men are not exactly of the kind a healthy imagination could fall in love with. But she weaves into her love the ideal she has received as heaven's gift. Man's love, on the other hand, is tinged with desire. It is of a wishful nature. This differentiation needs to be made, no matter whether it shows itself more in an idealistic or a realistic sense. Ideal love may inspire longings of an ideal nature. The instinctive and sensuous kind may be a mere product of fancy. But this fundamental difference between love as it lives in a man or a woman is a reality. A woman's love is steeped in imagination. In man's love there is an element of desire. It is just because of this complementary character that the two kinds of love can become harmonized in life. An educator should bear this in mind when confronted with pupils who have already passed through the stage of sexual maturity. He should realize that by that time it is no longer possible to bring to them certain things which belong to the pre-adolescent stage, and that the opportunity for doing so has been missed. Therefore, in order to prevent a one-sided attitude in later life, one must endeavor to give to pre-puberty children enough of the right content to last them through the coming stages. In our times, when, fortunately, coeducation in both primary and secondary education is accepted more and more readily, so that boys and girls work side by side in order to learn how to cooperate as men and women in social life later on, it is of special importance to pay heed to what has just been said. Through it, a contemporary phenomenon, such as the woman's movement, will be placed upon a really sound and healthy basis. If we now expand these considerations by taking a world-wide viewpoint, we are led to the fundamental differences which exist between East and West, between Asia on the one side and Europe and America on the other. This difference between East and West is far greater than any other differences we may find when comparing, let us say, Europe with America. Throughout Asia, there still exist traces of ancient and wisdom-filled civilizations. Outwardly, they show all the signs of decadence. Outwardly, they may have become completely decadent, but nevertheless, this wisdom lives on like a memory. It is revered as a sacred memory to such an extent that, fundamentally speaking, an Asian cannot really understand a European, and vice versa. Anyone who is under illusions about this fact will delude themselves about the greatest historical world secret of our present times. It is a secret of special significance, not only for our present times, but very much so for the future. Despite its manifold complexities, life in the West bears a more uniform character than life in the East. The Western people's main concern is life in this earthly civilization, a civilization which draws its ideas, above all, from what happens between birth and death. The people of the East, at least as far as their inner religious lives are concerned, do not limit their outlook to their earthly time between birth and death, to life in the outer mechanical civilization. The man of the West, however, does live for this earthly time, also as far as his religious feelings are concerned. The man from the East asks himself searching questions, such as, "Wherefore was I born into this world? Why did I enter this sense-perceptible world at all?" The Westerner takes life in the physical world more or less for granted, even if he should end it by committing suicide. He takes earthly life for granted, and only because it would be a source of dissatisfaction and disappointment to him if this earthly existence were to be entirely wiped out through death, has he developed an inner receptivity for a belief in life after death. There is a fundamental difference between these two outlooks, but, again, we shall not get to the bottom of it merely by characterizing it abstractly, instead of entering life in its fullness. The further we move from the East toward the West, the more do we find that the Western woman, despite all her outward consciousness, cherishes a longing for the spirituality of the East. The man of the West, however, presents a totally different picture. He, too, has his secret longings, but not for something vague and misty. His longings spring from what he is inwardly experiencing. From cradle to grave he is enmeshed in the activities and pressures of his civilization, but something in him longs to get away from it all. This mood of soul we can perceive in all civilized countries around us, from the river Vistula in Eastern Europe, through Germany, France, Britain, right across the American continent, even to the shores of the Pacific Ocean. in all these lands do we find this common attribute. The educator who has to deal with adolescents experiences it too, perhaps to his despair and without realizing the underlying causes. Only a teacher wearing blinkers could possibly overlook it. During our previous meetings, I already mentioned that really one ought to throw away all school textbooks, because only the direct and personal relationship of teacher to pupil should work upon the child. But when it comes to teaching adolescents, all available textbooks, and for that matter almost our entire outer civilization, become one great source of pain. I know that there are many people who are unaware of this, because they do not enter real life with sufficiently open eyes. But here, again, in this outer civilization, we find a marked and one-sidedly masculine character. Any book on history, on the history of civilization or anthropology, will confirm this trend. As representative of Western civilization, man longs to escape from the physical world in which he is caught up, but he lacks the courage to do so. He cannot find the bridge from the sense-perceptible world to the spiritual world. And so we find everywhere in our civilization a yearning to get away from it all, and yet at the same time an inability to act accordingly. It is hard enough to achieve the right outer conditions for teaching children of pre-puberty age. But anyone who has to teach adolescents could almost feel helpless, because the means available for meeting their needs are so totally inadequate. This fact alone should kindle a real longing in their teachers for deeper insight into the human being. This longing may, of course, be there already in teachers of younger children, but it is a prerequisite for anyone of sound pedagogical sense who is teaching adolescents. A woman's nostalgia for the ways of the East and a man's wish to free himself from the bondage of Western life represent a fundamental feature of our times. This differentiation between the sexes is less apparent in pre-adolescent children, who still bear more general human features. Yet as soon as we are confronted by adolescence, we meet the resulting difficulties quite concretely. Let us assume, for example, that a teacher of German literature wanted to recommend a book about Goethe, as seen from a German point of view, to an adolescent pupil. He really would find himself in a quandary, for there simply are no suitable books on the market. If he chose one of the available ones, his scholar would not gain the right picture of Goethe. If he chose a biography of Goethe written by, let us say, Luz, a German scholar, would learn to know the more outward features of Goethe better than from any of the German books on the subject. But again, he would not become acquainted with the specifically German characteristics of Goethe. This is the general situation today, for we simply do not have an adequate literature for teaching adolescents. To remedy this situation, everything will depend on the women taking their proper place in our cultural life. They should be allowed to contribute their specifically feminine qualities, but at the same time they must be careful not to introduce anything they have adopted from our male-oriented civilization. During the 90s of the last century, I once had a conversation with a German suffragette. She expressed her views in radical terms, but I could not help feeling that instead of enriching society with what only womanhood can give, she was trying to force her way into our one-sided masculine culture by employing similar masculine tactics. What is meant here must not be taken in a Philistine or prejudiced way. I felt that I had to tell this free and uncompromising lady, quote, "Your movement does not yet offer what the world really needs. The world does not need ladies who wear the trousers. Forgive me, I believe that such a remark is unforgivably rude in England, but that both masculine and feminine qualities make their specific contributions toward the general enhancement of our society." Close quote. Whenever we as teachers approach the growing human being, we must be aware of the striking contrast between pre-puberty and post-puberty years. Let us take a concrete example. There is Milton's title, Paradise Lost. It would be good to use it in our lessons. The question is, when? Those of you who have thought over what has been said so far, and who have understood my remarks about the right time of introducing the narrative and descriptive element, will find that this work by Milton, as all epic poetry in general, would become suitable material after the 10th year. Also Homer will be appreciated best if taught between the 10th and the 14th year. On the other hand, it would be premature to use Shakespeare as study material already at this stage, for in order to be ready for dramatic poetry, the pupil must at least have entered puberty. To absorb the dramatic element at an earlier age would mean that the pupils concerned would have to drive something out of themselves prematurely, something which later on they would definitely miss. What I tried to indicate just now can be experienced vividly. If one has to give, for example, history lessons to boys and girls after their entry into puberty, both masculine and feminine forces were at work during the actual historical happenings, though in a different form from that of today. Yet all historical accounts available for teaching adolescents bear a decidedly masculine quality, as if they had been compiled by Epimetheus. Girls who have reached sexual maturity show little inclination toward such an approach. Boys might find it somewhat boring, but in their case it is not impossible to use this Epimethean way, which is one of judging, of holding on to what can be ascertained and established. But there is also a Promethean way of looking at history, which does not only record the events that actually occurred, but which shows their metamorphosis into ideas current at the present time. This latter approach to history shows how impulses which led the past have become current ideas of the present, and how impulses in turn continue to lead present times further. This Promethean way of looking at history appeals especially strongly to the feminine element. However, it would be very one-sided to teach history in the Promethean style in a girls' school and in an Epimethean style in a boys' school. The minds of the young men would simply flow back into past times to become even more rigid than they are already. If only the Promethean way of teaching history were to be applied in a girls' school, the pupils would feel tempted to fly off into futuristic speculations. Everywhere they would feel attracted to those impulses for which they happened to have a natural liking. We will achieve a more balanced social life only if we add to the Epimethean way, which up till now is practically the only one available, also an historical outlook bearing the prophetic marks of Prometheus. Then, if both attitudes are alive in our lessons, we shall at last achieve the right approach to history for pupils who have reached the age of sexual maturity. The end of Lecture 13. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul, Economy, and Waldorf Education, Collected Works, Volume 303, translated by Roland Everett. This is Lecture 14 of 16 lectures and a question and answer period after that. Lecture 14, given in Dornach on the 5th of January, 1922. The description of the human organization, with its different bodies or members, which I have given to you, helps to gain knowledge of the entire human being. It is a picture which can be presented from many different viewpoints, and it is just these manifold aspects which enable us to fathom further what lies behind the constitution of man. I have spoken to you about man's astral body as being that member of the human being which, using both spatial and time relationships in its own sovereign way, breaks all bounds of space and time, as it were. I have tried to show you how we can experience something of this quality in our dreams, which emanate to a large extent from the astral body, and which weave together incidents of our lives, separated in time, into one continuous dream picture. One can characterize the astral body from many different aspects, and one of them is based on what happens in the human being during the development of sexual maturity. If one observes the relevant phenomena and their underlying forces, one will arrive at a picture of the astral body, because puberty is the time of its birth, the time when it can be freely used by the human being. St. Augustine, the medieval writer, tried to approach the human astral body in yet another way. Here I wish to point out that in his writings one finds a description of man's invisible members, which is still in agreement with the one given in Anthroposophy. His findings, however, were the outcome of an instinctive clairvoyance, once the common heritage of all mankind, and not the result of a conscious investigation into the spiritual realm, as practiced in Anthroposophy. The way in which St. Augustine describes the astral body becoming independent at puberty is truly characteristic of human life. He says it is due to the fundamental properties of the astral body that the human being is able to become acquainted with everything of a man-made origin which affects human life. If we build a house, make a plow, or invent a spinning machine, we do so by making use of forces which are directly bound to the astral body. It is a fact that the human being learns with his astral body to know everything which is the product of human activities within his surroundings. It is therefore fully consistent with a true knowledge of man if we, as educators, introduce the adolescent to the practical sides of life, which represent the results of human ingenuity. This, however, is a far more complicated process today than in St. Augustine's times, when life was altogether simpler. Only by applying what during previous lectures I called soul economy in teaching can we hope to succeed in planning an education for pupils aged 15 to 20 or even older, which will gradually introduce them to the manifold contrivances surrounding them today. Just think for a moment of how much we fall short of this in our present civilization. You only need to ask yourselves how many people there are who regularly use the telephone, the tramway, or even a steamship without having the faintest idea of how they work. In our civilization, people are almost engulfed by a technology which they do not understand. Those who believe that only our conscious experiences are of real importance will dismiss these remarks as irrelevant. Certainly, it is easy enough to enjoy life consciously if one is satisfied with buying a tram ticket in order to sit down at the place of one's choice, or if one receives a telegram without having any idea of how the message ever reached the recipient, without having the slightest notion of what a Morse apparatus is like. The ordinary consciousness is unconcerned about whether it understands the processes or not, and from this point of view it is arguable enough whether these things matter or not. But if one looks at what is happening in the depths of the unconscious, the picture looks entirely different. Anyone who uses products of modern technology without having any knowledge of how they work or of how they were made is like a person in a prison cell without a window through which he would at least be able to look out into nature, into freedom. Educators ought to be fully aware of this fact. With the adolescent's experience of the differentiation between the sexes, the time is ripe for the understanding of yet other differentiations in modern life. The pupil now needs to be introduced to the practical aspects of life, and this is the reason why, with the approach of puberty, we include crafts such as spinning and weaving in our curriculum. Naturally, such a plan brings many difficulties in its wake, certainly from the timetable point of view. When planning our curriculum, we must also bear in mind the demands of other training centers, such as universities, technical colleges, or other similar institutions, to which our pupils may wish to gain entry. This in turn makes it imperative for us to include some subject matter which, in our opinion, is of lesser value for life. It really causes us a great deal of trouble and pain to achieve a balanced curriculum which is entirely dependent on strict soul economy in teaching. It is a most difficult task, but not an impossible one. It can be achieved if the teacher develops a sense of what is of real importance for life, and if he is capable of getting it across to his pupils in the most economical and in simplified ways, so that eventually they will learn to know what they are doing when using a telephone, a tram, or any other modern invention. We must aim at making our pupils familiar with the ways of our present civilization, so that they can see sense in it. Already, before the age of puberty, the teacher has to prepare his chemistry and physics lessons in such a way that after the onset of puberty he can build upon what was given and extend it to become the basis for an understanding of the practical spheres of life. Here we must consider yet another point, namely that the pupils are now entering an age when, at least to a certain extent, they need to be grouped according to whether they will follow a more academic or a practical career later on. At the same time, we must never forget that an education based on a true knowledge of man will always strive for balance in teaching, for teaching the whole man. What is needed here is the knowledge of how to achieve this in practice. Naturally, we must equip pupils of a more academic disposition with what they will need for their future schooling. At the same time, in order to retain a proper balance, any specialization, also during later ages, should be compensated by some widening out into otherwise neglected areas. If on the one hand we direct the pupil's will impulses more toward the academic side, we must give them also some concrete insights into practical life, so that they will not lose sight of life as a totality. In this way we are actually fulfilling the demands of the human astral body, which, when it guides conscious will impulses in a certain direction, at the same time feels the need for appropriate counter-impulses. To give a concrete example, it would be quite wrong to quote an extreme case. If a statistician were to spend his time making statistics of the consumption of soap in certain districts without having the slightest notion of how soap is manufactured, no one can arrive at a proper understanding of such statistics unless he has, at least, some general knowledge of how soap is made in factories. But life has become so complex that there seems no end to all the things to be considered. Hence the principles of soul economy in teaching has become more important than ever. In fact, it is the only way of dealing with this great educational problem. What makes it even more difficult is the fact that we ourselves are clogged up with clinkers of outworn forms of education administered to us during our own school days, clinkers resulting from educational traditions which are no longer justifiable in our modern times. An ancient Greek would have pulled a long face if the young people of his time, before being sent out into life, had been introduced first to the ways of the Egyptians or Chaldeans, that is, to the ways of a previous civilization. Yet this is what is being done, more or less, in our present grammar schools. And yet it is not possible to talk freely about these matters, because we have to consider how to fit our pupils into the existing forms of our society. Those of our pupils who are likely to follow an academic career should gain at least some experience of practical work involving manual skills. On the other hand, pupils who are likely to take on an apprenticeship for a trade should become acquainted also with the kind of background needed for the more academic types of professions. All this should be part of the general school curriculum. It is not right to send boys and girls straight into the factories to work there alongside grown-up workers. Rather, should the various crafts be introduced at school, so that the young people can use what they have learned there as a kind of model before they find their way into more professional skills. Nor do I see any reason why older pupils should not be given the task of manufacturing certain articles in school workshops to be sold on the open market. Footnote, the Waldorf toys originated in this manner. End of footnote. This has already been achieved in some of our prisons, where prisoners' products are being sold outside. A young person should remain within a school setting for as long as possible, provided that life at school is both constructive and healthy. For it is in keeping with the inner nature of the human being to enter life gradually and not to be flung into it too early and all of a sudden. It is just because the older generation has shown so little understanding of the needs of the younger generation that there exists today such a strong international youth movement, the justification of which is understood least of all by the older people. There are deep reasons for the emergence of this movement, which ought to be not only recognized, but also guided into the right channels. This, however, is only possible if the principles of education, too, are guided into the right channels. One of the main objectives of Waldorf education is to fit the students for life as far as this is possible, so that when a young person reaches the early 20s, when his ego enables him to take his full share in social life, he can develop the right relationship to the world at large. At that time, the young people should be able to feel a certain kinship with their elders, for after all, it was their generation which had provided the wherewithal used by the young generation. The young folk should feel appreciation of and understanding for the achievements of the older generation. Thus, when sitting in a chair, they should not only realize that the chair was made by someone belonging to the generation of their fathers, but they should also know something about how it was made. Naturally, there exists today many a prejudice against the idea of introducing young people to practical life in the way indicated. But I speak about it here from an entirely practical point of view. For it is true to say that of all the past ages in mankind's development, our present materialistic age, in its own way, is the most spiritual one. Perhaps I can explain myself better by telling you something about some Theosophists whom I once met and who were striving toward a truly spiritual way of living. And yet, in actual fact, they were real materialists. They spoke of the physical body with its density. The etheric body they visualized as also having a certain density and corporeality, though of a far more rarefied kind. The astral body they described as being infinitely less dense than the etheric body, yet as still retaining a certain density. In this way they talked about all kinds of other mysterious things, believing that they were reaching ever higher and more spiritual spheres, until the substances they were imagining became so thin and attenuated that one didn't know any more what to make of it at all. That one didn't know any more what to make of it all. All their images bore the stamp of materialism, and consequently never reached the spiritual world at all. Strange to say, the most materialistic outlook I have come across I witnessed among some members of the Theosophical Society. For instance, after having given a lecture to Theosophists in Paris, I once asked a member of the audience what impression the lecture had made upon him. Then I had to put up with the answer that my lecture had left behind such good vibrations in the room. It really sounded as if it were possible to smell the impressions created by my talk. In this way, everything was gradually reduced to the level of a materialistic interpretation. On the other hand, I like to tell those who are willing to listen to me that I prefer a person holding a materialistic conception of the world, but who, nevertheless, is capable of the spiritual activity of thinking, to a theosophist who, through striving toward the spiritual world, falls back on materialistic images. A materialist is in error, but what he thinks does contain spirit, real spirit. It is spirit in diluted form. It is abstract spirit, but spirit it is nevertheless. And his way of thinking compels him to enter into life's realities. Therefore, I have found some materialists richer in spirit than those who were anxious to overcome materialism, but who did so in an entirely materialistic manner. It is characteristic of our times that people absorb spirit in such diluted forms that they can no longer recognize it. But the most spiritual activity in our time can be found in technological endeavor. There, everything proceeds out of the spirit, out of the human spirit. It does not require great spiritual accomplishment to put a vase of beautiful flowers on a table, for nature has provided them. But to construct even a most simple machine does indeed require spiritual activity. The spirit plays its part, although it remains unnoticed, because people do not observe themselves in the right way. The spirit remains in a person's subconscious during such an activity, and this human nature finds difficult to bear unless a person has mastered the necessary objectivity. Only by finding our way into practical life do we gradually learn to bear the abstract spirit which we have poured out over our present civilization. I can assure you that once the art of education, based on anthroposophical insight, has gained a firm foothold, it will put into the world people who are far more practical than those who have gone through our more materialistically inclined forms of education. Waldorf education will be imbued with creative spirit, and not with the dreamt-up kind which tempts people to close their eyes to outer reality. To find the spirit without losing firm ground from under one's feet, this is what I should like to call true anthroposophical endeavor. A teacher who wishes to introduce adolescents to the practical sides of life could easily despair over the lack of manual skill, symptomatic of our times. One really has to ask oneself, is there a possibility at all of turning children between their second dentition and puberty into more practical and skillful people? And if, without theorizing, one looks at life as it really is, if one allows oneself to be guided by life itself and not by abstract ideas, then one is led to the answer which lies in bringing children, as much as possible, into close contact with beauty. The more they can be led to an appreciation of what is beautiful, the better will they be prepared, at the time of puberty, to tackle the practical tasks without being harmed for the rest of their lives. Only if, at the right age, the aesthetic appreciation of a painting or a sculpture has been cultivated, can a pupil later on safely gain an understanding of how a tram or a railway engine works. This is a fact the teacher should fully bear in mind. But beauty needs to be seen as part of life and not as something separate, something that is complete in itself. In this respect, our present civilization has yet to learn a great deal, especially so in the field of education. A few examples of the simplest kind may give you a better idea of what is meant by cultivating in the pupils a sense of beauty which is not estranged from daily life. You may have been present when handwork was done, perhaps in the home of a family or at school in a classroom. You may have seen girls sewing patterns onto ribbons, perhaps of the following kind, and there's a diagram. I will keep it as simple as possible and draw it merely for the sake of clarification. If, then, one asks a pupil, quote, "What are you doing there?" close quote, the answer may well be, quote, "We sew this pattern, first round the neck of the dress, then on the waistband, and also round the hem of the dress," close quote. This kind of remark is enough to make one despair, for it shows a total disregard for beauty's fitness for purpose. If one is sensitive to these matters and sees a girl or young lady engaged in sewing the same pattern to the upper, middle, and lower parts of a dress, one can't help feeling that anyone wearing such a dress would appear to have been compressed or telescoped from top to bottom. One must open the pupil's eyes to the necessity of adapting such a pattern according to whether it appears around the neck, the middle, or around the hem. The uppermost ribbon could be varied somewhat like this. There's a diagram, and the bottom one in this way, in another diagram. I keep the patterns as simple as possible, merely for the purpose of clarification. Now, the pupil can safely sew the first pattern round the neck, for its form indicates that the head will tower above it. Pattern 2 can be sewn into the belt, and pattern 3 to the hem, showing that its right place is down below. For there is a difference between the above and the below in the human figure, and this needs to be expressed artistically. I once discovered that pillows had been embroidered in the following way. There's a diagram. Whoever would wish to rest his head upon a pattern with a center that would scratch one's face. It certainly was not designed for putting one's head on it. This pattern does not express in the least the function of the pillow. This is how it should be done. There's a diagram, but now one can use it only if one's face is turned to the left. In order to solve the problem artistically, one needs the same arrangement also on the opposite side. This, however, is not the proper solution either. Fortunately, art enables us to create impressions of something which is not actually there. And so, the pattern ought to create the feeling that the pillow allows the head to assume any position it may wish to choose. These matters lead us right into what I should like to call the reality within the world of appearances, as expressed through the medium of art. Only by entering this reality will a faculty be developed which could be looked upon as the counter-sense of what is merely practical. Only when one's sense of beauty enters the fullness of life can one experience the practical realm in a right and balanced way. Just now it has become fashionable to embellish pompadours with all kinds of ornamentation. Footnote: pompadours were small knitting bags for ladies. They were called after the Marquis de Pompadour, a lady at the court of Louis XV. End of footnote. When I see these knitting bags, I often wonder where to look for the opening. Surely the pattern on the bags ought to indicate their tops and bottoms, and also where to put in the wool. Usually these things are ignored altogether, just as in the case of book covers, where so often a design does not give any indication as to where the pages should be opened. Such designs are chosen at random, often encouraging the beholder to leave the book closed rather than to read it. I gave these examples merely to indicate how a practical sense of beauty can be developed in the young. Only when this has been achieved can we proceed to the next step, which is to fit the young people into the practicalities of life. What is needed is a sense of reality in the child. Again, I will choose only a very simple example to show what I mean. One could draw such a pattern. There's a diagram. The teacher has to be able to call forth a feeling in the child, and a little practice with pupils who react healthily will soon enable him to do so. That such a pattern is so intolerable because it does not represent a reality. This healthy feeling he should intensify, not by his own suggestions, but by drawing it out of the pupils, to the extent that they will feel, if I see such a pattern, it is as if I were seeing a person with only a left half of a face, or only one left arm or foot. Such a thing goes against the grain, because it does not represent a reality. This is the kind of reaction the teacher should induce in the pupil, for it is all part of an aesthetic sense. In short, he should allow the pupils to feel that they cannot rest until they have completed the pattern by drawing the missing complementary part. In this way one cultivates in the children an immediate and living sense of beauty. The word schön, beautiful, is related to the word shine, luster, glory. Such an approach stimulates the child's astral body to become flexible and mobile, and so to function well as a living member of the human being. It is important for the teacher to cultivate an aesthetic sense also in himself. He will soon see how this enlivens his children. Then he will also nurture an artistic approach to the other activities which I have already mentioned during the course of these lectures. I then pointed out that everything a teacher brings to the child when it enters Class 1 should be permeated by an artistic element. Also, when talking to the children about their surroundings, the teacher should do so with real artistry, as otherwise he might easily slip into what is called anthropomorphism, into restricting everything to narrow human interests. For instance, when clothing his content in fairy tales or legends, he may be misled into telling his class that certain kinds of trees spring up from the ground so that from the bark people can make corks with which to seal their bottles. The pictorial approach must never be coached in such terms. The pictures a teacher uses at this particular age must be created out of a sense of beauty. And beauty demands truth and clarity, which directly speaks to human feeling. Beauty in nature does not need any anthropomorphism. If we encourage a sense of beauty for everything the pre-puberty pupil meets, he will, from puberty onward, bring human qualities also into the practical life he is now entering, harmonizing his way of looking at the world with the practical tasks awaiting him. All this has an important bearing upon the social question, which needs to be tackled from many different angles. Few people are aware of this today. It is absolutely possible that all the ugliness which surrounds us in practically every European city, and you can hardly deny that from an aesthetic point of view we find ourselves surrounded, at least to a large extent, by atrocities of all kinds in almost every large city, that all this ugliness would gradually be transmuted if we could cultivate, for a few generations, the sense of beauty which lives unspoiled in every child. Today we look at man from the outside and we see his physical body. We observe also the inner man from the point of view of his personality, his ego. Between the ego and the physical body there live the astral and the etheric bodies. These latter two members are becoming more and more stunted in our times. On the whole, they are developed properly only in Oriental peoples. In the Western peoples they are atrophying. In the West they cannot develop properly. However, by awakening an all-comprehensive feeling for beauty, we can nurture their free development. And during the school years, the growing human being is most receptive for the appreciation of what is beautiful. We ought, therefore, to do everything possible to awaken and cultivate the sense of beauty, especially during the time between the second dentition and the coming of puberty. In this way it will live on into later life. This is of special importance also with regard to the element of speech. Languages are the outcome of a direct human response to inner experiences. If one is able to immerse oneself in the quality of spoken sounds, one can still hear in them the important part which such inner responses have played in the formation of certain words. But in our abstract life, when the logical content of language plays the leading part, this perception of the artistic element almost has been lost. True, there is an inherent logic in language, but this represents only its skeleton, something which is dead. There is much else besides logic in language. Its breath and pulse can be felt only by those who have been touched by the creative genius of language itself. From this point of view, try to feel how words want to project themselves into outer life. I will give a characteristic example, hoping that you will understand it, although it is chosen from the German language. If you take the German word Sucht, sickness, you can detect in it the word suchen, to seek. The body has a Sucht, a sickness. It is seeking for something which under normal conditions it would not do. Certain additional words then point to what the body is seeking. For example, Gelbsucht, jaundice, yellow sickness, or Fallsucht, epilepsy, falling sickness. The word Sucht, sickness, enables the human soul to experience what the body is seeking through certain forms of sickness. The further west we go, the more we find that people have lost this ability of appreciating the artistic element in language, which the Oriental is still able to experience. It is of great importance for us to regain at least some fundamental experience of the living genius of language. This will be of special benefit for greater international understanding within the social sphere. You must forgive me if I choose another example, near and dear to me, in order to explain what I mean. But I must ask you to be very careful not to misunderstand what I am about to say. You see, in page 88, in the English translation of my book, German title, Die Kernpunkte der sozialen Frage, translated as the Threefold Commonwealth, also footnote, called Toward Social Renewal, end of footnote, I find the following sentence, quote, "The freedom of one cannot prosper without the freedom of all." Close quote. This sentence, when weighed up by a deep-seated feeling for words, is nonsense. As mentioned just now, you must not misunderstand me, but this English sentence simply makes no sense, for it expresses something quite different from the original German words, which read, quote, "Die Freiheit des einen kann nicht ohne die Freiheit des anderen gedeihen." Close quote. This sentence really wants to say something altogether different. In order to convey its meaning correctly, the translator would have to circumscribe it completely. The translation of any book ought to read as if it had been written directly out of the genius of the new language. Anything else is not really acceptable. I know for certain that Bentham's hair would stand on end if in the astral world he were to come across the sentence, quote, "The freedom of one cannot prosper without the freedom of all." Close quote. This sentence simply does not stand a test of clear thinking, and this for a special reason. If you came across such a sentence in a book, your immediate response would be, especially if you related it to education, yes, there is such a thing as freedom, but the author talks about a situation which does not apply in England. In the original German language, however, this is not the case. There its content does make sense, but if translated in the way quoted, the real meaning conveyed by the original version cannot be understood. And what are the reasons? I will show you them by focusing on the significant word in the sentence. In English, the word is freedom. If one were to match the quality of this word with the corresponding German word, one would have to choose Freitum. The ending dom, D-O-M in English, corresponds to the ending tum in German. If such a word existed in the German language, one could use freedom with impunity. Freitum would then be translated with freedom, and there would be no misunderstanding. But the word used in the original text is Freiheit. The ending heit corresponds to the English ending hood. In order to show you that the translation of Freiheit into freedom is not in harmony with the genius of language, I have to quote yet another German word, which is Irrtum, error. This word expresses a definite fact, something which happens once only. If one wanted to give this word the ending heit, one would have to form the word Irrheit. Although you won't find this word in the German dictionary, you would not go against the genius of the language if you were to coin it. It would be quite possible to use it. Irrheit immediately leads us into the inner being of man. It expresses a quality of man's inner nature. There are no words in the German language ending with heit which do not point to something which is mobile within a person. Such words carry their meaning toward a person, Actually, it is a pity that we do not use the word Freitum in German, for if it existed, we could directly express the meaning of the English word freedom without having to circumscribe it. This kind of thing leads us right into the depths of language itself. It makes one aware of the genius of language. Therefore, when I write a book in German, I try to choose words which can be translated correctly into other languages. My German readers promptly call it a bad style, but this is not always possible. If, for instance, a book is addressed to the cultural life in Germany, it may be necessary at times to consider the German situation first of all. And this is why I have repeatedly used the word Freiheit, which, however, should never be translated as freedom. My book, titled Die Philosophie der Freiheit, should never bear the English title, The Philosophy of Freedom. The right title for this book in English has yet to be found. It is quite interesting to look at these things also from a statistical point of view. In doing so, I am neither being pedantic nor unscrupulous, but my findings are the result of deliberate investigation. If I were to write a book about education in German, the word Freiheit would appear time and time again in certain of its chapters. To find out whether the corresponding word, freedom, would be used also in an English book on education, I carefully looked through the likely chapters of such a book, and lo and behold, the word freedom did not appear at all, not even a single time. This is the sort of thing for which one ought to develop a fine perception, for it is the very stuff we need for greater international understanding. It ought to be taken into account already during the school years. I am certainly keenly aware of it when writing books, as already mentioned. Consequently, I am very cautious in the choice of certain words. If, for example, I use the German word Natur in one or another of my sentences, I can be quite sure that it will be rendered as nature in an English translation. There is no doubt at all that Natur would be translated as nature. And yet the English word nature would awaken quite a different conception from that of the German word Natur. This is the reason why, in anticipation of future translations, I have paraphrased certain words in some of my writings. I have done so in order to avoid a wrong interpretation of what I wished to say. There are, of course, many occasions when I did use the word Natur, but when it was important to match the German concept with a foreign one, I paraphrased Natur with, quote, the world of sense, close quote, German die sinnliche Welt, especially if the book was likely to be translated into Western languages. To me, quote, the world of sense, close quote, seems to match, more or less, the concept of Natur as used in the German language. Obviously, I expected sinnliche Welt to be rendered as nature in an English translation, only to find that once again it had been translated literally into the world of sense. It really is of great importance to become aware of the living genius of language, especially where an artistic treatment of language is concerned. Apart from the fact that in the translation of the sentence quoted, the genius of language had not been recognized, I only mention this in passing, you also find there the following wording, quote, the freedom of one cannot prosper without the freedom of all, close quote. This again makes no sense in German. It was neither written nor implied. What the original sentence says is, quote, the freedom of one cannot prosper without the freedom of the other, of his brother or of his neighbor. And this is the real point. I must ask you again not to misunderstand my intentions. I choose this example near and dear to me to show how we have reached a stage in human development where instead of experiencing the realities of life, we tend to skim them over, and language offered a particularly striking example for showing it. Gradually our civilization has made us rather slovenly. We must make the effort to live ourselves into the language again, to live again with its words. Only then will we be able to bring to fruition the request I have made earlier on, that the child, having been introduced first to grammar, then to the rhetorical aspect of language, that is, to its beauty, should eventually also be brought to an appreciation of the artistic element of language. We must open the pupil's eyes and hearts to the artistic element living in language. This is important also in fostering a greater feeling of brotherhood with other nations. And it is equally important to recognize that what is generally referred to as the social question often has to be looked upon from quite new and different angles. The end of Lecture 14. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul Economy and Waldorf Education, Collected Works, Volume 303, translated by Roland Everett. This is Lecture 15 of 16 lectures and a question and answer period, given in Dornach on the 6th of January, 1922. What I have to tell you today mainly concerns the child's physical education. It is in the nature of this subject that I can talk about it only aphoristically, chiefly because in these matters people tend to have already formed their own opinions. When it comes to talking about physical development, everybody seems to have definite preferences or dislikes, which all too often strongly color people's theories about this subject. But everything issuing from personal sympathies or antipathies easily leads to fanaticism, which is something far removed from the real aims and workings of anthroposophy. Any form of fanaticism or agitation for this or that particular cause is entirely alien to the nature of the anthroposophical movement. All it wishes to do is to draw attention to the effects of various attitudes and deeds in life, and then to leave everyone free to relate personal sympathies and antipathies to the case in question. Only consider with what fanaticism the case for and against vegetarianism is being argued today, each under the umbrella of unassailable scientific proofs. And yet one cannot help noticing that never before has dilettantism been flourishing quite as much as in the defense of this and other similar movements. It really is so that anthroposophy does not have the slightest leaning toward any form of fanaticism. It cannot be a party to those who, as ardent vegetarians, would wish to enforce their views upon people of a different attitude, and who, in their fanaticism, even go as far as to deny non-vegetarians a fully human status in society. If occasionally fanaticism does creep into the anthroposophical movement, it does not reflect the true nature of anthroposophy at all. Now there is one more aspect which we have to consider within the context of these lectures. You will have noticed that the main emphasis with regard to the educational principles presented so far has always been that we must take appropriate measures in the child's soul spiritual realm, so that the physical development will have the best possibilities of unfolding naturally and healthily. One could say, we are studying an educational system which, provided it is put into practice correctly and effectively, offers the best means toward a healthy physical development. Hence, the fundamentals of a sound physical education have already been given. Nevertheless, it is good to review and summarize them once more, even though this can be done only aphoristically because of shortage of time. To do proper justice to this subject would mean my having to devote a whole lecture cycle to it. Our theme naturally falls into three main parts, which are the way we feed the child, the way we relate the child to conditions of warmth or cold, and our approach to gymnastics. Fundamentally, these three categories comprise all that is of importance for the child's physical education. Present-day means of knowledge, based as they are on an intellectualistic approach, do not offer us the possibility of coming to terms with the complex nature of the human organism. What is needed, despite the scientific attitude of which the present-day public is so proud, is that we acquire a certain instinctive knowledge of what is healthy or damaging to health, a knowledge which covers all the many grades lying between these two poles. A healthy instinct for these matters is really of immense importance. For is it not true to say that our general natural science is gradually becoming dyed more and more in the color of materialism? Just consider how many secrets have been wrested from nature through research under the microscope or through dissecting certain lower animals so that the functioning of their parts could be investigated. How many conclusions have been drawn with respect to human behavior by observing animal behavior, without taking into consideration the fact that the human organization, as far as its most important characteristic is concerned, is radically different from that of all the animal species. At least, not enough emphasis has been laid upon this significant difference, mainly because today's science depends on investigating every detail separately, thus obtaining only a partial view of life. Let me try to illustrate the situation by a comparison. Imagine that I meet two persons at 9 o'clock one morning. They are sitting on a bench, and I stop for a while to talk to them about various things, thus gaining a general impression of their characters. Then I go on my way again. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon I see them still sitting on that same bench. Now, there are various possibilities of what may have happened in the meantime. It may be that these two persons have been sitting there on that bench the whole time, talking together. Or, according to the different ways in which people belonging to different races or nationalities behave, quite other things may have happened. Perhaps they have been sitting together in silence. Or, again, unknown to me, one of them may have gone away soon after I had left, while the other remained sitting on the bench. The former may have returned just before my reappearance, and so on. Outwardly, nothing appears to have changed between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., despite the fact that the two persons were very different in temperament and lifestyle. Life will never reveal its secrets if one observes outer appearances only. And yet, with our present-day scientific methods, this happens far more frequently than is generally realized, as anyone can find out for himself. Present-day scientific attitudes can lead to a situation such as I witnessed not long ago. In my young days, I once had a friend whom I knew to be living a normal and healthy life. Subsequently, we went our different ways and did not meet for many years. Then one day I visited him again. When he sat down to his midday meal, the food was not served in the usual way, but a pair of scales was put on the table. With these he weighed the meat and the vegetables, for he had begun to eat scientifically. He had complete faith in science, which prescribed the correct amounts of the various foods to be consumed if one wished to be a healthy human being. Needless to say, such a method may be perfectly justified under certain conditions, but nevertheless it will thoroughly undermine any healthy instincts. Yet these instincts, for what is wholesome or damaging to health, are a most essential attribute of any teacher and educator worthy of his calling. He or she will surely know how to elaborate and make use of all that has already been given in the previous lectures, also with regard to the physical education of the child. We have seen, for instance, how before the change of teeth, the child lives entirely in its physical organism. This applies especially to the baby stage, and particularly so with regard to nourishment. As you know, when a baby begins to take in food, it is completely satisfied with a totally uniform diet. If an adult were to have to live day in, day out on exactly the same kind of food for breakfast, lunch, or any other meal, he would find it quite intolerable, both physically and mentally. The adult likes to vary his food. He likes a mixed diet. The baby, on the other hand, does not get any change of food at all. And yet only very few people realize the bliss with which a baby receives such a, in quotes, monotonous diet. For its whole body becomes saturated with intense sweetness from the mother's milk. A grown-up has the possibility of tasting food only with his taste buds and their adjacent organs. He is unfortunate in that all his sensations of taste are confined to the head, and thereby he is so very different from the baby, whose entire body is one great sense organ of taste. At the end of the baby stage, this way of tasting with the whole body ceases, soon to be forgotten for the rest of life. People who live with ordinary degrees of consciousness are completely unaware of how different their sensations of tasting food were during their babyhood. And true enough, later life does its best to wipe out this memory. To give you an example, I once took part in a conversation between an abstainer and another person of the opposite view. The abstainer, who, like so many like-minded people, was also inclined to be fanatical, tried to convert the gourmand, who replied, I won't tell you the whole story, for it would take us too far from our theme, quote, "But I have been totally abstemious for 2 full years. Greatly surprised, the abstainer asked him when. The answer came pat, quote, "During the first 2 years of my life." Close quote. In this humorous, though rather frivolous manner, important facts of life were talked about. Only very few people have a deeper and proper knowledge of them. A baby is related to its physical body in such a way that it can only eat with its entire physical organization, deriving the utmost benefit and pleasure from this condition. The gradual transition to the next stage consists in the fact that forces begin to concentrate in the head region, finally bringing about the change of teeth. These forces are so powerful that they can push out the milk teeth and push the second teeth through. This is a slow and gradual process which takes place between birth and second dentition, affecting various other regions. After the stage of babyhood, the sense of taste withdraws into the head. The child no longer eats with its physical organization only, but soul forces too are involved in the act of eating. The child learns to discriminate, also by means of its soul forces, between the various tastes. At this stage, it is important to watch, with understanding, the child's reactions to different foods. Its likes and dislikes in themselves are a valuable indication for healthy or unhealthy inner conditions. But in order to be able to judge such questions, we need to have acquired at least an elementary knowledge of nutrition. When talking about this subject today, people generally think of the weight aspect. This, however, is not the essential point. What really matters is the fact that each kind of food contains a certain amount of forces. Each item of food holds a definite total of forces by means of which it has become adapted to conditions of the outer world. What goes on inside the human organism, on the other hand, is something entirely different. The human organism must completely transmute the food it has taken in. It has to transform the processes undergone by the various foods during their growth into those which are to be active within the human organization itself. What goes on there is a continual conflict, during which the dynamic forces contained in the food are metamorphosed into something entirely different. It is this inner reaction to substances eaten which we experience as stimulating and as something that sustains life. This is the reason why it is not good enough merely to ask how much in weight of this or that food must we eat, but rather how does our organism react to even the smallest amounts of certain food substances. For the human organism needs these forces which generate resistance against outer natural processes. processes going on in certain areas of the human organism, roughly speaking between the mouth and the stomach, though somewhat modified, can still be compared with forces occurring in the external world. However, those taking place in the stomach and in the subsequent stages of digestion already are very different from what can be found outside the human being. But when it comes to what is happening in the head region, one finds there exactly the opposite processes from those occurring in outer nature. This shows how the human organism in its totality has to be stimulated in the right way through the food taken in. As I have to be brief, there is no time to go into the terminology representing the deeper aspects of this subject. However, for our present needs, a less specialized and more popular terminology will suffice. As you know, there are foods which in ordinary life are called rich in nutritive value, and others which are called poor nutriments. It is possible to live on food of only poor nutritive value. Just think of how many people are fed mainly on bread and potatoes, both of which definitely have a low nutritive value. On the other hand, you have to remember how, in cases of ill health, great care has to be taken not to burden the patient's digestion by feeding him on foods containing little nourishment. Bread and potatoes make very great demands upon the digestive system, with the effect that only little will be left over for the remaining functions. Therefore, a diet of bread and potatoes is hardly likely to promote physical growth. Other foods are looked for, foods which do not put an undue strain upon the digestive system, foods which make the digestive system work but little. However, if these things are taken to extremes, an abnormal activity is set up in the brain. This in turn will set into motion other processes which have no resemblance whatever to those going on in external nature. These again affect the remaining human organism, and in consequence the digestive system will relax. It will become too slack. All this is extremely complicated, and it is extraordinarily difficult to penetrate all the ramifications of what is happening there. It is one of the most difficult tasks of a thorough scientific investigation, not the kind so common today, to really know what is happening when, for instance, a potato or a piece of roast beef is put into a human mouth. Each of these two processes is very complex, and each is very different from the other. In order to investigate the subsequent stages of digestion with scientific precision, a great deal of specialized knowledge is necessary. A mere indication of what is happening there must suffice. Imagine that a child eats a potato. First, the potato is tasted in the head, the seat of the organs of taste, and the sensation of taste then induces further reactions. Though the sense of taste no longer permeates the child's entire organism, it nevertheless has certain effects upon it. Now, a potato does not have a particularly stimulating taste, and consequently it leaves the organism somewhat indifferent and inactive. The organs are not particularly interested in what is happening there with the potato in the child's mouth. The potato is then passed on into the stomach in the ways known to you. The stomach, however, does not receive it with alacrity either, because it has not been previously stimulated by the sensation of its taste. Taste always provokes the stomach to take in food with either more or less sympathy. In this case, the stomach will not exert itself in order to incorporate the potato with its dynamic forces. Yet this must happen, for the potato cannot be left lying there in the stomach. If the stomach has the necessary strength, it will absorb the dynamic forces of the potato, working on them with a certain distaste. It allows the potato to enter without developing a marked reaction to it, because it does not feel stimulated by it. This process continues in the remaining digestive tract, where what is left of the potato again is worked upon with a certain reluctance. Only very little of what once was the potato ever reaches the head organization. These few indications, which ought to be deepened considerably for any proper understanding, are to give you a mere impression of the complex nature of the processes going on in the human organism. Nevertheless, an educator ought to acquire a working knowledge of these things, and in order to do so, I believe it to be necessary for him or her to go into the why and wherefore. I could imagine that some of the listeners might think it good enough simply to be told what to give to children to eat and which kinds of foods to avoid. But this won't do, for in order to act rightly, especially when matters of a physical nature are involved, the educator needs to have sufficient insight into the problems. There are so many possibilities of dealing with them that one needs to be guided along the right path in order to recognize what needs to be done in each particular case. And for this, the teacher needs at least a simplified picture of how a child should be fed. Perhaps no other realm does one notice quite as much how far educational principles have deviated from prevailing social conditions as in the case of physical education. Unless pupils happen to live in boarding schools where one is able to put into practice what I have been indicating, one will find it necessary to win the cooperation of parents or others in charge of children, and this, as we all know, can cause considerable difficulties. Only after overcoming great obstacles may it be possible to implement measures which one deems right and beneficial for a pupil. Let me give you an example. Imagine you have a pupil of an excessively melancholic disposition in your class. Extreme symptoms of this kind always indicate an abnormality in the physical organization. Abnormalities in the soul region always have their basis with physical abnormalities of one kind or another, and physical symptoms are a manifestation of the soul and spiritual life. So let us imagine that there is such a child in a day school. In a boarding school, one would of course deal with such a problem in cooperation with the dormitory. What would I have to do? First, I must try to establish a contact with the child's parents. And if I am absolutely sure about the real causes of the problem, I may have to ask them to increase the child's sugar consumption by at least 150%, and in certain cases even by 200%, compared with what is given to a child who behaves normally. I must advise the parents not to withhold this additional amount of sugar, which could be given, for instance, in form of sweets. Why am I doing this? Perhaps it will become clearer to you if I take the opposite case as an example. Let us imagine that I have to deal with a pathologically sanguine child. If what I am saying is to make sense, we must take an abnormally sanguine case. We must imagine an excessively sanguine child. Again, its symptoms betray an abnormality within the physical organization, and in this case I should have to ask the parents to decrease the sugar content given to the child. I must ask them to reduce greatly the amount of sweetness given to the child. What are my reasons? One can find out to what extent one has to increase or decrease sugar content only if one is aware of the following facts. Mother's milk in particular, but all milk and milk products, spread their effect uniformly throughout the entire human organism, in such a way that each organ receives what it needs in an harmonious manner. The other foods, on the other hand, exercise their influence more upon one particular organic system. Please note, I am not saying that the other foods exercise an exclusive influence, but a predominant one upon the various organs. The way in which a child or an adult responds to a specific taste or to certain kinds of foods depends on the general condition of a particular organic system. In this respect, certain luxury foods play as important a part as do ordinary foods. Milk affects the entire human being, whereas other nutriments affect one particular organic system. With regard to sugar, we must turn our attention to the activity of the liver. So what am I doing if I give an abnormally melancholic child plenty of sugar? I diminish the activity of the liver. because sugar, in a certain sense, takes over the activity of the liver. The liver activity is now directed more toward something extraneous, and consequently the liver's activity is reduced. In this way, it is possible, purely by dietary means, to lessen a super-melancholic tendency in a child, which can also appear as a tendency toward anemia. For under certain circumstances, pronounced melancholic symptoms can be the consequence of a child's liver activity. And what am I doing if, in the case of a supersanguine child, I recommend a reduction of sugar intake? Here I try to lessen the activating effect of sugar in order to induce the liver to become a little more active by itself. In this way, I stimulate the child's ego forces, thus helping him or her to overcome the physical symptoms of a supersanguine temperament. This example illustrates that it is possible to counteract certain abnormalities if one observes the human physical organization as an entity. Consequently, the why and wherefore is of importance. Naturally, there are always countless details to contend with, but it is quite possible to relate these to the wider aspects, which generally lead to polarities. A really good teacher, an even better one than those who exist already, through close contact with his pupils, would know prophetically and instinctively what to do with the child under given circumstances. In any case, it is of utmost importance for the teacher to perceive any deviations from a child's normal and healthy behavior, so that he can take appropriate action. If one practices such close attention for a longer time, one generally learns to find out what preventative measures need to be taken. As a rule, this faculty is developed only if an alert and dedicated teacher has made it his second nature to spot even slightly unusual symptoms in his pupils. Obviously, one must never allow abnormal features to deteriorate to an extreme degree before taking action. In order to achieve this ability, a teacher must be willing to deepen his understanding all the time, and also to overcome many personal hindrances. Otherwise, I am afraid that teachers will attain the necessary thoroughness only by the time they reach their retirement. What one has to watch very closely is, on the one hand, the interest which the child, as a being of body, soul, and spirit, shows not only for him or herself, but also for the environment. One has to develop an instinctive awareness for the child's interest or for the lack of it. This represents the one pole. The other consists in the pupil being aware of the first signs of fatigue in the pupils. Where does each child's characteristic interest come from? It has its seat in the metabolic and limb system, but mainly in the metabolism. If I see that a child loses interest, let us say in matters involving mental activities, and this is the most obvious case, or if it shows little interest for outer activities, if it no longer wishes to take part in games or similar pursuits, or if I see that it even loses interest in its food, the worst sign of all, for children by nature are interested in the tastes of different foods, and they should learn to distinguish between the various tastes. If a child suffers from lack of appetite, for lack of appetite is lack of interest in food, then I know the cause lies in a wrong diet. The food given to such a child makes too great a demand upon its digestive system. I must find out what kind of food, containing relatively little nutritive value, is being given to this child. Food that overloads and burdens its digestive system. Just as I can deduce the weather from reading the barometer, so can I deduce a wrong diet by noticing a marked lack of interest in a child. Interest or apathy are most important pointers with regard to the right diet for the child. Now let us look at the opposite pole. If I notice that a child tires too quickly through either mental or physical activities, again I can trace back the cause to physical conditions. In this case, the child may eat with a normal appetite, but after taking in food, it may sink into a state of drowsiness, not unlike that of a snake after feeding. If, after a meal, a child has an abnormal desire to curl up on the sofa, it is a sign that it cannot cope with its digestion properly, that it becomes exhausted by the activity of digestion. It is a sign that it has been given too much food of the kind which does not stimulate the digestion sufficiently, with the effect that the unfulfilled demands of its digestive system now enter the child's head region, thus causing fatigue. If a child shows a marked lack of interest, I must give it food of concentrated nutritive value. There is no need to wax fanatical about these things. Fanatical vegetarians will say, this child shows lack of interest and it has been fed on meat. You must get it used to a diet of raw fruits and it will recover its interest again. This may be the case. On the other hand, those who believe in giving meat to children will maintain, if a child tires too easily, one must stimulate it with a meat diet. These things should not provoke too much argument, simply because it is quite possible to balance different kinds of foods through appropriate combinations, which in this case might well take the place of meat. Nor is it essential to turn children into vegetarians. What matters is that one recognizes that lack of interest in a child can be overcome by an improved diet, namely by feeding it on specially nutritious foods, and that, on the other hand, a tendency toward fatigue can be overcome by working in the opposite direction. This is one way of simplifying a highly complicated subject for easier understanding. If, for instance, I find that a child tires too easily, I must realize that its digestion is not sufficiently engaged. Hence, I must alter the diet accordingly. We must learn to develop a kind of human symptomatology, which will help us forward in a concrete and practical way. It is not always necessary to go into all the details. If, in matters of nutrition, one interprets certain symptoms correctly, one will learn to see through a given situation and know what steps to take. Closely related to all this, and yet in a certain sense its very opposite, is the whole question of warmth in childhood. Here, external phenomena offer an even clearer guideline than in the case of nutrition. We only need to interpret them correctly. On the other hand, they easily lead to exaggerations, and then they can become harmful. Well, the catchword I am referring to is, in quotes, hardening, in quotes, toughening up. Under certain circumstances, this can be a good thing, and much has been done in its favor. And yet, if one stands on firm ground with regard to knowledge of man, one can't help feeling thoroughly alarmed at seeing adults who, in their childhood, were systematically hardened and who are now unable to cross a hot and sunlit square without feeling oppressed by the heat. This can reach such proportions that their psychological as well as their physical makeup actually stops them from ever venturing across a sunny open square. Surely hardening can be right only if it enables a person to put up with physical hardships of any kind. When considering the question of warmth or cold, two facts need to be borne in mind. First, that nature has given us a clear directive in that we feel well only so long as we are unaware of the temperature surrounding us. If we are exposed to too much heat or cold, we very quickly lose our sense of well-being. Obviously, we need to be able to perceive outer temperatures with our senses, but this must not have an adverse effect on our entire organism. To protect ourselves from heat and cold, we neutralize their effects by the kind of clothing we wear. If a human being is exposed to too much cold, he or she becomes capable of keeping certain inner organs functioning normally. If, on the other hand, outer temperatures are too high, the body will react by an excessive functioning of these organs. So that one can say, if a person is exposed to abnormally low temperatures, his inner organs develop the tendency of coating themselves with a layer of mucus, thus giving rise to the type of illnesses which, coining a popular expression, I should like to call, quote, internal mucositis, Close quote. Organs are being lined with metabolic excrescences, and this process results in a hypersecretion of mucus. If, on the other hand, a person is exposed to too much heat, these organs will react by drying up. A tendency of forming crusts develops, while the organs themselves ossify and become anemic to a high degree. This way of looking at the human organism will give us the right indications of how to proceed in educational matters. Every symptom, every phenomenon can teach us something. For instance, as human beings, we can safely expose our faces to much colder temperatures than other parts of our body. By being exposed to greater degrees of cold, the face actually prevents the other organs from drying up. It stimulates these organs, and there is a continuous interplay going on between the face, which readily accepts certain degrees of coldness, and the other members of man's physical organization. However, we must not mix up the position of our face with that of a different part of our anatomy. Forgive me for putting it so crudely, but we must not confuse a person's face with his or her calves. This is the kind of mischief one comes across so frequently today. For in cold weather, children are allowed to walk about with bare legs up to their knees, and sometimes even higher up. This, in fact, is a real mixing up of the two ends of the physical body, of the human physical body. If people were aware of the hidden interconnections between such things, they would realize how many cases of appendicitis, developing in later years, are linked to this confusion between the two human extremities. On the other hand, it also needs to be said that one should not be oversensitive to minor changes of temperature, and that children should be brought up to bear them with equanimity. If a child overreacts to slight changes of temperature, we must know that once again we can help by making corresponding changes in its diet. These are the things which show us that warmth and nutrition have to work together. For eating and keeping warm are complementary to each other. If someone is oversensitive to changes of temperature, he or she should be given food of high calorie content, which will generate inner strength to withstand outer changes of temperature. Again, you can see how a real knowledge of man can help also in such a situation, and how, fundamentally, everything within the human organism not only must work together harmoniously, but above all how those entrusted with the task of educating the young must be able to recognize this cooperation among the various organs. The third major aspect regarding physical education concerns the various forms of movement given to pupils. The human being is constituted in such a way that he has to be active not only within his own bodily functions, but he must also partake in the happenings of the external world. He must be able to experience himself as a link with the outer world. It is true to say that no separate organ of the human being can be understood properly if it is considered merely in a state of rest. Only if we relate it to the activities and movement inherent in its functioning are we able to understand it also in its state of rest. This is the case no matter whether it be an outer organ, the form of which, even in its resting position, already indicates the type of movement it has to perform, or an inner organ, whose shape and configuration in themselves are expressive of its function and mobility, thus making it part of the overall processes of the human organism. All this is taken into account if we introduce the various forms of movement to the child in the appropriate way. Again, we must bear in mind the wholeness, the totality of the human being, and we must aim at giving proper due to his physical, soul, and spiritual being. In the case of the child, this will happen only if we allow it to perform movements of the right kind and of a style which will give satisfaction, because they are in harmony with the child's innate intentions. Consequently, these movements will always be accompanied by a feeling of well-being. The first step in this direction, in an education based on knowledge of man, is to learn to understand the particular ways in which children want to move if given free rein. The kind of stereotyped games, with their inhibiting rules, are really quite alien to the young child's nature, for they suppress what should be left freely mobile within the child. Through such organized games, the child's own inner activity is gradually being dulled down, and as an activity is being imposed upon the child from without, it loses interest in such movements. This one can see quite clearly if one observes what happens when the free movements of a child at play are channeled too much into fixed gymnastic exercises. As I said before, I do not wish to condemn gymnastic lessons out of hand, but in general, one can surely say that when a young pupil is doing gym exercises, his or her movements are called forth from without. Anyone working out of a real knowledge of man would much rather see young children play freely on parallel bars, on the horizontal bar, or on rope ladders, instead of their having to follow the exact commands of a gym instructor shouting 1, 2, 3, while they have put their feet on the first, second, or third rung of the rope ladder, or perform precise movements on the gym apparatus, movements which tend to impose stereotyped forms upon their bodies. I know that these remarks go a little beyond the general trend of modern gymnastics, whose advocates often are tinged with fanaticism. One easily rouses antipathy if one throws light on the kind of gymnastic exercises which are imposed from outside, and compares them with the child's natural movements arising out of its own involvement in free play. Yet it is precisely this free play which ought to be observed and studied. One must get to know the child intimately, and then one will know what to do in order to stimulate the right kind of free play, in which, of course, both boys and girls should take part together. In this way, through the inner mobility which accompanies the children's outer movements, their organic functions will act together harmoniously. This method will also open one's eyes to what lies behind certain symptoms, such as those indicating anemia in young girls. In most cases, these symptoms are simply the result of the young girls having been artificially separated from the boys, because it was considered unseemly for them to romp about with the boys during free play. Girls, as well as boys, should be allowed to be boisterous in their free play, though the girls perhaps in slightly modified ways. The conventional ideas of what is ladylike, which so often are held up to young girls, are frequently contributory causes of anemia occurring in later life. I must ask you not to take this remark as a personal criticism of an established way of life, but rather as an objective observation. We can obviate a tendency toward anemia simply by allowing young girls, too, to engage in the right kind of free play. In this way, we safeguard their inner functions from becoming sluggish, to the extent that they are no longer able to form the right kind of blood out of the digestive activity. In our times, it has been difficult to win full understanding for these matters, simply because the kind of knowledge fostered today is not the outcome of observing the inner nature of man, but rather that of collecting detailed data. By the so-called method of induction, these facts are then made into some kind of hodgepodge of general knowledge. Admittedly, by following this method, it is possible to discover all kinds of interesting facts, but what really matters is to observe what is of significance for life itself. Otherwise, it might easily happen that an ardent admirer of modern science objects by saying, quote, "You have told us that anemia can be caused by young girls having been denied the possibility of free play. Yet I have come across several cases of anemia in a village where the young girls had by no means been restrained in their free play." Close quote. In this case, one would have to investigate the causes of anemia in this particular situation. It might have happened that as a child the girl once nibbled an autumn crocus, thus inducing a tendency to anemia which developed in later life. Another important aspect of our theme concerns the consequences of mental strain in children. If we overburden their mental powers, we definitely exert a harmful influence upon their general condition of health. If we prevent the child from finding a natural relationship toward movement and play, its metabolic organization does not receive the necessary stimuli. By burdening the child with too much knowledge of the world, we artificially increase a metabolic activity in the head. Although man is a threefold being, all activities dominating one of the three spheres are, to a certain extent, also present in the other two systems. And if we overload a pupil, not with spiritual content, but with what the external world offers in the material realm, we divert some of the normal activity of digestion from the metabolic sphere to the head region, in this way calling forth a kind of abnormal activity of the entire metabolism. This too can lead to conditions of anemia during puberty. Again, someone might object by pointing out that in a certain village, where pupils are not at all subjected to intellectual pressure, such cases of anemia had occurred. Again, one would have to investigate the particular situation involved. For instance, it might then be discovered that one of the houses in this village was covered in Virginia creeper, and that a child whose curiosity had been roused by its black and glistening berries had eaten a few overripe ones, in this way increasing an already innate tendency toward anemia. In conclusion, I should like to say, to collect separate data and then extract from them general knowledge can be a perfectly correct method of procedure. But if one aims at the kind of knowledge which is closely allied to practical life, one has to observe the actual life situations carefully in order to find out where and how one should tackle the problems as they present themselves. Only a real knowledge of man will offer the educator this kind of insight into the human being, and it will enable him to fulfill his task by leading the child into the right forms of movement, and by being on his guard against subjecting the children entrusted to his care to too much mental strain. The realization of these possibilities is our first and foremost task. Of course, we cannot always prevent a child from sucking an autumn crocus or from eating the blackberries of the Virginia creeper. But what we can do is to infuse intuitions into the child, and this at the right time, which will enable it to develop physical powers in an all-round way and to cultivate greater flexibility. The end of Lecture 15. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul Economy and Waldorf Education, Collected Works, Volume 303, translated by Roland Everett. This is the last lecture, Lecture 16, given in Dornach on the 7th of January, 1922, and what follows this, after this one's over, will be a question and answer. I'm calling it a Lecture 17, which is in this final lecture of our conference about an education based on anthroposophy, based upon anthroposophical insight into the human being, I should like to speak about the moral and religious aspect in teaching, two kindred subjects which naturally belong together. Once again, there is only time for a few characteristic observations. There's hardly any other subject where one feels equally strongly how important it is that an all-embracing and unifying spirit, born out of a real knowledge of man, should pervade all aspects and all branches of education. Yesterday I spoke to you about physical education. Today's theme can only be considered to be a truly spiritual one, and this very much so when we look at it from the spirit of our time. Right from the beginning, I wish to emphasize that these two subjects, physical and spiritual in nature, will have to flow together to form a unity in the kind of education we are considering here, although they tend to be treated as two rather separate branches in traditional education. For this to happen in general may well take its time, but in our Waldorf school we have tried to make a small beginning of this intimate flowing together of spiritual and physical activities by introducing eurythmy, which is an obligatory subject in all its classes, and which could be looked upon as a kind of soul and spiritual form of gymnastics. This eurythmy uses the human physical body as a medium in order to express everything it has to bring. Yet, at the same time, right down to the smallest detail, every movement is meaningfully permeated by what is of a soul and spiritual nature. Eurythmy depends on the physical organs in a similar way, in which speech depends on the human speech organs, without which there could be no oral communications. These physical speech organs are the carriers of soul and spiritual content. Just as the spiritual element in language can lead one directly into the moral and even religious sphere, if one is only perceptive enough, for it is not without reason that the Gospel of St. John begins with, quote, "In the beginning was the Word," close quote, so one can say, this flowing together of body, soul, and spirit, though in a lesser-known subject and in an as yet more instinctive way, is being cultivated by the teaching of eurythmy in every class of the Waldorf school. Although directly linked to physical movements, eurythmy is one of the subjects which can show perhaps more clearly than any other how this unification of body, soul, and spirit can be methodically practiced in actual class lessons. In future times, many other activities will have to stand side by side with eurythmy, offering possibilities as yet undreamt of by present-day mankind, and working even more directly into the soul and spiritual realm. Such possibilities are inherent in what has already been given, waiting to be realized. The way is there. Even if our first efforts in eurythmy are far from perfect and limited in scope, all one-sidedness in gymnastics, resulting from the materialistic influences of our times, will eventually be overcome through the principles of eurythmy. One really feels an inner urge to speak about the ethical and religious aspects of education, even if this can be done only aphoristically. On the one hand, one wishes to appeal most strongly to what all human beings share as a common bond beyond the confines of race and nationality. On the other, one cannot help realizing that it is almost impossible to speak about matters so intimately connected with people's inner lives in a way which will be both understood and accepted by members of all nations. One example may suffice to show how very different people's moral and religious attitudes are in different regions of the earth, and how one therefore feels inhibited when trying to reach them on this particular level. In reality, such intimate questions of morality and religion can be approached only through the national and religious background of the people concerned. In all previous considerations of our conference theme, I could speak in far more general terms about human affairs than is possible for me today. But the anthroposophical way of looking at the world engenders a strong desire to build bridges across all divisions into nationalities, races, and so on. In its inmost being, anthroposophy feels impelled to speak with a supranational, with an international voice. Nevertheless, one is acutely aware of the difficulties involved when speaking with the voice of universal humanity about such intimate matters of human life, especially in the contemporary scene, which after all is the reality confronting us. Therefore, I must beg you to take what I am going to say with the attitude mentioned just now. It is given as an example to illustrate the deep gulfs dividing mankind. During the course of these lectures, I have often referred to Herbert Spencer, who, whatever one's personal opinion of his philosophy may be, nevertheless has to be regarded as an exponent of Western civilization. I have also indicated this that this Herbert Spencer has put into the world definite educational principles, one of which could be summarized in the following way. It is man's aim on earth to reproduce his kind, and consequently it is in his moral interests to bring up and to educate his offspring accordingly. He must therefore endeavor to provide suitable parents and educators. Such approximately are Herbert Spencer's views, which begin with and aim at a physical picture of man. He follows the development of the human race with an eye on its reproduction and adapts his educational aims accordingly. Now let us look at another personality, who, through living a little later, nevertheless can be regarded as a representative of the Eastern world outlook. Let us consider the philosophy of Vladimir Soloviev. Footnote, Vladimir Soloviev, 1853 to 1900. End of footnote. Though expressing himself in Western terminology, a truly Russian folk soul speaks through his works. And so we find that the ethical and religious aims of Vladimir Soloviev have a very different message for mankind, one which is permeated by the spirit of the East. He says, on the one hand, man must strive for perfection with regard to truth, and on the other he must partake of immortality. Here Soloviev does not imply the earthly kind of immortality resulting from fame or glory, but he speaks of the real immortality of the soul, which rightly belongs to every human soul. He goes on to say, without this striving toward perfection in truth, in other words, without the attainment of real knowledge, human existence would be worthless. Only if one is able to perfect oneself more and more will human life gain in value. However, if the human soul were denied immortality, then all perfection, all ability to strive toward perfection, would be nothing but a monstrous cosmic deception. For then all human achievements in the search for truth would sink under, and humankind would be cheated of its most precious aspirations by the very cosmic foundations themselves. However, so claims Soloviev, this would be the case if, in its earthly development, mankind were to look upon the reproduction of the human species as the final and most important aim. For then mankind's special task in the world would be shunted from one generation to the next, and man's course would be like the rolling of an unchanging wheel, at least with regard to his moral values of existence. In short, out of the Eastern spirit, Soloviev rejects, in the clearest and strongest terms, the Western ideals of Herbert Spencer. This twofold way of experiencing and judging mankind's task on earth colors all the many divisions with regard to moral and religious issues. If one wishes to gain an understanding of mankind's ethical and moral aims, one must first of all free oneself from any prejudice, and then one needs to make an honest effort to comprehend the various diverging philosophies of life. The opposite views of the two representative thinkers, quoted above, can serve as an indication of how differently mankind is constituted with regard to the intimate subject under discussion today. It is the very aim of the anthroposophical world outlook to help people wherever they may live on earth toward an understanding beyond the barriers of race or national language. Consequently, anthroposophy endeavors to speak in a supranational language. This, of course, not in any physical sense, but in a language which can be understood throughout our present civilization. Today these aims can be realized only to a limited extent, but even the first steps will enable us to appreciate also wider issues. For, as soon as we become clearer about what has just been said, we will realize how little we can achieve in the moral and religious field of education if we introduce religious dogmas or fixed moral concepts to children. At best, we could teach them to become Christians, Jews, Roman Catholics, or Protestants, according to our own religious beliefs. However, any attempt to indoctrinate the young in our own particular ideology must be eradicated from the true art of education. One specific problem in education may help to clarify and illustrate this point. It is something which will make us pay due respect to matters pertaining to human freedom, also in the case of a child, and that we must have respect for the inherent freedom of the child we shall soon realize if we say to ourselves, a feeble-minded pupil ought to be treated with the same care as a bright one, or even as a budding genius. What would happen if teachers adopted the principle that pupils ought to absorb only what was near to their own souls? Through his corporeality, a person of subnormal intelligence is born with a heavy burden. A genius is born with wings to his soul. We must confess to ourselves that we are called upon to carry our share of the burden of the imbecile. But we must also admit that as teachers we may not be able to follow the flight of a young genius. Otherwise every school would have to be staffed with geniuses of the highest order, and this is hardly possible. Nevertheless, our ways of teaching must ensure that we do not impede the progress of an inherent genius. Never must we clip the wings of a genius's spirit. This we can achieve only by developing an art of education which does not interfere with the spiritual forces that must be allowed to work freely in the growing human being. Toward this end, all previous considerations of this conference have been directed, and if you examine them at greater depth, you will find it so. You will also find that the principles of Waldorf education can be implemented in practical life in such a way that the teacher needs to deal only with what can be developed in the child by him, even if the pupil will eventually grow into a genius. Just as a dwarfed teacher cannot prevent his pupil from growing into a physical giant, just as he cannot intervene in the free unfolding of the pupil's physical growth, so his own spiritual limitations need not hamper his pupil's innate possibilities of spiritual growth. Their later lives will remain unimpeded by a teacher's inevitable shortcomings if he takes his stand on a knowledge of man which emanates from the complete human being, in the same way in which the powers of physical growth do. I therefore welcome the fact that something has emerged in the Waldorf school at Stuttgart which may easily escape the notice of a passing visitor, but which, nevertheless, is a concrete reality. It is the spirit of the Waldorf school, which has its own independent existence, irrespective of the personal situation of the individual staff members, whose soul and spiritual lives thrive on the communal efforts to cultivate it. It is this spirit which will encourage the teachers more and more to educate children, even if it means having to bear their heavy yoke of subnormality. The teacher's joint study of the human being will help them to carry this burden, but at the same time, they will also make every effort to avoid the educational sin of hampering the free unfolding of a highly gifted pupil. This is our ideal. It is an ideal of which it need not be said that it exists only in cloud cuckoo land, for every day concerted efforts are being made to bring it down into daily life at the Waldorf school. When dealing with moral and religious aspects of education, we cannot draw our content from existing ideologies, confessional religions, or established ethical impulses. Our task will be so to reach the pupil's inner being that in accordance with their destinies, they will be able to find their way in freedom toward working together with their fellow men in the social sphere. Consequently, in our teaching, we do not begin by appealing to their conceptual faculties, for knowledge, though providing content, does not offer the possibility to live oneself into the intimate regions of the soul. When imparting knowledge, and this we are bound to do in our school, when addressing ourselves to the faculty of thinking as one of the three soul faculties, we must realize that this thinking, too, will have to be channeled toward ethical aims. However, when we are dealing with the moral and religious aspects of education, we must appeal first and foremost to the pupil's life of feeling. Neither can we address ourselves directly to the will sphere, because a person's activities immediately link him or her to the social scene, and what has to be performed there is largely determined by the prevailing conditions and contemporary demands within the social sphere. And so, we cannot turn directly to thinking, which always wants to go in a certain direction, nor to willing, which is bound to take its impulses from prevailing social conditions. But we can always appeal to feeling, which to a certain extent is the private domain of each individual. And if we appeal to this element in our teaching, we shall meet with those forces in the human soul which are of a moral and religious order. Yet we must go further than cultivating the pupil's thinking, feeling, and willing, as if each faculty were a separate entity. We must endeavor to train all soul forces simultaneously. Obviously, it would be wrong to concentrate on the training of thinking in a one-sided way, nor would it be right to concentrate on the will alone. What we have to do is to let the element of feeling flow into both the sphere of thinking and of willing. With regard to thinking, only knowledge of the world and of man, which rests on an anthroposophical foundation, can be of real help to us, for it allows us to build upon a physical and material basis. With this kind of knowledge, we can safely turn to subjects such as physics and chemistry without falling into the danger of being unable to rise to a metaphysical, to a spiritual level. But if we reach the supersensible world along such a path, then not only our thinking but also our feeling life will become engaged. For at the moment in which we raise knowledge of the world to a supersensible level, we begin to gain a moral relationship with the world foundations, with the supersensible beings themselves. This element of feeling is the first one of the three soul faculties to which we have to turn in our moral and religious education. If fostered in the right way, it will become transmuted into a feeling of gratitude. This mood of gratitude, something in which today's educational practice plays only a comparatively minor and less conscious role, is what we must develop in the child quite systematically, right from the very beginning of school life. With each concrete example which we take from life itself, we must try to engender this mood of gratitude for everything the child receives. And if this feeling is rightly developed, it is capable of rising to the highest realms of cosmic laws, which can be reached through cognition. At such a moment, a human being feels how nature is surrounding him. He learns to know nature's laws, sees himself within nature. He learns to know that what he can discover by means of his senses alone will never make him into a full human being. Gradually he finds the way to a knowledge of man which points to what goes beyond the bounds of the sense-perceptible world, but which nevertheless can be reached by scientific methods. He then experiences in himself not only the working of universal cosmic laws, but he divines the existence of spiritual beings. Such awareness changes his knowledge into a deep feeling of gratitude toward the supersensible beings who have placed him into the world, toward the supersensible beings themselves. Knowledge broadens into gratitude toward divine beings. No knowledge of the world is rightly imparted to the young unless it eventually wells up into a feeling of gratitude toward the supersensible world. And so the first quality within the three human soul faculties which will lead into the moral and religious sphere, and which we must cultivate in the young, is a feeling of gratitude. Gratitude in itself includes a certain cognitional quality, for we must know why we are grateful. It is characteristic of such a feeling that it is closely allied to our powers of comprehension. In the Waldorf school, we do not appeal to a faith handed down by tradition. That is left to our visiting religion teachers, who, after the ground has thus been prepared by the regular Waldorf teachers, are invited to relate what they have to give to life in general. With regard to the pupil's faculty of thinking, we first of all try to create a mood of gratitude. And when we turn to the life of feeling, we find there something which takes us out of ourselves, which leads us out into the surrounding world. When experiencing gratitude, we find ourselves confronting other beings. But if we can identify ourselves with other beings to the extent of experiencing them as ourselves, then something begins to develop in our feeling life, which we call love in the true sense of the word. Love is the second mood of soul which needs to be nurtured with regard to the ethical and religious life. It is the kind of love which we can foster at school by doing something we can so that the pupils will love each other. It is the kind of love to which we can give a firm grounding by aiding the children's gradual transition from the stage of imitation and that of authority between their 9th and 10th year to a genuine feeling of love for their teachers, whose bearing and general behavior at school naturally must warrant it. In this way we lay the foundations of a twofold human quality. On the one hand, we implant what is contained in the ancient call, quote, "Love thy neighbor as thyself," close quote. And as at the same time we are also developing a feeling of gratitude, which points more to a comprehension of the world, quote, "Love thy neighbor as thyself," close quote, is complemented by the words, quote, "Love the divine being above all things," close quote. Such words of truth have a familiar ring to most people today, or they have been sounding across the ages. However, to know them in theory and to repeat them is not the point. What matters is that in our immediate present, and every age sees a renewal of mankind, we find ways and means of putting them into practice. Nowadays one hears all too often, "Love thy neighbor as thyself and God above all things," yet one sees little evidence of it. Life at school should help to bring about that such things are not merely talked about, but that they become infused with new life. There is only one way which will offer a firm foundation for a mature capacity to love, and that is the natural transformation of the childhood stages of imitation and authority to that of love. And if we work in harmony with the child's natural development toward the attainment of love, the quality of which should be self-evident when seen in this context, we no longer need to invent long-winded theories of the kind that are fabricated by materialistic thinkers, with the intention of guiding the newly sexually mature adolescent in his first experiences of love. A whole literature has been written on this subject, all of which suffers from the simple fact that one no longer knows what to do with youngsters when they reach sexual maturity. And the reason for this failure lies in the children not having been prepared adequately for this event, because one did not know how to handle the previous stages of childhood. If adolescents have been guided rightly up to this incisive time in their lives, one does not have the same difficulties with them. Also, in the case of the child's life of will, we must guide his developing soul in such a way that his feelings freely flow into his willing, and this in the right way. The child naturally must express manifold will impulses outwardly, but what is it that now asserts itself? We could not be human in the physical sense if at the moment we express our will impulses, and particularly so when our deeds are seen in the light of morality and religion, we were unable to make use of our physical powers. In engendering love, we pour ourselves out into the world, as it were. In willing, we draw back again into ourselves. And since willing is an essential part of our lives, we now enter the domain of our instincts, drives, and emotions. At the moment when we are seeking the path to morality and religion, we must become conscious that into our instincts and desires there must flow that which makes us truly human. It will reveal itself to us when we knowingly contemplate the universe and find the human being there. It is what was put into words by an old tradition in the saying, quote, "Man is the image of the Godhead," close quote. Only if we can carry such an experience into our willing, only if even in the impulses of our instincts we can still find the image of God, will the kind of willing come into being which bears an ethical and also a religious character. Then we know that also in the domain of our willing we remain truly human. If a person lets his will impulses enter the world in such a way that right down to the level of his instincts people still recognize in him a true human being, what is he doing then? By developing a feeling for his own humanness, which he pours into his activities, into his will impulses, he reveals the third of the three soul moods. And for this third element there exists no word in the German language. Therefore, to make my meaning clear, I have to borrow a word from the English language. It is the word duty. There is no German word for duty. Those who can experience how words reveal the genius of language, in the sense spoken of during a previous meeting, will be able to feel what I mean. True enough, anyone who, without further ado, translates simply according to what he finds in a dictionary, would translate the word duty with the German word Pflicht. But Pflicht does not meet the case at all. As a noun formed from the verb pflegen, it comes from quite a different region of the soul. Footnote, the verb pflegen has a double meaning, A, to nurture or to nurse, and B, to be accustomed to be in the habit of. End of footnote. One would have to approach this whole line of thinking quite differently if one were to base it on the word Pflicht. In this difficulty to find the right word, you have another example of how differently people are constituted in different parts of the earth. If one aims to be conscientious and correct in one's use of language, one cannot translate duty with Pflicht in order to express the third mood of soul, for this would be an untruth. It would be a lie, even if only a technical one. Number 1, gratitude. Number 2, love. Number 3, duty. And again, it is characteristic that one can use the German words for gratitude, Dankbarkeit, Dankbarkeit, and love, Liebe, but that there is no German word for expressing the third mood of soul. It is characteristic because as soon as we step out of the sphere of cognition, which links us to humanity, for thought can be shared by all thinking people, and as soon as we leave the realm of love, which can unite people everywhere, and enter the sphere of individual willing, we find ourselves placed into a definite geographical locality. There we are called upon to form our lives and to become conscious of the individuality which is being developed in us through our having been placed into a definite location on earth. However, if we approach our pupils through their life of feeling, when, between the 9th and 10th year, the children's previous powers of imitation and their inborn sense of authority have gradually changed into new faculties, our teaching, by its very nature, will lead to a moral and religious experience on their part. And when a human being is permeated by the feeling that he wants to be truly human, that he must conduct his life in such a way that right down to the level of his instincts, his fellow men will recognize in him a true human being, and when he himself can recognize his own humanity, at this moment he becomes a messenger, an angelos of the divine world. Then his moral life will become pervaded by a religious mood. If a pupil has been rightly guided up to the 12th year, new subjects introduced at that time will lead him out into what lies outside the human realm. This will make him acutely conscious that by observing outer nature, he is entering another world, sense-bound and obeying the laws of the lifeless, the inorganic world. We have characterized this point of time and also indicated what form the right pedagogical approach should take. But at that moment, deep down, the child will feel that he wants to be truly human also at the level of man's lower nature, at the level of his instincts and drives. And then the third mood of soul will arise, the feeling of a sense of duty. In this way, through our education, and in conformity with the child's own nature, we have guided the pupil to an experience of the three moods of soul. Naturally, the ground had to be prepared already during the previous school years. At the stage of development which occurs toward the 12th year, a certain loss of inner harmony will make itself felt in the pupil's religious experiences. By this I mean that in his religious life a most important moment has come. Naturally, the pupil must have been prepared for this turning point so that he can pass through it in the right way. What must not happen is that the educator simply accepts the fact that certain conflicts brought about by our present civilization are inevitable. In our times, people have their moral and ethical views, which are deeply rooted in the human soul, and without which they cannot imagine human dignity and human values. On the other hand, they find themselves surrounded by the effects of natural laws, which in themselves are completely amoral. Laws which affect human lives, irrespective of any moral issues, and which can be dealt with only if questions of morality are left entirely out of consideration. Today there is a widespread trend in educational circles, conveniently, to bypass this problem in the case of children who have reached this critical point in their lives. But in our present civilization, this conflict in the soul of man is a deep and a tragic one, unless it is resolved in some way or another before adulthood is reached, unless pupils are able to reconcile the moral with the natural order of the world, so that these two worlds can be seen as part of one overall unity, they could well fall victim to an inner conflict strong enough to tear their lives apart. Today such a conflict exists in the lives of nearly all thinking people, only they remain unconscious of it. They prefer to fall back on traditional religious creeds, in this way trying to bridge what remains an unbridgeable gap, unless one is able to rise from the sense-perceptible world to the spiritual world, as Anthroposophy endeavors to do. For the adult, such a conflict is a tragic one indeed. Should it ever arise in childhood before the 11th year, the disturbances it brings in its wake are serious enough to ruin the soul life of the child. It should never happen that a child says to himself, quote, "I learn zoology, and there I find nothing about God. I learn religion, and I am told of a God. It is true, but this does not help me to explain zoology." Close quote. To allow a child to be caught in this dilemma would be a dreadful thing, for this kind of questioning could completely throw it off its proper course of life. Needless to say, the kind of education we have been considering during the last few days would never allow such a schism to appear in the soul of a child, for it fully takes into account the importance of the 11th to 12th year and of all that follows after. Only then, but not before, is the right time for the pupil to become aware of the disharmony between life looked at from the natural and life looked at from the moral point of view. But we should not overprotect the child by glossing over certain facts of life, such as that, apart from an experience of gratitude, love, and duty, there also exists a split in the world when seen through human eyes. However, if education is founded upon the principles elaborated here, pupils will be able to resolve this apparent disharmony in the world, especially at this particular age. These are problems which will deepen and enrich the pupils' religious lives far more than if they were to be fed merely on the traditional types of religious instruction which have to be accepted on faith. Such real content will give pupils the assurance that a bridge can be built across the abyss which they have experienced for the first time, because it is a reality. Our present civilization demands that we should let our ethical and religious views play their proper part in life as it is. And in our religious teaching, we must take our cue from the critical moments of the pupil's developing life of feeling. The difficulties of finding the kind of bridge which I have spoken of are highlighted by a book which was published in London toward the end of the 80s. It is called Lux Mundi, and among its contributors are several authors representing the official point of view of the High Church of England. In this book, an attempt was made to integrate what has become crystallized within the Church more into social life. Here, even members of the High Church are at pains to build such a bridge, needless to say, from their point of view. You can find people everywhere discussing this subject, which could well become the real content of our religious life. However, are we really able to offer the growing child something that carries weight in a subject which is being debated so much today? Are we in a position to lead young people into Christianity, while theologians are arguing more and more about the real being of the Christ? Should it not be our task to find ways of helping each individual to relate him or herself to Christianity and freedom? We must not impart accepted dogmas or fixed formula in our ethical and religious instruction, but we must learn to nurture the divine and spiritual element that lives in the human soul. Only then shall we guide the child rightly and without impinging on his inner freedom toward his eventual choice of his own religious denomination. Only then will pupils be saved from inner uncertainties on discovering that one grown-up is a member of the High Church while another may be a Puritan. We must succeed in enabling our pupils to get hold of the real essence of religion. Likewise, through the cultivation of the three moods of soul, we must succeed in allowing morality to develop freely in the child's soul, instead of trying to inculcate it by means of set moral precepts. This problem lies at the very bottom of the social question, and all talking about it or working in the social field will depend on our being able to provide the right basis for the moral education of the young. A significant part of the whole social question is simply a question of education. It was only possible to present a few rough outlines of the moral and religious aspect of Waldorf education, which we have been studying during the last few days. If our educational aims are rooted in a true knowledge of man, and as long as we realize that we must refrain from introducing dogmas, theories, or moral obligations into our teaching, we shall finally succeed in laying the right foundations for the moral and religious life of our pupils. And so we must continue to work toward a true art of education, in conformity with the needs of our times. Perhaps I may hope that what I had to tell you during the last few days will have shown that I was not at all prompted by any opposition against the achievements of general education up to date. Broadly speaking, our present civilization is not lacking in good educational aims and principles. These have been proclaimed in abstract terms by the great educationalists of the 19th century in various countries of the earth. Waldorf education has no intention of opposing or belittling their findings, but it believes it knows that these ideas can become implemented only through the appropriate measures, and that such measures can grow only out of a real and deep experience of man and the world. Fundamentally speaking, Waldorf education is trying to bring about what most people are looking for, though their aims may be somewhat abstract or ill-defined. If among those who have shown genuine interest in an anthroposophically founded education, as practiced in the Waldorf school, a feeling has arisen that here ways and means are being sought in order to achieve what in reality everyone wants to see in education, then the right kind of response will have been evoked. That I was permitted to speak to you out of this spirit, ladies and gentlemen, has meant a great deal to me, for it is more important to me that you should appreciate the spirit out of which I have spoken than that you should listen to the details of what I had to bring. Details may well have to be modified or adapted in one way or another. What matters are not the details, but the spirit underlying them. And if I should have succeeded in calling forth at least some experience of that tolerant and humane, yet active spirit, out of which anthroposophically based education wishes to speak, then perhaps just a little of what I wish to bring in these lectures may have been achieved. In conclusion, I wish to emphasize once more my firm conviction that it is of utmost importance to speak out of this spirit during our present times. I should like to thank you for the interest you have shown in these lectures. I should also like to thank you for spending your time at this conference, especially so during this festive season. And I hope that as you go away again, you may feel at least some justification for having made your journey to Dornach. If this should be the case, I should like to give you my heartiest farewell greetings, in the hope that we may meet again, in the sense in which I spoke to you at the opening of this lecture course. The end of Lecture 16. It is the end of the lecture cycle. The following, in quotes, lecture, coming after this lecture 17, is actually a set of answers to questions. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul Economy and Waldorf Education, Collected Works, Volume 303, translated by Roland Everett. I'm calling this Lecture 13. It is in fact answers to questions given to Steiner during the course of the cycle. It is the last part of the book. Answers to questions from the discussion held first of all on 1st January 1922. Rudolf Steiner. As a number of questions have been handed in, perhaps it would be best if I began this meeting by trying to answer some of them. If there should be other matters you wish to be discussed, we could meet at another time during this conference. Regarding the first question, it is certainly possible to believe that spreading one main lesson subject over a long period of time could have its drawbacks. Neither can one deny that it is difficult to engage the attention of children on one and the same subject for a longer time. Other opinions, representing official contemporary educational theory, also seem to speak against such an extension of one subject into block periods. Nevertheless, it was decided to introduce this method in the Waldorf school. The point is that the results of recent experimentally based psychological research, which is chiefly responsible for the disapproval of our methods, do not represent the real nature of the human being. These methods do not penetrate the deeper layers of the human being. Why are psychological experiments carried out at all? I do not object to them, inasmuch as they are justified in their proper sphere. Within certain limits, I am quite willing to recognize their justification. Nevertheless, the question remains, why are experiments made with the human psyche in our present times? The answer is that we experiment with the human soul because during the course of human evolution, we have reached a point where we are no longer able to build a bridge, spontaneously and naturally, from one soul to another. We no longer have a natural feeling for the various needs of the child, of how or when it feels fatigued, and so on. This is the reason why we try to acquire, by external means, the kind of knowledge which human beings once possessed in their full presence of mind, linking one soul to the other. We ask, in what way does a child feel fatigued after having occupied him or herself with one or another subject for a certain length of time? We compile statistics, and so on. As I said, In a way, we have invented these procedures in order to find out in a roundabout way what we no longer can recognize directly in a human being. But for those who wish to establish a close rapport between the soul of a teacher and that of a child, something else is of far greater importance than questions such as whether too much claim is made upon the pupil's powers of concentration if one teaches the same subject for a longer period of time. If I understand the question rightly, it seems to imply that if one were to introduce a greater variety into the lesson by changing the subject after a comparatively short time, that then something valuable would be gained. Well, something would be gained, certainly. One cannot deny that. But these things affect the pupils' whole lives, and they should not be calculated mathematically. One ought to be able to decide intuitively whether what has been gained in this way is of greater value when seen against the whole life development of an individual, or whether something has been lost in the long run. It is an entirely different matter whether one teaches the same subject for 2 hours, as in a main lesson, or whether one teaches one subject for an hour and then another subject for the second hour, or even to change subjects after shorter periods of time. Although pupils will tire to a certain extent, a factor for which the teacher has to make due allowance, it is better for their overall development if one proceeds in this concentrated way than if one artificially limits the lesson time in order to fill the pupils' souls with new and different content in a following lesson. What we consider to be of utmost importance in the Waldorf school is that the teachers make use of their available lesson time in the most economical way, that they apply soul economy with regard to their pupils' potential. If one builds up the lessons along major lines of content which pupils are able to follow without becoming tired, or at least without feeling overcome by tiredness, and if one can work against any oncoming tiredness by introducing variations of the main theme, one can achieve more than by following other methods for the sake of advantages these may possibly bring. In theory, it is always possible to argue for and against such things, but it is not a question of preference for one or the other of them. The only thing that matters is the question, what is best for the overall development of the child as seen from a long-term viewpoint? There is one further point to be considered. It is quite correct to say that a child will tire if made to listen to the same subject too long. But nowadays there is so little insight into what is healthy or unhealthy for a child, that one looks upon the child becoming tired merely as something negative, something to be corrected. In itself, to become tired is as healthy as feeling refreshed. Life has its rhythms. It is not a question of holding the pupil's attention for half an hour and then to give them some 5 minutes break to recover from the strain, which in any case would not balance out their fatigue, before cramming something different into their heads. It is an illusion to think that such a method would solve the problem. In reality, one has not tackled it at all. One has simply poured something different into the child's soul instead of allowing the consequences of the organically based causes of tiredness to fade away. In short, one has to probe into the deeper layers of the human soul in order to realize that a longer concentration upon the same subject is of great value for the overall development of a child. As I said, it is easily possible to reach the opinion that quicker changes of subjects offer an advantage. But one must also realize that a perfect solution will never be found in life as it is. The real question is, what is, relatively speaking, the best solution of a problem? And then one will find that short lessons of different subjects do not offer the possibility of giving the children content which will unite deeply enough with their spiritual, their soul, and their physical organizations. Perhaps I should add that if a school founded on the principles I have been describing were ever condemned to put up with boring teachers, one would certainly be forced to cut down the length of the lesson time. I have to admit that if teachers were to give boring and monotonous lessons, it would be better to reduce the length of each lesson. But if teachers are able to stimulate their pupils' interest, the longer main lesson is definitely the better one. For me, the essential point is never to become fixed or fanatical in any way, but always to consider the circumstances. Certainly, if one expects interesting lessons to be given at school, one must not engage boring teachers on the staff. Question 2. There may be justifiable reasons for looking upon eurythmy as a conversion of one art form into another, rather than considering it as a new form of art. But whenever one deals with an artistic medium or with the artistic side of life, it is not the, in quotes, what that matters, but the how. In my opinion, there is no real meaning in the statement that sculpture, music, speech, rhythm, and so on are only the means of expression, while the underlying ideas are the real substance. There seems little point in making such abstract discriminations when one is dealing with life itself. Naturally, if one is keen on finding unifying ideas in the abstract, one can also find different media through which these are expressed. But in real life, these modes or media do represent something new, something different. To give an example, according to Goethe's theory of plant metamorphosis, a colored flower petal, when seen in the abstract, is inherently the same as a green plant leaf. Goethe sees in the flower petal a metamorphosed green leaf. And yet, from a practical point of view, a petal is something altogether different from a leaf. Whether eurythmy is a new form of expression or a conversion of one art form into another is not the point at all. What matters is this: during the course of human evolution, speech, and also singing, though the latter is less noticeable, sound, speech, and singing have become more and more a means of expressing what works through the human head. Again, this is putting it rather radically, but from a certain point of view it does represent the truth. Today, human language, human speech is no longer expressive of the whole human being. Speech has become thought-oriented. Among modern nations, it has become closely linked to the life of thought, and through this development, speech reveals what springs from man's egoism. Eurythmy, on the other hand, goes back again to man's will nature, and by doing so, it engages the whole human being. Through eurythmy, man is revealed as standing within the entire macrocosm. And while, for example, during certain primeval times, gesture and miming always accompanied the spoken word, especially during artistic activities, so that word and gesture combined into a single form of expression, and the two became inseparable, today word and gesture have fallen far apart. Therefore, a need is felt to engage the whole human being again, by calling into play also what belongs more to his will sphere, and in this way to relate him again to the macrocosm. Altogether, there seems to be too much theorizing going on these days, whereas it is so important to consider the practical aspects of life, especially in our present time. Anyone observing life from this point of view, without prejudice, knows that for every yes there is a no, and that everything can be proved both right and wrong. Yet the ultimate value does not lie in proving something right or in refuting it, in finding definitions and in making distinctions, but in what leads to new impulses and to new life in the world. You may well have your own thoughts when hearing all this, ladies and gentlemen, but anthroposophical research does give insight into the development of mankind, and mankind today has a leaning toward overcoming the intellectualistic element, to feel drawn more to what belongs to the soul of man and to life, which produces creative activities rather than definitions. And so it does not really matter whether one looks upon eurythmy as a conversion of one art form into another, or whether one calls it a new art. A little anecdote may illustrate what I mean. When I studied at Vienna University, some of the professors there had been given a much coveted title of distinction. They were called privy councillors, in German Hofrat. In Germany, I found that such professors received the title confidential councillors, Geheimrat. In certain quarters, the distinction between these two titles seemed to be of importance. As for me, what mattered was the personality behind the title rather than the title itself. This seems similar, forgive me, for I really do not wish to offend anybody, to the situation where people engage in philosophical arguments in order to define the difference or to discriminate between transferring one art form into a different medium, or, for want of a better word, to call it a new dimension in the realm of art. To question 3. I am not quite clear what this question is meant to convey, but to me it seems to express a somewhat evangelical attitude of mind. At best, discipline, as I have already said, can become a natural byproduct of the ordinary life in the classroom. I have also told you how during the last 2 years of the existence of the Waldorf school, discipline has improved in quite a remarkable way, and I have quoted substantiating symptoms. With regard to this, quote, sense of sin, close quote, footnote here, Rudolf Steiner used these English words, end of footnote. Again, with regard to this sense of sin, it would appear that because of one's own moral attitude, one believed in awakening such a feeling in the child for its own benefit. But, please, let us look at this point free from any religious prejudice. An awakening of such an awareness of sin would pour something into the soul of the child which would remain there in the form of a certain insecurity for the rest of its life. Putting it into psychoanalytical terminology, one could say that such a method could create a kind of vacuum, an inner emptiness within the soul of the child, which in later life would degenerate into a weakness as compared with a more active and energetic response to life in general. If I have understood the question rightly, this is all I can say in answering it. Question 4. In my opinion, this question has already been answered by what I said during the first part of my lecture this morning. Generally speaking, one cannot say that at this particular age, boys have to go through yet another crisis, apart from the one described this morning. There would be too many different grades of development if one were to speak of an emerging turbulence affecting all boys of this age. Perhaps some people are under delusions in this respect. For if the inner change of which I spoke this morning is not guided in the right way by the teachers and educators, then children, and not only the boys but also the girls, can become very turbulent. They become restless and inwardly unwilling, so that it becomes really difficult to cope with them. What happens at this age can vary a great deal according to the temperament of the adolescent, a factor which needs to be taken into account. If this were done, one would not make a generalization of the kind which appears here in the first sentence. It would be more correct to state that unless children are guided in their development, unless the teacher knows how to handle this marked change between the 9th and 10th year, they will become unwilling, unstable, and so on. And only then the situation will arise which has been mentioned in the question. It is essential for the teacher and educator to give full consideration to this turning point in the development of the child. To question 5. What has been written here is perfectly correct, and I believe that no more need be said about it than yes. Of course, one will need a certain tact when talking to pupils between the age of 10 and 12 about the human being. If a teacher is heedful of how much he can tell his pupils about the nature of the human being, then I certainly agree that one has to enter into the individual life of the personality concerned. Question 6. With regard to this question, I should like to say that one must reckon with the possibility of an ever-increasing interest in the development of new methods for penetrating the secrets of human nature, for spiritual research into the human being is a more penetrating one than that of natural science. Of course, the possibilities of this study will not be available in every field, but where they do exist, they should be made use of. It is of benefit not only for teachers and educators to learn how to observe the human being beyond what the outer appearances can tell us, but also, for example, for doctors. I think that one could safely say, without causing any misunderstandings, that only prejudice will stand in the way of such methods, and that their development is desirable. It really is so that much more could be achieved in this direction if old or intellect-bound prejudices would not bar the way to higher knowledge. These paths, in their initial stages only, have been described in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds and Its Attainment. Readers aside, also known as Knowing Higher Worlds. End of readers aside. To question 7. In the Waldorf school, mathematics definitely belongs to the main lesson subjects, and as such it plays its proper part according to the pupil's various ages and stages. In no way is this subject relegated to lessons outside the main lesson. This question rests on a misunderstanding. Now, answers from Dr. Steiner from the discussion of 3rd January 1922. It begins with Rudolf Steiner. A wish has been expressed that because of the impending departure of various conference members, the practical application of Waldorf principles should be discussed first. In this case, it is surely appropriate for me to speak about the Waldorf school. Nevertheless, I wish to broaden the subject, because I believe that a great deal of strength and real enthusiasm in face of the present world situation are necessary before our educational aims can be put into practice. It seems to me that only if one can recognize the necessity to move toward the educational impulses described here will it be possible to achieve anything in the nature of a breakthrough in education. I am convinced that anyone willing to observe, without prejudice, the recent development of mankind cannot but realize that we are living in the midst of a cultural decline, and that all objections against such a judgment are based on illusions. Of course, it is not very pleasant and looks pessimistic, though in reality it is meant to be optimistic, if one speaks in the way I am speaking now. But there are so many symptoms of a declining culture in evidence today that the situation is really quite clear. And only if this is fully recognized does the whole question of education rise up in heart and soul in the right way. In view of this, I can look upon the founding of the Waldorf school only as a first example of the practical application of the education we have been talking about. How did the Waldorf school come about? It owes its existence, and that much can surely be said, to the realization of educational principles based on true knowledge of man. But what made it happen? The Waldorf school is the indirect result of a total collapse of society, which occurred all over Middle Europe in the year 1919. This general collapse embraced all spheres of society, the economical, the social-political, and the spiritual life of all people. Perhaps one could also call it a collapse of the economical and political life and complete bankruptcy of the spiritual life. In 1919, the stark realities of the situation made the entire public only too aware of this fact. Roughly speaking, halfway through the year 1919, there existed a general and complete consciousness of it. Today there is a lot of talking going on, also in Middle Europe, about how mankind will recover again, of how eventually it will pull itself out of the trough again, and so on. Such talk is the figment of an all too comfortable way of thinking, and in reality such thoughts are nothing but empty phrases. The truth is that the decline is bound to accelerate. Today the situation in Middle Europe is not unlike that of a person who has known better days in which he bought himself plenty of good clothes. He has these clothes now and wears them out to their last shred. The fact that he cannot buy any more new ones is patently clear. Although he knows that he is unable to replenish his stock, he lives under the illusion that all is well, and that he is adequately provided for. In a similar way, the world at large fails to realize that it is no longer possible to obtain new clothes out of its cultural past. During the first half of 1919, the people of Germany were ready for a serious reassessment of the general situation. This, however, was not yet the time of the founding of the Waldorf School, but it was the time when I gave social pedagogical lectures, which contained, though only in sketchy outline, what I have been telling you during this conference. Some people saw sense in it, and this is what led to the founding of the Waldorf School. I emphasize this point because the precondition for a renewal of education is an inner readiness and openness to size up the real situation, which in itself will indicate clearly what needs to be done. At the founding of the Waldorf School, I said, "It is good to have such a school to serve as a model, but in itself it is not enough. For as the only school of its kind, it cannot solve the educational problems of our times. Only if during the next 3 months at least a dozen Waldorf schools will have been founded, will the first steps have been taken toward a solution in this field." However, since this did not happen, we can hardly look upon what has been achieved in Stuttgart as representing a success. We have but a model, and even this model is not yet representative of what one would wish to see. I will give you an example. Apart from our eurythmy room, which at long last we managed to get, we also badly need a gym hall. We still are without one, and therefore anyone who visits the Waldorf School must not look at it in its present state as the realization of our aims. Above all the other problems, the school has always been short of money. Let me read that again. Above all the other problems, the school has always been short of money. Financially, it stands on extremely weak and shaky legs. Now, in my opinion, 2 things need to be done. First, the principles of this education, based as they are on a true picture of the human being, should be made widely known, and the underlying ideas need to be thoroughly taken hold of. Everything possible should be done in this direction. You see, throwing sand into one's eyes leads nowhere in dealing with such serious matters. Therefore, I must ask you to allow me to speak freely and frankly. Often I am told when talking about these things, and also when my views on money are being discussed, quote, "Well, in England one would have to proceed in quite a different way, or one would merely put people off," close quote. If we were to leave it at that, there would be little progress. Unless we decide to overcome certain objections, we shan't be able to go forward at all. For instance, people say, quote, "In England, practical results have to be seen," close quote. This is precisely what the civilized world has been saying during the last 500 to 600 years. Only what people could see with their own eyes was considered to be of real value. This is what drags us down. And if we insist on this stance, we shall never be able to pull ourselves out of this chaos. We are not talking here about small and insignificant matters. What is really necessary is that we take our courage in hand in order to give a new impulse. So often, well-meaning people believe that I do not appreciate what they are saying when they point out to me, quote, "In England one would have to do things differently," close quote. I understand this only too well, but this does not get to the root of the matter at all. If the catastrophic conditions in 1919 had not hit the people of Central Europe so hard, though this ill fortune was really a stroke of good luck, as far as the founding of the Waldorf School is concerned, if the terrible situation had not opened their eyes, there would be no Waldorf School in Central Europe, even to this day. For in Central Europe, and especially so in Germany, there is every need for a new impulse, because of an innate lack of the ability to organize, because there is so little sense for a structured social organization. If people outside Middle Europe talk so much about German organization, they talk about something which does not reflect the actual facts. There is no outspoken talent for organization in Germany. Above all, there exists no articulated social organism. Instead, the real living culture is carried by single individuals, and not by the general public. Look, for instance, at the German universities. These are not in the least representative of the real character of the German people. They are quite abstract formations, and not at all an expression of what is truly German. The real German spirit lives only in single individualities. This is, of course, only a hint, but at the same time it also goes to show what is likely to happen if one appeals to a national mood in Germany. One meets a nothingness. One meets only a lack of understanding for the things we have been talking about here. With other words, the Waldorf school owes its existence to an unlucky stroke of luck. And now, with regard to the second point, what matters most, apart from the necessity to build further upon what was spoken of here, is that something like a Waldorf school should be founded also in countries where the population was not jolted into action by abysmal and cataclysmic conditions, such as were experienced in Germany in 1919. If, for instance, a kind of Waldorf school could be opened in England, this would mark a mighty step forward. Naturally, such a school would have to be adapted to the conditions and cultural background of that country. When I realized that the Waldorf school movement was not going to spread its wings, because the original Waldorf school had in fact remained the only one of its kind, I tried to initiate a worldwide movement for Waldorf schools, a, quote, Waldorf school movement, close quote. I did so because during the preceding years there had been a very great expansion of the Anthroposophical movement, at least in Middle Europe. Today, the Anthroposophical movement is a factor to be reckoned with in Middle Europe. As a spiritual movement, it has made its mark. But there is no organization to direct and guide this movement. The Anthroposophical Society, this needs to be said, for it is right if this is generally known, the Anthroposophical Society is not in the position to carry the Anthroposophical movement. For the Anthroposophical Society is so riddled with the tendency towards sectarianism that it is not capable of carrying the Anthroposophical movement as it is today and as it has developed. All the same, I wanted to make one last appeal to the stronger elements within the Anthroposophical Society, because I was hoping that some individuals might respond by making a final effort to bring about a Waldorf school movement. Well, it did not happen. The world school movement is dead and buried, for it is not good enough merely to talk about such a thing. It needs to be carried out in a down-to-earth and practical way. To implement such a plan, a larger body of people is needed. The Waldorf school in Stuttgart is one of the results of the German Revolution. Itself, it is not a revolutionary school, but the revolution was its matrix, as it were. If something like a Waldorf school could be founded also in another country, say in England, because the general world situation was clearly recognized, this would mean a big step forward. Perhaps later, when time has been given to the discussion, a little more could be said about it. Millicent Mackenzie, professor at University College, Cardiff, a shortened translation by George Kaufman Adams. Professor Mackenzie wishes to say to this point that among the members of this conference there are several personalities from England present who, recognizing the needs of mankind, would be in a position to work in this direction and who would exert considerable influence in an effort to bring about the realization of this educational impulse. As a first step, they would like to invite Dr. Steiner to England sometime during this year, and they are eager to create the right mood and setting for this visit, during which they hope a number of prominent personalities and educators would also be present to welcome Dr. Steiner. Rudolf Steiner. I wish to add that such a step must be taken only in a practical sense, and that it would be harmful if one were to talk too much about it. Those among you who are in a position to take a step forward in this direction would have to prepare the ground, so that when the right time has come, one is able to take appropriate action. I am sure that Mrs. Mackenzie and her friends will agree if now other conference members who have come from different countries, and who may also have ideas upon this subject, will come forward and voice their suggestions. Mrs. K. Haag. Today we have heard a great deal about England. We are pleased about this, and have found it useful. But there are various other matters which we, who have come from our little Holland, have on our heart. Actually, we have come with a very guilty conscience because the idea of a world school movement was discussed for the first time in Holland. Somehow we did not do what we might have done about it, partly because of misunderstandings and partly because of lack of strength. But we have not been quite as inactive as people might think, and I can assure you that we are more than ready to make good our failure as far as this is possible. Despite our shortcoming, I should like to ask Dr. Steiner to tell us whether the plan he outlined for England could also be implemented in Holland. And since Dr. Steiner has promised to visit us in April, I should like to ask him whether he might be willing to discuss this matter with a larger circle of persons who have a particular interest in education. Rudolf Steiner. There already exists a plan for Holland, which as far as I know is being worked out. From the 5th to the 12th of April of this year, an academic course is to be held there, which, similar to other such courses given elsewhere, has the task, first and foremost, of introducing anthroposophy at depth. It has been a somewhat depressing experience to witness how, after the need to work for anthroposophy in Holland had been pointed out again and again, and after February and the beginning of March of last year, lectures and performances had been given, there was a notable falling off, not with regard to the understanding of anthroposophy, but definitely as far as the inner life of the Anthroposophical Society in Holland was concerned. It therefore seems to me very necessary that, especially in Holland, the Anthroposophical movement should make a new and vigorous start. From which angle this should be done will depend on prevailing circumstances, but the educational movement could well be the prime mover. Another question has been handed to me which has a direct bearing on this point. X. According to Dutch law, it is possible to found a free school if the government is satisfied of the serious and genuine intentions behind such an impulse. If we in Holland were unable to raise the necessary capital for founding a Waldorf school, would it be right for us to accept state subsidies as long as we were allowed to arrange our curriculum and our lessons according to Waldorf principles? Rudolf Steiner. There is one part of the question I do not understand, and another which fills me with doubts. What I cannot understand is that in Holland it should not be possible to get enough money together for a really free school. Forgive me if I am naive, but I do not understand it. For I believe that if there is enough enthusiasm, it should at least be possible to start such a school. After all, not so very much money is needed to start a school. The other point which seems dubious to me is that it should be possible to run a school with the aid of state subsidies. For I very much doubt whether the government, if it pays out money for such a school, would not insist on the right to inspect it. Therefore I cannot believe that a free school could be founded with state subsidies, which in themselves imply supervision by inspectors of the education authorities. It was yet another stroke of good luck for the Waldorf School in Stuttgart that it was founded just before the new Republican National Assembly had passed a law forbidding the opening of independent schools. For is it not true to say that with an increasing liberalization we are actually losing our liberty more and more? So that now, when in Germany we are living in a time of progress, most likely it would no longer be possible to found a Waldorf school in Stuttgart. But it was founded just in time. Now the eyes of the world are on the Waldorf school. It will be allowed to exist until those circles which have been instrumental in instituting the so-called elementary schools will become so powerful that out of mistaken fanaticism they will do away with the first 4 classes of the Waldorf school. I hope that this can be prevented, but also in this respect we are facing menacing times. This is the reason why I keep on emphasizing the importance of putting into deeds as soon as possible what needs to be done. For a wave is spreading all over the world, which is fast moving towards state dictatorship. It is a fact that Western civilization is exposing itself to the dangers of one day becoming flooded over by a culture of some kind of Asiatic character, which will have a spirituality of its own. People are closing their eyes to it, but nevertheless it will happen. To return to our point, I think that more or less it amounts to a delaying of the issue, if one believes that one should first claim state help before starting a school. Somehow this does not look promising to me at all, but perhaps other people have different views upon the subject. I ask everyone present to voice their opinion freely. X. He states that at the present time it is not possible to found a school in Holland without interference by the state, which would demand, for instance, that a certain set curriculum would be achieved, and so on. Rudolf Steiner. If these things were not as they are, I should never have decided at that time, to form a world school movement, for as an idea, it borders on the theoretical. But since the situation is as you described it, I thought that such a movement would have its practical uses. The matter is like this. Let us take as an example the little school which we used to have here in Dornach. For the reason already mentioned several times, we only managed to have a very small school because of our everlasting, quote, superabundance of lack of funds, close quote. Children aged below and above 10 came together in this school. Now, in the local state of Solothurn in Switzerland, such a state is called a canton, there exists a very strict law in education, which in actual fact is not so much different from similar laws all over Switzerland. This law is so fixed that when the local education authorities found out that we were actually teaching children under the age of 14, they declared such a school to be totally unacceptable. Such a thing was simply unheard of. Whatever we would have done to come to some agreement, we should never have been given permission to apply Waldorf methods in teaching children under 14. Hindrances of this kind will of course be placed in our way all over the continent. How this would work in England I dare not say at the moment. However, if it should be possible to found a totally free school there, it would really mean a stupendous step forward. But because one meets resistance practically everywhere, whenever one tries to put Waldorf education into practice, I thought that a worldwide movement for the renewal of education might possibly be of some practical value. I hoped that it might make an impact on people interested in education, thus creating possibilities for founding new Waldorf schools. For I consider it of utmost importance to bring about a counter-movement against present-day currents which have reached their culmination in Bolshevism in Russia. These currents find their fulfillment in absolute state dictatorship in education. One can see it looming everywhere, but people don't realize that Lunacharsky is only the ultimate consequence of what lies thus latent all over Europe. As long as it does not interfere with people's private lives, the existence of such currents of thought is conveniently ignored. Well, in my opinion, one should react by generating a counter-movement working against Lunacharsky's principle. Quote, the state is to be made into a giant machine, and each citizen is to be a cog within this machine. Close quote. The counter-movement should have as its aim to educate each person. It is this which is so necessary. In this respect, one can make most painful experiences, even in the Anthroposophical movement. Today it would be possible to call into life from out of the grounds of the Anthroposophical movement also a real medical movement. All the antecedents are there. But what would be needed is a movement capable of putting this impulse before the eyes of the world. Yet everywhere one finds a tendency of calling those who are able to represent a truly human medicine quacks, thus putting them outside the law. As an example which is entirely unconnected with the Anthroposophical medical movement, I should like to tell you of what happened in the case of a minister in the German government who rigorously upheld a strict law against the freedom of the healing profession, a law which is still operative today. However, when members of his own family fell ill, he surreptitiously called for help on unqualified healers, thus showing that where his own family was concerned, he did not believe in the official medical science, but only in what the law condemned as quackery. This is symptomatic of the root causes of sectarianism. A movement can free itself from them if it will stand up to the world, fully within the laws of the land, so that there can be no confusion with regard to the legal aspects. And this is what I had in mind with regard to the World School Movement. I wished to create the right mood for the introduction of laws which would grant freedom to found schools entirely out of the needs for educational renewal. Schools can never be rightly founded out of majority decisions. This is why they cannot be run by the state. So much about the planned World School Movement, an idea which in itself does not at all appeal to me. I am not in sympathy with it, because it would have led to the founding of an international association, a world club, and to the creation of a platform for the purpose of making propaganda. My way is to work directly where the needs of the times present themselves. All propaganda making, all agitating is alien to me. I abhor these things. But if one's hands are tied, and if there is no possibility to found free schools, one first has to create the right climate for ideas, which may eventually lead to freedom in education. Compromises may well be justified in various instances, but we are living in times in which each compromise is likely to pull us still further into difficulties. Question: how can we best work in political life? Rudolf Steiner. I believe that if we were to look at the deep and significant questions which we are to discuss here from a political angle, we should digress too much from our main theme. Unless present-day politics undergo a regeneration, at least in the various countries known to me on the physical plane, they hold but little promise for me. I am of the opinion that just in this area such definite symptoms of decadence are clearly noticeable that one would expect society to realize the need for renewal, for example, the threefold social order. Such a movement would then be running side by side with the Anthroposophical movement. Where has the old social order landed us? I will indicate this only very briefly, thereby possibly causing misunderstandings. Where has the old social order, which did not recognize its own threefold nature, landed us? Where has it landed us? It has led to a situation in which the destinies of whole populations were determined by political parties whose ideological backgrounds consisted of nothing but phrases. None can maintain that the phrases used nowadays by the various political parties contain anything of real substance. A few days ago I drew attention to Bismarck, who in his later life became a rigid monarchist, although in his younger years he had been something of a bashful and masked republican. This is how he spoke of himself. This same Bismarck made certain utterances which expressed the same opinions as those made by Robespierre. Anyone can make all kinds of statements. What matters in the end is what comes to light when the real ideology of a party reveals itself. For some years I was a worker at the Berlin Center for the Education of the Working Classes, which was a purely social democratic institution, footnote from 1899 to 1904, end of footnote. I always availed myself of any opportunity to spread the truth wherever people were willing to listen, no matter what the political color or program was of the organizers of such institutions. And so among people who, by their political outlook, were rigid Marxists, I taught a purely anthroposophical approach to life, both in courses on natural science and on history. Even when giving speech exercises to the workers, I was able to express my deepest inner convictions. The numbers of my students grew larger, and lo and behold, the Social Democratic Party leaders soon began to take notice. It came to a decisive meeting, attended not only by party leaders, but also by all my adult students, who were unanimous in their wish to continue with their courses. But 3 to 4 party leaders stolidly declared that this kind of teaching had no place in their establishment, because it was undermining the character of the Social Democratic Party. In my reply, I declared that surely the Social Democratic Party wanted to build for the future, and that since mankind inevitably was moving toward greater freedom, a future school or educational institution would have to respect man's freedom. Then a typical party member rose and said, "Freedom in education we do not know. What we know is a reasonable form of compulsion." This was the decisive turning point, which finally led to the closing down of my courses. Although it may appear rather silly and big-headed for me to say so, I feel convinced that had the fast-growing movement among the students of the courses I gave there at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century been allowed to live and expand unchecked, conditions in Middle Europe would have been different during the 1920s. And so you can see that I do not have much trust in working with political parties, especially with socialist parties, especially with socialist parties you will least succeed in bringing freedom into education. They, above all, will strive in most incredible ways for the abolition of freedom in education. As for the Christian parties, they are bound to clamor for independent schools, simply because of the constitution of the present German government. But if they were placed at the helm, they would immediately claim this freedom in education only to suit themselves. It is a simple fact that we shall not be able to make progress in public life unless we first create the necessary foundations for a threefold social order in which the democratic element prevails exclusively in the middle sphere, namely in the sphere of rights. This in itself would safeguard the possibility of freedom in education. We shall never achieve it through electioneering. Z. If children of the present generation were educated according to the principles of anthroposophical knowledge, would this in itself be sufficient to stem the tide of decadence and decay? Or would it not be necessary for them to be sent out into the world with the declared intent to change present society in order to bring about a new social organism? Rudolf Steiner. The ideas which I tried to express in my book titled Toward Social Renewal, 1919, are hardly understood completely. The reasons which led me to write this book are decades old. Mankind has reached a stage when someone who might turn up with the best and most promising ideas about improving social life and people's social attitudes would not be able to bring them to fruition simply because of the lack of practical possibilities available for such purposes. The first step would be to create the right conditions for people to be able to implement their opinions and their insights into social life. I, therefore, do not believe it helpful to ask whether, if a generation were to be educated in the way we have been describing, then the desired social conditions would automatically follow, or whether a change of the social order in one or another direction would still be necessary. I should like to say, we must be clear that the best we could achieve in practical life would be for us to help as many members of one generation as possible to make progress through an education based on knowledge of man. This in itself would obviate the second question, for the thoughts and ideas needed to change society would be the very ones such a generation would develop. Since their human conditions would be different from those of the general public today, they would have quite different possibilities for implementing their aims. The point is that if we wish to be practical, we have to think in practical and not in theoretical terms. And to think practically means to do what lies in the realm of possibilities, and not to attempt to realize an ideal. Our most promising aim would be to give to as many members of one generation as possible an education which springs from knowledge of man, and then to trust that these former pupils, in their adult lives, would also be able to bring about a desirable social order. The second question can be answered only through the deeds of those who, through their education, have been prepared for the task which you outlined. It cannot be answered theoretically. Question: how can one make use of what we have heard in this course of lectures for the education of seriously mentally retarded children? Rudolf Steiner. In answer to this question, I should like to give you an actual and practical example. When I was 23 or 24, I was called to work as a tutor in a family of 4 boys. 3 of the boys presented no educational problems, but one of them, who at that time was 11 years old, had the following prehistory. At the age of 7, a private tutor had tried in vain to teach him according to the accepted methods of an elementary school. You must remember that this happened in Austria, where it was possible for anyone to teach children quite freely, because the only thing that mattered was that they should pass an examination at the end of each year. Pupils were allowed to sit for these exams at any of the state schools. No one bothered about whether they had been taught by angels or by devils, as long as they passed their exam, which was looked upon as proof of their proper education. Well, among those 4 boys, there was one who had some 4 to nearly 5 years of such private coaching behind him. His latest drawing book was presented to me. He was then 11 years old, which he had brought home from his last annual exam. In all other subjects he had either remained completely silent or talked sheer nonsense, but he had not put anything down on paper. His drawing book was the only document he had handed in during his exam, and all it could boast of was a big hole in the paper of the first page. For all he had done was to scribble something down, only to rub it out immediately afterward, until only one big hole was left as evidence of his efforts. It was the only tangible result of his exam. In other respects, it proved to be impossible, sometimes for several weeks on end, to get him to talk or even to say one single word to anyone. For a time he also refused to eat at table. Instead, he went into the kitchen, where he ate out of the garbage can. He ate refuse, but not proper food. I am describing these symptoms in fair detail, so that you can see that here one had to deal with a child who certainly belonged to the category of the, quote, seriously mentally handicapped, close quote. And now, I was told, with that child nothing much can be done, for everything has been tried already. Even the family doctor, who, by the way, was one of the leading medical practitioners of Vienna and a greatly respected authority, had given up the boy, and the entire family was very unhappy. One just did not know what to do with that boy. I requested that the education of this child, as also that of the other 3 brothers, was to be left entirely in my hands, and that I should be given complete freedom in how to deal with the boy. All members of the family refused to grant me this freedom, all except the boy's mother. Out of certain unconscious depths, mothers sometimes do have the right feelings for such things. The boy was given unto my care. When preparing my lessons, above all else I followed the principle of approaching such a child, who would be commonly called feeble-minded, entirely from the point of view of his physical development. This meant that everything that was to be done had to be based on the same principles which I have already elaborated to you for the healthy child. What matters in such a case is that one gains the possibility of looking into the inner being of such a child. He was a marked hydrocephalus. This meant that it was very difficult to treat this boy. And so my first principle had to be, here education meant healing. It had to be placed upon a medical basis. After 2.5 years, the boy had made enough progress to be able to work at the curriculum of a grammar school, for I had succeeded in teaching him with the strictest economy. At times I limited his academic work to only a quarter, or at most to half an hour per day. In order to be able to concentrate the right content into such a short time, I sometimes needed some 4 hours preparation for a lesson lasting about half an hour. To me, the most important thing was that he should not be under any strain whatsoever. I did exactly as I thought fit, for I had reserved the right to do so. Much time was spent on music lessons, for these seemed to help the boy. From week to week this musical activity was increased, and I could observe how gradually his physical condition was changing. Admittedly, I did not allow any interference from anybody. The rest of the family, with the exception of the boy's mother, registered their objections when they noticed that time and again the boy looked pale. I insisted on my rights, and told them that now it was up to me whether I made him look pale or very pale. I told them that he would look ruddy again when the right time came. My guiding line was to base the entire education of this child upon insight into his physical condition, and to arrange all soul and spiritual measures accordingly. I believe that the details will always vary in each individual case. One has to know the human being thoroughly and intimately, and therefore I must point out, time and again, that everything depends on a real knowledge of man. When I asked myself the question, quote, "What is the boy's actual age, and how do I have to treat him?" close quote, I realized that he had remained a young child of 2¼ years, and that I should have to treat him as such, despite the fact that according to his birth certificate he had completed his 11th year. I had to teach him according to his actual mental age. Always keeping my eyes on the boy's condition of health and applying strictest soul economy, at first I based my teaching entirely on the principle of imitation, which meant that everything had to be systematically built upon his powers of imitation. I then went on to what today I called, quote, further structuring, close quote, of lessons. Within 2½ years, the boy had made sufficient progress for him to be able to study the curriculum of a grammar school. I continued helping him, also during the time when he was a pupil at the grammar school. He was finally weaned of any extra help. In fact, he was able to go through the last 2 classes of his school entirely independently. Afterward, he became a medical doctor who held his practice for many years, to die approximately at the age of 40 from an infection which he had contracted in Poland during the World War I. This is just one example. I could quote many another one, to show that especially in the case of feeble-minded children, one needs to apply the same principles which I have elaborated here for healthy children. In the Waldorf school there are quite a number of slightly and also seriously mentally retarded children, to quote the phraseology of the question. Naturally, the more serious cases would disturb their classmates, and therefore we have opened a special remedial class for feeble-minded children of mixed ages, whose members are drawn from all our present classes. This group is under the guidance of Dr. Schubert. But whenever one has to decide whether to send a child into this remedial class, I have the joy, if I may express it so, of having to fight with the class teacher concerned. None of our class teachers want to let a member of his class go. Every one of them will put up a fight to keep such a child, doing his or her utmost to carry it within the class, often successfully. Although our classes are by no means small, by giving individual attention, it is possible to keep such children in their classes. The more serious cases, however, have to be put into our remedial group, where it is absolutely essential to give them individual treatment. Dr. Schubert, who is freed from having to follow any set curriculum, lets himself be guided entirely by the individual needs of each child. Consequently, he may be doing things with his children which are completely different from what is usually done in a classroom. The main thing is to find the specific treatment from which each child will benefit. For instance, there may be some very dull-witted children in such a group, and once one has developed the necessary sense for these things, one may realize that their faculty of making mental pictures is so slow that they lose the images during the process of making them. They lose mental images. They never achieve making them. This is only one type of retardation. One can help such children if instead of giving them the ordinary kind of schoolwork, one calls out unexpected commands, if they are capable of grasping their meaning. We have also children who are unable to follow such instructions, and then one has to think of something different. For instance, one may suddenly call out to them, quote, "Quickly hold your left earlobe between your right thumb and second finger. Quickly grip your right arm with your left hand," close quote. If in this way one lets them orient themselves first by their own body geography, and then by objects belonging to the world outside, one may be able to make real headway with such children. Another way would be to try to get them to recognize quickly what one has drawn on the blackboard. Here Rudolf Steiner drew an ear on the board. It is not at all so easy to get such a child to respond by saying ear, but it is this flash of recognition which matters. One has to think up the most varied things in order to wake up such children, It is this awakening, this becoming active, which can lead to progress, though naturally not in the case of children who fly into uncontrollable tempers. They have to be dealt with differently. But these examples may at least indicate the direction in which one has to move. What matters is the individual treatment, and this must spring from a real knowledge of the human being. From the discussion of 5th January 1922, held in the evening. Rudolf Steiner. Several questions have been handed in, and I will try to answer them as far as this is possible within the short time available. Regarding the first question, the answer to the question about the relationship between sensory and motor nerves is, to begin with, a matter of interpretation. As long as one considers it from a physical point of view alone, one can hardly reach a conclusion which differs from the customary one. According to the usual interpretation, one is dealing with the central organ. Let me take a simple case of nerve conduction. In this case, the sensation would be transmitted from the periphery to the central organ, from which the motor impulse would be passed on to the appropriate organ. Now, as long as one considers the physical aspect only, as I have already said, it is perfectly possible to be satisfied with this explanation. Neither do I believe that any other interpretation would be acceptable, unless one is willing to consider facts which result from supersensible observations, that is, from fully comprehensive and real observations. As already said, when I was dealing with this question during the last few days, from an anatomical and physiological point of view, the difference between the sensory and motor nerves is not a very significant one. I did not say that there was no difference, but I did say that the difference was not very marked. The actual anatomical difference does not contradict the interpretation given by me. Let me repeat it. We are dealing here with only one type of nerves. The so-called sensory and motor nerves are of one and the same kind, and therefore it does not really matter whether one chooses the term sensory or motor nerve. Such a distinction is irrelevant, because the soul experiences of which these nerves are the physical tools, if one wishes to use such a metaphor, are not strictly differentiated from each other. For in every thought process there also lives a will process, and vice versa. In every predominant will process there is also an element of thought, or a residue of sense perception, even though these processes remain mainly in the unconscious. And now, every will impulse, be it a direct one or the result of a thought, always has its beginning within the upper reaches of man's members, namely in the mutual working together of the ego and the astral body. If we now follow through a will impulse, with all its accompanying processes, we are not led to the nerves at all, for every will impulse directly intervenes in the human metabolism. The difference between the interpretation which must be given on the basis of anthroposophical research and that given by ordinary science consists in the latter's claim that a will impulse is first transmitted to the nerves before the relevant organs are induced to perform the various movements. In reality, this is not so, because a soul impulse directly initiates metabolic processes in the organism. Let us take as example a sensation, that is, something revealed by a physical sense, say in the human eye, EYE. In this case, the whole process would have to be drawn in greater detail. First, a process would be going on in the eye, to be subsequently transmitted to the optic nerve, which, according to ordinary science, is classed as a sensory nerve. This optic nerve is the physical mediator of seeing. If we really want to get at the truth of the matter, I have to make a correction regarding what I said just now. I spoke a little hesitantly about the nerves being the physical tools or instruments of human soul experiences, because such a comparison does not really convey the correct meaning of physical organs and organic systems in the human being. One has to think of it in the following way. Let us assume that here there is soft ground on a pathway. Rudolf Steiner began to draw. And that a cart was being driven over this soft ground. It would leave tracks behind from which I could tell exactly where the wheels had been. Now imagine that someone would come along to explain the existence of these tracks by saying, quote, "Here in these places the earth must have developed various kinds of forces which have pressed in the soft ground." Close quote. Such an interpretation would be completely illusionary, for it was not at all the earth which had been active. On the contrary, something was done to the earth. The cart wheels had gone over it, and the cause of the tracks had nothing to do whatever with an activity of the earth. Something similar is happening in the nervous system of our brain. What is active there are soul and spiritual processes. With other words, the cart. What is left behind are the tracks, the imprints. These can be found. But whatever is perceived in the brain, whatever is retained anatomically and physiologically, has nothing to do with the brain as such, for it has been pressed in or molded, sculpted by the activities of soul and spirit. It is therefore not surprising that one finds in the brain everything that corresponds to the happenings within the soul and spiritual sphere. But in reality, this has nothing to do with the brain itself. The metaphor of physical tools or instruments is therefore not a correct one. Rather should one look upon the whole process in a similar way in which I can look upon my walking. My walking is in no way initiated by the ground on which I walk. The earth is not my tool. But if it were not there, I could not walk. That's how it is. My thinking as such, that is, the content of my soul and spiritual life, in itself has nothing to do with my brain. But the brain is the ground by means of which this soul content is retained. It is through this process of retention that man becomes conscious of his soul content. So you see that the real situation is quite different from what one usually imagines. There has to be such a resistance wherever there is a sensation, whenever a sense perception takes place. Just in the same way in which a process is going on, say in the eye, which can be perceived with the help of the so-called sensory nerve, so in the will impulses taking place, for example, in the leg, a process is going on, and it is this process which is being perceived with the help of the nerve. The so-called sensory nerves are organs of perception, which spread outwardly into the senses. The so-called motor nerves are nerves which spread inward in order to convey the perceptions of what the will forces are doing, thus making us aware of what the will is doing while it is working directly through the metabolism. Both sensory and motor nerves transmit sensations, the former ones spreading in an outward direction, while the latter ones are working inward. There is no significant difference between the two kinds of nerves. The function of the first kind is to communicate an awareness of processes going on in the sense organs in form of thought processes, while the other, the, in quotes, motor nerve, communicates processes taking place in the interior physical body, also in form of thought processes. If one makes the well-known and usual experiments of cutting the spinal marrow in a tabus dorsalis case, or if one interprets this disorder realistically and without the usual prejudice of materialistic physiology, this illness can be explained particularly clearly. For in the case of tabus dorsalis, the appropriate nerve, I now will call it a sensory nerve, which under normal circumstances could make a movement sense perceptible, is defunct, and consequently the actual movement cannot be made. For only when such a process is consciously perceived can movement take place. It is like this. Imagine a piece of chalk with which I want to do something, but unless I can perceive it with my senses, I cannot carry out my intention. In a similar way, in the case of tabus dorsalis, the mediating nerve cannot function because it is injured, and consequently there is no transmission of sensation. The patient loses the possibility of using it. In the same way, I would be unable to use a piece of chalk if it were lying somewhere in a dark room where I cannot find it. Tabus dorsalis is due to the patient's inability to find the appropriate organs with the help of the sensory nerves which enter the spinal marrow. This is rather a rough and ready explanation, but it certainly would be possible to explain it also in greater detail. In each single case, the cutting of the nerves is an absolute proof for this interpretation, if one looks upon them in the right way. This particular interpretation is the outcome of anthroposophical research. By this I mean that it rests on direct observation. What matters is that one is able to use outer phenomena to substantiate one's interpretation. To give another example, a so-called motor nerve can be cut or damaged. If one joins it to a sensory nerve and allows it to heal, it will function again. With other words, it is possible to join together the appropriate ends of a so-called sensory nerve with a so-called motor nerve, and after healing, the result will be a uniform functioning. If the two kinds of nerves were radically different from each other, such a process would be impossible. There is yet another possibility. Let us take it in its simplest form. Here Rudolf Steiner made a drawing. We here have a so-called sensory nerve, which goes to the spinal cord, and a so-called motor nerve, which leaves the spinal cord, in fact also a sensory nerve. This would be a case of uniform conduction. In actual fact, all this represents a uniform conduction. And if we take, for example, a simple reflex movement, a uniform process is taking place. Imagine a simple reflex motion. A fly settles on my eyelid. I chase it away through a reflex motion. The whole process is a uniform one. What is happening is merely an interpretation here. One could compare it with an electric switch, with a lead toward it and one lead away from it. The process is really a uniform one, only it is interpreted here, drawing, just as if I had an electric current where, when I interrupt the current, an electric spark flashes across. When the switch is closed, there is no spark. When it is open, there is a spark as a sign of a break in the circuit. Such uniform conductions are also present in the brain. They act as links in a similar way, in which if I interrupt an electric current passing through a wire, there will be an electric spark. If I see a spark, I have a break in the nerve current, drawing. It is as if the nerve fluid were jumping across like an electric spark, if I may use such a coarse expression. It is this which gives the soul the possibility of experiencing this process consciously. If it were a case of a uniform nerve current passing through without a break in the circuit, it would simply pass through the body without the soul being able to experience anything. This is what I can say about it for the moment. These theories are generally accepted in all countries of the world, and if I am asked where one can find more detailed knowledge, I even quote Huxley's book on physiology as a basic standard work upon the subject. Footnote, Thomas H. Huxley, title Fundamentals of Physiology, end of footnote. There is one more point I wish to make. This whole question is really a subtle one, and the usual interpretations certainly appear convincing. To prove their correctness, the so-called sensory parts of a nerve are cut, and then the motor parts of a nerve are cut, with the aim of showing that what is interpreted as sensation or as movement no longer can take place. But if you take what I have said in its entirety, especially with regard to the interrupter switch, you will be able to understand all the various experiments made with cutting nerves. Question: how can the educator best meet requests for various activities coming from children aged between 5½ and 7? Rudolf Steiner. At this age, a feeling for authority already begins to make itself felt, as I tried to indicate in the lectures here. Yet chiefly predominant is a longing for imitation, and this gives us a clue for what to do with such children. The movable picture books which I have mentioned are particularly suitable for them, for they stimulate the children's awakening powers of fantasy. If they ask to do something, and as soon as we have the opportunity of opening a kindergarten in Stuttgart, we shall try to put this into practice. If the children want to be engaged in some activity, we shall paint or model with them in the simplest way, first by doing it in front of them while they are watching. If children have already shed their teeth, one does not paint for them first, but encourages them to paint their own pictures. Only when the teacher wants to lead over to writing via drawing or painting will he or she again appeal to the children's powers of imitation. But generally speaking, in a kindergarten for children aged between 5½ and 7, one would first do the various activities in front of them, and then let the children repeat them in their own way, thus gradually leading over from the principle of imitation to that of authority. Naturally, this can be done in different ways. It is quite possible to get children to work on their own. For instance, one could first do something with them, such as modeling or drawing, which then they are asked to repeat on their own. One has to invent various possibilities of letting them supplement and complete what the teacher has already started. One can show them that such a piece of work is complete only when the child has made 5 or 10 more such parts, which together must form an entity. In this way, one can combine the principle of imitation with that of authority. It will become a really stimulating task for us to develop such ideas in practice when we have a kindergarten in the Waldorf school. Of course, it would be perfectly right for you to develop these ideas yourself. It would take up too much of our time if I were to go into greater details now. Question: will it be possible to have this course of lectures published in English? Rudolf Steiner: such things are always a question of time, but I myself would like to have the shorthand version of this course written out in full as soon as possible, and when this is done, one can take the necessary steps to have it published also in English. Question: should children be taught to play musical instruments, and if so, which ones? Rudolf Steiner: in the Waldorf school, I have definitely advocated the principle that apart from introducing children to music in a more general way, at least those children who show some special gifts should also learn to play a musical instrument according to technical possibilities. The choice of the instrument should not be made beforehand, but only in consultation with the music teacher. A really good music teacher will soon find out whether a child, on entering school, shows any specific gifts, which in themselves may indicate a leaning toward one or another instrument. This is a case where one should definitely try to treat each child individually. Naturally, in the Waldorf school, all these things are still in the beginning stage, but in spite of this, we have managed to get together quite acceptable small orchestras and quartets. Question: do you think that composing in the Greek modes, which were discovered by Miss Schlesinger, would mean a real step forward with regard to the future of music? Footnote: see Kathleen Schlesinger's title, The Greek Aulos, A-U-L-O-S, 1939, end of footnote. Would it be advisable to have instruments, such as the piano, tuned in such modes? Would it be a good thing for us to get accustomed to these modes? Rudolf Steiner: for several reasons, I am of the opinion that music will make progress in its development if what I should like to call the intensive melody will gradually play a more and more important role. Footnote: see answers to questions given on 29th of September 1920 entitled The Nature of Music and Man's Experience of Tone, GA 283, also titled Eurythmia's Visible Song, GA 278, the lecture given on 21st of February 1924, end of footnote. This intensive melody would consist in one's becoming used to experiencing the sound of one single note already as a kind of melody. One will become accustomed to a greater complexity of the tones of each single sound. This will eventually happen. When this stage is reached, it also will lead to a certain modification of our scales, simply because the intervals will be, in quotes, filled out in a different way from what one is used to. They will be filled out more concretely, and this in itself will lead to a greater appreciation of certain elements found in what I should like to call archetypal music, Urmusik, elements inherent also in Miss Schlesinger's discoveries, in which significant and important features can be recognized. I do believe that these will open a way toward enriching the experience of music and toward overcoming certain limitations imposed by our more or less fortuitous scales with all they have brought with them. So I agree that a fostering of this particular discovery does offer prospects for progress in musical development. Question: will it also be possible to give eurythmy to physically handicapped children, or possibly curative eurythmy to fit each individual child? Rudolf Steiner: yes, certainly. One only has to find a way to use eurythmy in such different situations. First, one has to look at the already existing general forms of eurythmy, and then one must consider whether a deformed child would be able to make the movements involved, or whether one may have to modify them. This can be done in any case. The way forward would be to use the existing artistic eurythmy for such children, and this will be of special benefit for the very young and also for young children. Quite surprising progress in the healing processes of such children may result from working with ordinary eurythmy. Curative eurythmy was systematically worked out, first by myself during a supplementary course given here in Dornach in 1921, immediately after the last course given to medical doctors. Footnote: during the second course given to doctors and medical students from 11th to 18th April 1921, Dr. Steiner developed a therapeutic eurythmy, now practiced by specially trained curative eurythmists in cooperation with qualified doctors. See titled Curative Eurythmy, a course of 8 lectures given in Dornach from the 12th to the 18th of April 1921, and also in Stuttgart on 28th of October 1922, GA 315. End of footnote. Its immediate task is to serve the various healing processes. This curative eurythmy is definitely suitable also for children suffering from malformations. For lighter cases, the already existing forms of curative eurythmy will suffice. In more severe cases, these forms may have to be intensified or modified. However, any such modifications will have to be made with great caution. Artistic eurythmy will not harm anybody. It can be only beneficial. Harmful consequences will accrue only through excessive or exaggerated eurythmy practice, as would happen in any other field of movement. Naturally, just as one can make oneself ill by excessive efforts in mountaineering, or if, for example, one uses one's arms too much, so can an excessive eurythmy practice lead to all kinds of exhaustion, to general asthenia. However, here the cause does not lie in eurythmy, but in its wrong application. Any wholesome activities can lead to illnesses if they are grossly exaggerated. In the case of ordinary eurythmy, it is unthinkable that it could have a harmful effect upon anyone. However, when one is dealing with curative eurythmy, one must be heedful of the general rule I gave during the curative eurythmy course. It is that curative eurythmy exercises should be planned only under the guidance and supervision of a doctor, and jointly by the doctor and curative eurythmist, and this only after a proper medical diagnosis has been made. If curative exercises have to be intensified, it is absolutely essential that one proceeds in a strictly medical and surgical basis, and that only a specialist of pathological conditions, of pathological peculiarities, is capable of deciding what measures need to be taken. Just as it would be irresponsible to allow unqualified persons to deal with the dispensing of dangerous drugs and poisons, so it would be equally irresponsible to allow just anyone to meddle with curative eurythmy. If injury does result from such bungling, one really cannot lay the blame upon curative eurythmy. Question: in yesterday's lecture we heard about abnormal consequences resulting from a shift of what was right for one period of life into later periods, and of the subsequent emergence of a superphlegmatic and a supersanguine temperament. The first question is, how does a pronouncedly choleric temperament come into existence? And secondly, how can one perceive whether a young child has an inclination toward an unbalanced melancholic or any one of the other 3 temperaments? Thirdly, is it possible to counteract such imbalances already before the change of teeth. Rudolf Steiner. The choleric temperament comes into being mainly through a person's ego working particularly strongly during one of the nodal points of life which occur around the 2nd year and again during the 9th and 7th and 10th year. There are also other nodal points later in life, but the first two are of main interest to us here. It is not the case that the ego begins to exist only in the 21st year, but that it becomes free at a certain age. It is always there in every human being, from the moment of birth, or rather from the 3rd week after conception. This ego can reach too great an intensity, and then it works particularly strongly during these special times. What is the meaning and the nature of such a nodal point? Between the 9th and 10th year, the ego works with great intensity, manifesting itself in that the child learns to differentiate him or herself from the surroundings. In order to retain normal conditions, a stability of equilibrium is needed, especially at this stage. For it can happen that this state of equilibrium undergoes a shift in an outward direction, and this can become one of the many causes of the sanguine temperament. When I spoke about the temperaments yesterday, I made a special point in saying that different contributory factors were working together, and that I was going to single out those which were of importance from a certain point of view. Now, it is also possible that the center of gravity shifts inward. This can happen already when the child is learning to speak, or even when it learns to hold itself in an upright position, when it begins to pull itself up. At such moments, there is always an opportunity for the ego to work too strongly. One has to pay attention to this and must try not to do anything wrong at this point of life. This one would do if, for example, one forced a child to stand upright unsupported too early. It should do so only when it has developed the necessary faculty to imitate the vertical position of the adult. One can appreciate the importance of this if one pays heed to what man's upright position really means. In general, the animal is constituted in such a way that its spinal column is more or less parallel to the surface of the earth. There are, of course, exceptions, but these can also be explained just on the basis of their difference. Man, on the other hand, is constituted in such a way that in his normal position his spine extends in the same direction as the earth's radius. This is the radical difference between man and animal. And in this radical difference there lies one's reply to purely Darwinistic materialists. I am not saying Darwinians, but to Darwinistic materialists. When they deny that there exists a characteristic difference between a human skeleton and that of a higher animal, because both have the same number of bones, and so on. Admittedly, this is correct, but the animal's skeleton has a horizontal spine, and man's spine is vertical. In this vertical position of the human spine is manifested a relationship to the entire cosmos, and the meaning of this relationship is that man becomes the bearer of an ego. When we talk about the animal, we only speak of 3 members, namely of the physical body, of the ether body or body of formative forces, and the astral body. An ego can incarnate only if a being is organized in line with the vertical. I once spoke about this during one of my lectures, and afterward someone came to me and said, quote, "But what about the human being when he sleeps? Surely then his spine lies horizontally," close quote. So often people fail to grasp the point of what I say. Here the point is not merely that the human spine is constituted for the vertical position only when a person is standing, but that one has to look at the entire build of man, at the mutual relationships and positions of the bones, which result in his walking with a vertical spinal column, whereas in the case of the animal, the spine remains in the horizontal. The point is that the vertical position of the human spine is the characteristic distinguishing mark for the fact that man is the bearer of an ego. And now observe how the physiognomical character of a person is expressed particularly strongly through the vertical. You may have noticed, if only the appropriate means of observation were used, that there are people who show certain anomalies in their physical growth. That, for instance, according to their organic nature, they were meant to reach a certain height, but that through the agency of another organic system, working in the opposite direction, the human form became compressed. It is absolutely possible that because of certain antecedents, the physical structure of a person, which was meant to be larger, was pressed together by an organic system working in the opposite direction. This was the case with Fichte, for example. I could quote many others, such as Napoleon, to mention only one of them. In accordance with certain parts of his organic systems, Fichte's stature could have been taller than it actually was, yet he remained stunted in his physical growth. This meant that his ego had to put up with having to exist in such a compressed body, and the choleric temperament is a direct expression of the ego. The choleric temperament can definitely be caused by such an abnormality of growth. Regarding the question, how can one perceive whether a young child has an inclination toward the melancholic or any of the other temperaments? Well, I believe that anyone who has frequently been in the company of children will hardly need special indications, for these symptoms almost force themselves upon one. Even with quite naive and untrained observation, one will be able to discriminate between a choleric and a melancholic child, just as one can clearly distinguish between a child who just sits or another who appears morose and miserable, and again between one who romps about wildly. In the classroom it is very easy to spot a child who, after having paid momentary attention to what was on the blackboard, suddenly turns to his neighbor to find something of interest there, before looking out of the window again. This is what a sanguine is like. These are the things which can easily be observed on even quite a naive level. If next the question is asked whether one can work toward balancing these traits already before the change of teeth, the answer must be yes, and fundamentally so by the same methods to be applied at a later age, methods which have already been described. Only at such an early age these methods need to be couched in terms of imitation. Let us imagine a child who easily flies into tempers. If at the right age the adult stimulates similar tantrums, he may succeed in making such a child tired of its behavior. It is quite possible to achieve something that way. However, before the change of teeth, it is not at all necessary to try to counteract these temperamental inclinations, because in most cases it is good if these things are allowed to die a natural death. Of course, this can be rather uncomfortable for the grown-up. But here we have something about which one ought to think differently from the way this is usually done. I should like to clarify this point by a comparison. You probably know that there exists a type of lay healer who does not possess a thorough knowledge of the human organism, but who, nevertheless, is able to judge abnormalities, symptoms of illnesses, up to a certain degree. It may happen that such a healer recognizes an anomaly in the movements of his patient's heart. When asked what should be done about it, it really can happen that the answer is, leave the heart alone, for if one were to bring it back to its normal activity, the patient would not be able to stand it. This heart irregularity is just what he needs. In a similar way, it is often necessary to know how long a certain condition has to be left alone, and in the case of a choleric child, how much time it must be given to get over its tantrums simply by exhausting itself. This is what needs to be borne in mind. Question: how can a student of anthroposophy avoid losing the capacity to love and the faculty of remembering when crossing the boundary of sense-perceptible knowledge? Rudolf Steiner. This question appears to rest on the assumption that during the ordinary state of consciousness, love and the faculty of remembering are both necessary for life. In ordinary life, one could not exist without the faculty of remembering. Without this spring of memory leading each individual back to a certain point in early childhood, the continuity of the ego could not exist. Enough cases are known where this continuity has been destroyed, where definite gaps appear in the faculty of remembering. This is a pathological condition. In like manner, ordinary life cannot unfold without love. But now it needs to be said that when a state of higher consciousness is reached, this higher consciousness has a different content from that of the ordinary kind. The question seems to imply that because of crossing the limits of ordinary knowledge, there is no unfolding of love and memory beyond the boundaries of knowledge. This is quite correct. But at the same time, it has always been emphasized that the right kind of schooling consists in one's retaining qualities which one has developed for the ordinary consciousness, keeping them alive side by side with the newly won qualities. It is even requested, as you can find out in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds and Its Attainment, that these qualities, developed in ordinary life, should become enhanced and strengthened when one is entering a state of higher consciousness. This means that nothing is taken away as regards inner faculties developed during ordinary consciousness, and that what is required for higher consciousness is in addition to what was attained previously. To clarify this point, I should like to make use of a somewhat trivial comparison, even if it does not fully accord with the situation. As you know, if I wish to move myself by walking on the earth, I must not lose my sense of balance. Other things are needed as well in order to walk properly, that is, without swaying or falling. Well, if anyone learns to walk on a tightrope, he will lose nothing of the faculties which serve him in walking on the ordinary ground of the earth. If one learns how to walk on a tightrope, one meets completely different conditions. And yet a question such as, can tightrope walking prevent one from being able to walk properly on an ordinary surface, would be quite irrelevant. In a similar way, the attainment of a different consciousness will not prevent one from retaining the faculties belonging to ordinary consciousness, whereby I do not imply in any way that I wish to compare the attainment of higher consciousness with a kind of spiritual tightrope walking. Yet it is so that the faculties and qualities gained in the ordinary consciousness are to be fully preserved when one rises to a state of enhanced consciousness. And now, because of the lateness of the hour, I should like to settle the remaining questions as quickly as possible in order to end our meeting by telling you a little story. Question: what should our attitude be toward the ever-increasing use of documentary films in schools? And how can we best explain to those defending their use that their harmful effects are not balanced by their potential educational value? Rudolf Steiner: I have tried to get behind the secrets of the film, and whether my findings will make people angry or not is not the point, for I am giving you the facts. I was forced to acknowledge that the film productions exert an extremely harmful effect upon what in my lectures here I have called the etheric or life body, and this especially with regard to the human sense organization. It is a fact that through watching film productions, the entire human soul spiritual constitution becomes mechanized. Films are outer means of turning people into materialists. I have tested these effects, especially during the war years, when film propaganda was made for all kinds of things. One could witness how the audiences avidly took in what was shown. I was not particularly interested in watching the films, but I did want to observe their effects on the audiences. And there one could see how the film is simply an intrinsic part of the plan for the materialization of mankind, already on account of its weaving materialism into the perceptual habits of those who are watching. Naturally, this could be taken very much further, but because of the lateness of the hour, there is only time for these brief indications. Question: how should one treat a child who, according to the parents, sang well in tune at the age of 3, and who now at the age of 7 sings badly out of tune? Rudolf Steiner: first, one would have to examine whether, through some occurrence or other, the musical ear of the child has not become masked for the time being. But if that child really sang well at the age of 3, if this is a correct statement, one should be able, with the appropriate pedagogical treatment, to help the child to sing in tune again. This could be done by studying the child's habits at the time when it had sung well. Find out how it occupied itself, what kinds of things it had done, and so on. Then, obviously, with the necessary modifications regarding age, place it again into the entire setting of those early years and approach the child with singing again. try, quite methodically, to call forth again the entire situation of the child's early life. Possibly some other faculty may also have submerged, a faculty that might be recovered more easily. Question: what is Anthroposophy's attitude towards the Montessori system of education, and what would the consequences of this system be? Rudolf Steiner: I am not really in sympathy with having to answer questions about contemporary methods, which generally are backed with a certain amount of fanaticism. Not that I dislike answering questions, but I have to admit that I do not like answering questions such as, what is Anthroposophy's attitude toward this or that contemporary movement? There is no need for me to do so, for I consider it my task to represent before the world only what can be gained from anthroposophical research. I do not think that it is my task to throw light upon other matters from an anthroposophical point of view. Therefore, all I wish to say is that when aims and aspirations tend toward a certain artificiality, such as bringing to the very young child what does not form part of its natural surroundings, but what has been artificially invented and turned into a system, they cannot really be of benefit for the child's healthy development. A great number of new schools are being invented these days, but they all have in common that they do not rest upon a real and thorough knowledge of man. Of course, one can find a great deal of what is right in such a system, but in each instance it is necessary to reduce also the positive aspects to what accords with a real knowledge of man. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with regard to the time left over after the translation of this last part has been made, I should like to drop a hint. I do not wish to be so discourteous as to say in so many words that every hour has come to an end, but since I can see that many of our honored guests sitting here are feeling as I do, I wish to be polite enough to meet their wishes by telling a little story, a very short story. There once lived a Hungarian couple who always had guests in the evening. In Hungary, people were very hospitable before the times came when everything went topsy-turvy. And when the clock struck 10, the husband used to say to his wife, "Wife, we must be polite to our guests. We must retire now, because our guests surely will want to go home." Close quote. End of question and answers. There's a slight publisher's note that I'm going to add. Before the beginning of this conference, Rudolf Steiner addressed the participants who were gathered together in the White Hall of the First Goetheanum with the following words: Ladies and gentlemen, before beginning this lecture course, allow me to bring before you an administrative matter. Originally, this course was intended for an intimate circle only, but it has evoked such a response that it is obvious that we cannot share it in this tightly packed hall. It would be quite impossible. You would soon realize it if you would have to be present not only during the lectures, but also during their translations. It is for this reason that I had to decide to give the lectures twice running, the first time every day at 10 a.m., and then again, especially for those members who wish to hear it in the English translation, at 11 o'clock. For technical reasons, this is the only way. Therefore, I shall begin each first lecture punctually at 10 and the repeat lecture at 11 o'clock. I should like to ask those of you present who have come from England, Holland, and Scandinavia to attend the repeat lectures, and the others to go to the first one. Only the repeat lectures were taken down in shorthand. Each lecture was given in 2 or 3 parts, after each of which there followed the English translation given by George Kaufman. And that is the end of the book, Soul Economy and Waldorf Education by Rudolf Steiner, translated by Roland Everett, Collected Works, Volume 303.